the sixth book of the Red Witch Chronicles, an urban fantasy series containing magic, paranormal adventure, and vampire mayhem, along with swearing, violence, and adult situations. By Sammy Valentine. Dedicated to my brother, who thought up the title and demanded that I put a reference to Peter Falk as Columbo in this book. All rights reserved. No portion of this book may be reproduced in any form without permission from the publisher, except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. SammaValentine.com. Prologue. December 30th, 2019 evening, Los Angeles, California. Culver City, 6 months earlier. What is a manananggal? Vic Constantine asked Red from his wheelchair. They waited by the pickup counter at the New Delhi kitchen. A dinner rush was in full swing at the bustling Indian restaurant. Normies talked about holiday family dramas and New Year's resolutions, drowning out the hunter's paranormal chatter. She furrowed her brow, trying to place the strange name. Once she'd asked him to sponsor her in the Hunter's Challenge to join the Brotherhood. He had taken it as an invitation to toss pop quizzes at random. Usually she had an answer, but the delicious curry smells distracted her. No clue. Bloodsucker from the Philippines? Splits in half, gotta use garlic and salt on it. Extinct in this dimension. Extinct? Then why learn? Red started to say. This dimension? Science hasn't caught up to supernatural theory and lore when it comes to multiverses, vortexes, time wobbles, and other dimensions. It's a big, scary world out there, he said dryly, checking his Batman watch. I'm hoping my samosas are still in this one. Will that be on the test? Red frowned. The written portion of the Hunter's Challenge was supposed to be intense, but that was next level weird. She had read about those myths, but figured most were just that, myths. Now I'm looking forward to the practical more. That should be a cakewalk after my tutelage. Pausing as if for applause, Vic gestured to himself from the green trucker hat on his shoulder-length black mullet to his AC/DC shirt and denim-covered legs in his wheelchair. He quirked a sardonic eyebrow at her lack of response. It'd be even easier if you played around with your magic more. Red bit her cheek to restrain a sigh. Magic only got her in trouble lately. It had been 5 days since she was sent a summons for a Blood Alliance tribunal in late January. A tango with a dark witch had left her on the wrong side of a dark veil breach. Then add all the fallout at Halloween from Red being a dead ringer for a black magic courtesan from the Victorian era. It made her think about the woman she wanted to be. Her past was as unknown as ever, but her future was still her own, and she'd do it her way. I'll pass the challenge as a hunter, not a witch. I'm better at that anyway. Vic shot her a look that spoke volumes about how much shit he thought she was full of right then. A waitress with a steaming tray of tikka masala stole his attention until he returned to nagging. This isn't because of Lucas? She blinked at him, more confused about this question than the one about the extinct demon. The meaning sank in. She rolled her eyes. Lucas was her souled vampiric co-worker and off-the-clock snuggle bunny. After the craziness on the solstice, he'd left for a desert motorcycle trip without much explanation, beyond needing to clear his head. Sure, he wasn't excited about witchcraft. His last relationship with a witch had ended with her death, so it made sense. It hadn't affected Red's decision, even if he'd been hot and cold lately. No, she insisted. I'm a little insulted you'd think that. Well, what is it? You were gung-ho about it before. Vic pitched his voice higher in an impression of her. My mom might have been a great witch. I need to impress her when we finally meet. 1, I don't sound like that. And 2, I just saw a different side to the craft. It's not something to play with, Red said. She sprang forward to grab their now-ready order from the pickup counter, grateful for the distraction. They left the warm New Delhi kitchen for the chilly sidewalk. It was the day before New Year's Eve, and winter had finally come to Los Angeles. The stunned TV meteorologist hadn't seemed to believe the forecast when he said they might have rain. Red wasn't looking forward to it. Angelinos couldn't drive in a drizzle. After walking to the back of the strip mall, they entered a hallway containing a profitable massage therapist and the less profitable Quinn Investigations. The agency door was open and ready for walk-in clients. Quinn Burns worked at the front desk by the wide windows to the parking lot. He used a single finger on each hand to henpeck type on his keyboard, computer glasses drooping down his nose. The glow of the screen highlighted his blonde hair and pale features seething over the screen. He pushed the device away with a groan and pulled off his glasses, fangs peeking from his lips. Typically emotive as a rock, technology could rile him up more than demons. "What did I say about computer stuff?" Vic asked, rolling past the couch and table for clients to go to Quinn. "Wait for you." The vampire rubbed his brown eyes, broad shoulders hunched. He had lived over 300 years but maintained that this era was the most confusing. Red would sympathize more, but she was too hungry. She sat down on the couch, away from the others, to dig into her food. Despite what she'd said to Vic, she had been practicing with simple exercises to float feathers. She'd raised one a few inches yesterday, then didn't wake until noon today. It was a good thing she worked nights. That was part of why she couldn't trust her magic. It was unreliable. When practicing, she ended up churning through her energy and unbalancing herself, then pigging out on brownies, ending up with little to show for it. "And what are we trying to do?" Vic asked Quinn like a teacher addressing a kindergartner. "Connect a video conference with Cora. She has a job for us," Quinn grumbled. "This box is telling me that I don't have a web camera. I do." Vic patted his shoulder, consoling him. "I know you do, big guy. Move on over." He started clicking the touchpad and typing quickly. Red grabbed her foil-wrapped chicken kebab and munched behind the guys as they fussed over the laptop. The video conference app opened, and Cora Moon, Supreme Master Vampire of Los Angeles, appeared on the screen. She patted her lush black afro absently and scrolled through a cell phone. The logo for Moon Enterprises, the public face of her operations, was printed on her tie-dyed top. Quinn's heavy brow puckered, and he frowned at Vic. "How did you—" "I did that same exact thing." "Oh, you're here," Cora said, putting down her phone. Her cheerful tone grew forced. "You're all here." Red waved her kebab in a sheepish hello as Vic saluted the Supreme. Most master vampires made her want to run, but Cora Moon had a soul and the philanthropic background to match. Still, after the trouble with their last big case with the ghostly warlock, Red probably wasn't her favorite human right now. Thank goodness she was next to Vic. "So, Cora," he asked, "you do hot yoga. I always wondered, can only hot people go?" "Every body is beautiful," the Supreme declared lightly before her tone flattened. "Quinn, I have other business, so I'll make it quick. I need you to check out a warehouse by the San Bernardino airport. I've already emailed the address. You'll get a bonus on top of your usual retainer if this can be done tonight. I hope you still have those cop uniforms I lent you." "Fresh from the dry cleaner," Quinn said. "What am I looking for?" "Michel de Gramont had the warehouse under surveillance before he died, and I want to know why." Cora's lip curled. "I'm still discovering the finer details of his betrayal." Red took a bite of chicken to avoid adding that they were still stamping out the last of his followers. The former public relations czar of the Supreme's empire, he'd had tentacles that spread over Los Angeles County and probably further. Cora continued. "The owners are listed as the Bethesda Group, while the cargo seems to come from two overseas firms, Helionym LLC and Uriel and Sons Corp. So, paper companies and subsidiaries. My researchers haven't found the source." Vic commented, "Unless that building is owned by a company in Maryland, those are pretty biblical names." Red raised her eyebrow, not understanding the references. They were roommates, but when he popped into church on Sundays, she slept in. "Bethesda is where Jesus healed a guy. It was like the first pool party. Total rager," Vic explained with a shrug. "Uriel is an angel's name." Cora Riley commented, "Somehow I don't think we're dealing with angels. Take pictures of the inside and send them back. The drive should take longer than the recon." "It will be done," Quinn said. Cora pressed her hands together. Namaste. Red waited until the video chat ended to say, Sounds pretty simple. Too simple, Vic said. Why isn't she having one of her minions do it? Quinn opened his email inbox, tapping on the latest message, then wrote the warehouse address down on a notepad along with some shorthand notes. An analog man through and through. Cora Moon trusts the universe. She doesn't trust her people. Red started rewrapping her kebab. I guess dinner is over. Finish your food, Quinn said. We'll need to wait 30 minutes, or it'll take an hour longer to get there. Vic wheeled himself over to the table with his takeout. Good old LA traffic, it's as predictable as the sunny weather. What? Dark storm clouds rolled in from the east as the Millennium Falcon took an off-ramp near the San Bernardino airport to check out the warehouse. Red figured the weatherman felt validated now, but she wouldn't believe it until she felt a drop. It had rained more in Arizona. Quinn drove the black van into a dark warehouse district. His vampiric gaze picked up the block numbers and building details better than she did. Nighttime in Los Angeles was diffused by the city lights reflecting on the smog, leaving an orange haze over the valley. The cast-off light helped Red's poor human vision. She rode in the front dressed in an LAPD uniform that matched Quinn's. In the back, Vic perched in his wheelchair, his glowing screen illuminating the interior. He was doing a hacker thing that she didn't quite understand, despite his metaphors about digging a tunnel. The warehouse was one of those unmanned smart buildings that might as well have been controlled by an app. He was picking up where Cora's people had left off to ensure that the door would be unlocked, and the security alarms were off on arrival. Quinn parked on the curb across the street. Two white boys in sagging pants and hoodies happily vandalized the small parking lot. The punks tossed rocks at a small awning light, breaking it with hoots and fist bumps. Darkness descended on them. They bolted when they noticed Red putting on a cop hat in the van. Shit, 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 Vic chanted as he typed and clicked on his laptop's touchpad. Oh, never mind, I'm brilliant. I just suppressed the alert to the security company. Red trusted his skills, even if he'd never finished the computer science program at UCLA, but she still waited for police sirens or guards. No one stirred in the beige building. The wide windows on the second floor stayed unlit, as did the opaque glass front door. They had been promised the place was empty. Her passenger side was closer to the building, but with a broken light, she could only make out that it was slick and modern. It was a fresh construction compared to the other dingy warehouses covered with graffiti. The email from Cora had said it was registered as a mixed-use building of offices and storage, but only cargo had been unloaded in it so far. Red hoped the intel was right and they wouldn't wander across a person working late. Quinn craned over the wooden hunter's kit between the front seats to point at the second level. Did you see that in the window? I think I saw a flashlight. Red hadn't, but she scanned the area. She sensed strong paranormal energies due to her mage blood. If there was something interesting in there, she'd have noticed before they parked. Did one of those kids get in? The Pacific winds picked up, breaking against the stout warehouses, blowing litter around. Nothing else moved on the block. It was nearly 9 at night on the day before New Year's Eve. The industrial area might as well be a ghost town. Hopefully, it wasn't ghosts. She had seen enough of those lately. A nearby trash bin toppled over, releasing a funky smell that somehow penetrated the closed van. What is that foulness? Red plugged her nose. Rotting eggs? Maybe some cat food? Quinn's mouth twisted. The front is unlocked. Vic drew out the syllables as he tapped dramatically on his keyboard. Now! The double-glass doors automatically separated. Vic, you're a gentleman and scholar, Red said as she reached for the door handle. Intuition, deep in her gut, told her to freeze. A security alarm wailed from the Bethesda Group building, echoing off the others, breaking the quiet. Heart leaping in her chest from shock, she glared at him. That wasn't me, I swear. Quinn shushed them, gaze locked on the front entrance. A cop bolted out of the building, taking a right and running around the back. Darkness hid their face. Quinn texted on his phone, annoyance breaking through his usual stoic expression. Cora said no cops. Probably sent another team to check on us, Vic guessed. Red kept her eyes on the property as the wind howled and the men debated. Sudden rain pelted the van like a meteorologist's revenge. The ambient lights of the city darkened in the downpour. She muttered, "We've got two now." A taller cop, different from the one before, appeared from a small alley on the left exterior side. He stared at the building, face hidden, walking slowly and without a care for the storm. Then the original officer reemerged from the right side, hat brim low against the rain. Probably female, but maybe a small man, the cop was in the same state of confusion, trotting to their partner with glances up at the second floor. There was something familiar about them even without seeing their faces. Red knew cops on Cora's take like Joe Chang and Aisha Calloway. She'd certainly been at enough crime scenes in LA to start recognizing the ones with the bad luck to be assigned to the spooky cases. Where did she know these specific cops from? The smaller officer darted to the small awning over the front entrance for shelter. She slipped on the slick step, stumbling against the other cop's broad shoulder. He helped her up. The two looked at each other and at the van, faces in rainy shadows, then darted across the small parking lot. "They're coming over," Red warned the guys, opening the passenger door without glancing at it. Bracing herself, she hoped Quinn would do the talking. At least the rain had stopped. The officers were gone when she looked back. Red stuck her head out of the van. Holy shit, where did they go? The block was empty. There wasn't a stray cat or another parked car in sight. Even the rain had stopped. The building was still closed and silent. Had the cops ducked into an alley or another warehouse? She asked, "You saw that, right?" Quinn nodded. "I looked away when Cora texted back, but I saw them running here." Vic complained from his wheelchair, "I can't see shit back here." "You're the techie," Red said, smoothing over his resentment. It wasn't for her, but for his condition after an active life on the demon hunting front lines. "We need the important computer stuff. Do you have access to their security cameras?" Weirdly enough, that's the only thing offline. Vic frowned, suspicion igniting in his gaze. "I'm not sure if they have any." "That's lucky," Red said. It wasn't exactly reassuring that the building's owners didn't want its inventory on camera. "Did Cora send cops then?" Quinn replied. She texted back, "No." "Maybe we have some phantom popo," Vic said. "I have my cross-o-matic packed around here somewhere for an exorcism." Despite his handicap, or maybe because of it, he relished going into the field. He would have been the best for an exorcism since spirits hated vampires, and Red wasn't much of a believer. She wasn't convinced he was right. Ghosts usually gave her a distinctly eerie feeling. Those cops had looked corporeal and were probably chasing after those teenagers. "We're just here to take pictures," Quinn said. "Do you see anything unusual? Or any sigils with your third eye, Red?" She wanted to say it was all unusual. Instead, she used her spirit gaze, her most useful witch trick. Protection sigils were written on the glass doors in spiky calligraphy like neon graffiti, invisible to regular humans. She recognized one that she had seen before on mystical safes, called prison boxes for magical objects. It was only used to contain energy. No wonder she hadn't sensed any mystical activity. "So, they're storing hot goods in there, but the building is cloaked. I can't feel anything from here." Red frowned. "Do you smell people in there, Quinn?" "No, only the trash in the street. I don't hear any heartbeats." Her boss squinted at the warehouse, his voice unusually hesitant. "We might as well go inside." "I have something for the sigils." Red patted the borrowed police utility belt on her waist. It wasn't her hunter's kit, but she had packed it with salt and powdered cold iron anyway. She stepped out of the van. The earlier wind had completely died, leaving the chilly air feeling heavy and still. She wanted to stay in the Millennium Falcon, but Quinn couldn't be trusted with a camera phone even if he was a talented sketch artist. The vampire was all thumbs. Not like Christoph Novak. Red had debated internally on texting him since the unsold vampire dealt heavily with real estate. Now she wished she had. Watch the security system. Call if we need to run, Quinn said to Vic in the back of the van before leaving to join her on the street. Red squared her shoulders and they walked to the entrance. She took care with the slippery front step to avoid the female cop's fate. Blowing powdered cold iron on the sigils scribbled in the ether, she felt them wane but not disappear. Hardy buggers. A tingle of energy seeped out from behind the door. It brushed over her like a texture she couldn't describe. It wasn't demonic, but still unnerving. No auras glowed inside the glass doors to indicate a human or soupy. Something is emitting serious vibes in there. It won't melt our faces off, but don't hold me to that. Quinn tried the door, but it had locked itself again. After a call to Vic, they were inside the narrow front room. Blank white walls stretched to an open stairwell in the rear. A small built-in reception area partially broke up the space. The thick presence of the strange force distracted her from wondering where the officers had gone. It made the nearly empty room feel full. Red inspected the dusty, curved front desk. There wasn't even a chair. A haze of ether and energy lingered like fog in the corners. She took a quick picture of the lobby. Quinn waved her over to the only interior door. He went inside first, shielding her smaller form in case of a surprise attack. The wind howled outside, but a hush lay over the dark, windowless space. I don't sense anyone else. Documenting their patrol, she used her phone's camera light as a lantern. Containment sigils on the walls and doors cast a strange glow to her third eye. She shivered. Was this a warehouse or a prison? Less than a third full, the large room had wide makeshift aisles. Cargo bins, boxes, and crates lined the walls and occupied the center. Some were open to reveal foreign handicrafts, woven baskets, and pottery. They weren't reproductions, but fragile and old, packed with plenty of cushioning. A stone Olmec head, face carved into the rock, stared out from a crate taller than her. The artifacts were spectacular even in the wan light of her phone. Were these high-value cultural items smuggled from their homelands? Red walked quickly to keep up with Quinn's long legs, recording a video as they looped around the storeroom. She told herself that video was better than still pictures, but she just wanted to get out of there quicker. She didn't know why. Usually she'd be curious about historical goodies. To a non-mage, nothing was out of the ordinary for what seemed to be a storehouse for upscale international imports. None of the sigils were malicious. All were prudent precautions for storing magical artifacts. It was simply the amount that unnerved her. Most warehouses would have a few, but this place was thoroughly scribbled with them. She agreed with that dead asshole, Michel de Gramont, that someone should monitor the place. The strange energy didn't grow as they explored. There were no temperature shifts like a spirit manifesting, and nothing had leaped out with claws. Yet. The two returned to the lobby after inspecting the empty loading bay. Starting up the stairwell to the second level, Quinn seemed slower than usual, his scrutinizing gaze lingering on every shadow. It wasn't the shadows Red worried about. Power radiated from a closed door at the top of the stairs. It was stronger with every step. Spectral flotsam passed her third eye, bobbing like driftwood on invisible currents that were as fluid as rain, persistent as a hurricane, and limitless as the ocean. She'd never felt anything like it. Paradoxically, it was familiar, as if she were experiencing this phenomenon in a different quantity than usual. The difference between having a smear of jam on your toast and being dumped into a vat of it. Quinn hovered by the doorknob as if he weren't sure if he should open it. An unnecessary breath moved his chest. It was never comforting when the dead were nervous. The top floor was empty. Outside, street lamps streamed in from the windows, breaking up the shadows between the support pillars. Sigils swathed the ceiling. Faded as distant constellations, they didn't glow like the ones downstairs, eroded by the force they imprisoned. Red's phone was good as a flashlight as she aimed the camera lens to show on the record that there wasn't a single cubicle in sight. Whatever the city thought, this wasn't an office. Her light drifted over a still white face. She nearly dropped her phone, assuming it was a vampire, until she realized it was stone, not flesh. The statue, a bearded man in a cloak and Grecian tunic, was slightly larger than life size. Its sculptor had given it an inquisitive yet solemn expression, like a philosopher from the school of hard knocks. The marble eyes peeked at Red from behind a pillar, only yards from the stairwell, as if the movers couldn't tolerate it any further. Energy pulsed from it. She gave the statue space as she circled to record it from different angles and zoomed in on the details. There weren't any curses carved into it or painted sigils. To all three eyes, it looked like any other Greek statue. How did it radiate a force that she couldn't see? The alarm blared suddenly again, jamming at her eardrums. Red twirled around and stopped on her video recording. "Downstairs," Quinn ordered, rushing into the stairwell. She followed, jamming her phone back into her utility belt. Every step felt oddly sluggish and inevitable. Her gut told her the lobby would be empty before it came into view. It was like a prophecy. The glass doors of the front were open again, but the sirens had shut off. Who was here? Had those cops or the teens come back? Hopefully it wasn't the Bethesda group. Somehow she doubted they'd found that statue lying around somewhere. "Meet me behind the loading bay," Quinn ordered, directing her outside. He rushed into the storeroom. What had he sensed? Lowering her hat brim, Red ran out the front, automatic doors closing behind her. There were no cars in the parking lot, only their black van across the street. She took a right and ran around the side of the building. Her ears were too muffled from the shrill alarms to fully hear the wailing wind whipping her cheeks. Once she reached the loading bay, the alarm stopped. Quinn exited a side door before shrugging in confusion. The back fence of the warehouse was flush against another building. There was no hopping over it unless you climbed over 3 stories. He sprinted to the left side of the building toward the front. She sighed. If he had seen something, it was faster than them. She was used to monsters outrunning her, but Quinn was another story. Rain soaked her suddenly, as if the clouds were wringing themselves out. Twice in one night, that had to be an LA record. The weatherman would crow about it tomorrow. Red jogged back to the front entrance, glancing up at the second floor, trying not to think too hard about what was up there. She had the unsettling sensation that it might think back at her. Meeting Quinn by the front door, she whispered from yards away. His supernatural hearing would pick it up as clearly as a yell. "Did you find someone?" "I heard a car park. Over the alarm, I couldn't tell if it was in front or back. There was only Vic out there, so I figured it must be in the loading bay." She gaped like an idiot at the top level, then shook herself. "Get a grip. It's raining." Running to the small awning for shelter, she slipped on the wet step and bumped into his big shoulder. "Shit." Quinn steadied her. "Damn, that's slippery," Red muttered. The real cop had fallen here. In the face of such contained power, she had almost forgotten about the officers. The hair stood up on the back of her neck. Where did they go? Quinn stared down at her. An unsettled realization skittered over his face. They gawked at the Millennium Falcon across the street. It wasn't the wet uniform that made Red shiver. Her own face stared back at them. An exact duplicate of Red and Quinn talked behind the windshield, illuminated by the dash lights and Vic's laptop. The van door opened. She raced to the vehicle. Suddenly their doubles were gone, leaving only the open door behind. Hauling ass at top vampire speed, Quinn reached the van first. "How'd the door open?" Vic asked, completely settled in his wheelchair with his computer, in the same position that they had left him in. "We're leaving," Quinn said, nearly pushing Red into the passenger seat. Leaping over the hood, he hustled to the driver's side door, almost too fast to see. The engine was on before she had fully closed the door. She grabbed a bundle of sage from the hunter's kit between the seats. Lighting it with trembling hands, she waved it around her and Quinn. The vampire leaned into the smoke, shaking his head like a wet dog as he broke the speed limit out of the warehouse district. "Hello." Vic grew louder with each word and peppered them with question. "What happened? Are you okay? Did you see something? Were the cops in there?" Red ignored him to climb into the back behind his chair. She stripped off the top of her wet uniform, down to her undershirt, and rummaged through her get-out bag. The statue's energy lingered on her like secondhand smoke. She pulled on a sweater and discreetly changed into jeans. Taking a blanket with her to the front seat, she wrapped herself in it, still shivering. Vic scowled. "You guys are weirding me out now." Red asked, "What was the statue, Quinn?" "This job is over." "For fuck's sake, we saw ourselves in the Millennium Falcon." "I slipped on the same spot. Then the rain. You can't tell me that doesn't just make you go, how unusual." "It was Kronos." His expression hadn't moved much, but he looked more freaked out than she had ever seen him. "The time god?" She glowered at the vampire when he didn't say more. Vic gasped, eyes lighting up. "I'm picking up what you're laying down, sister. A time anomaly. Those are rare. Were you guys caught in a loop? How many times did you Groundhog's Day?" "We're only discussing this once." "Don't interrupt," Quinn said, deathly serious as he called Cora. He explained how they'd arrived, how the cops had appeared and then disappeared. Distracted by Vic and the smell of rotting garbage, he hadn't gotten an ID on them. Red handed her phone to Vic to upload the video for the Supreme. They had enough data on the mobile hotspot to send it now. She wanted it off her device. The urge was strong and primal, like hunger after doing magic. She added to Quinn's story by describing the sigils and the force she could feel yet not see. Whatever that statue was, it was leaking power like a cracked nuclear reactor spewing toxic waste. Did the energy sink into the building, warping reality inside and around it? Or was it just a powerful confusion spell? "I don't know," Cora said. "What else did you see?" "Us." Red faltered. She'd had other encounters with strangers wearing her face, but this was the most peculiar. "I don't know how to explain it," Quinn began. Red hoped that, after all his years, he could. After studying for the Hunter's Challenge, she was fresh on the lore, but she was still an intern. The Fae were said to steal humans to their realm, then return them after a century had passed in the fairy realm, and a minute in the human world, or vice versa. Yet all the hunters swore that you'd know if you were kidnapped by Fae. It had to be more dramatic than a patrol through a warehouse. The human realm had enough possible suspects. There were warlocks, alchemists, necromancers, and empaths, among other mages. Some could induce hallucinations or skew your perception. Mind and matter were one thing, but true time manipulation was supposed to be beyond the reach of any mortal or demon. Some might have seen Red's job as dealing with paranormal mysteries, but they were always something she could explain with known supernaturals. It was rare that she found the truly unexplainable. Cora listened to their story, as subdued as Quinn. She promised to take care of it. After ending the call, silence reigned in the van as they fled west on the San Bernardino freeway. Sleep eluded Red. She gave up at dawn and trooped to the living room with a blanket and a book. By the time Vic woke up, she had moved on to attempting origami. Her clammy hands fumbled to create a crane as a TV morning show droned on in front of her. "You look like fried ass," he pronounced with a grunt, wheeling from his room toward the kitchen attached to the living room. "Didn't sleep?" Shrugging, she accepted the observation. She had already seen the dark circles under her green eyes when she brushed her teeth. Upon reaching the kitchen counter, he did a double take back at her. "You didn't make coffee. Now I'm concerned. How long have you been decaffeinated?" "I thought I'd fall asleep by now, but I gave up by the third hour of the Today Show. Maybe I could go bowling? I haven't been in a while." Vic puttered around to get the Java going. "I don't know if swinging a heavy ball is a good idea when you're sleep-deprived. It feels like a good day for hobbies until our shift starts. Maybe I'll learn to knit. I can pop into the craft store for some yarn." "I think your hobby is going to the craft store." He snorted, eyeballing the stack of origami paper. "Trying to distract yourself, huh?" "Yeah." Quinn called earlier, said that Cora went herself before dawn, but the warehouse was cleaned out. Either way, she already wired payment to the agency. That's a coinky dink, he said sardonically, and rolled over. I was doom scrolling in bed, and I saw this. He showed his phone with an article on the screen. Breaking news. The warehouse has been upgraded from empty to on fire. Good, huh? Red shrugged, resisting the urge to crush her half-made paper crane. Where did that statue go? I don't like the idea of anyone having it. Vic cringed and smoothed back his sleep-tousled mullet. I'll make sure to tell Fat Crispin in London. This is something the Brotherhood will want to track. The weatherman appeared on the TV screen. If you were in San Bernardino, you were lucky enough to get a few minutes of rain last night. It was a single downpour, but we certainly need it. Red was too confused to keep listening to the forecast. It rained twice last night. First when we got to the building and later when we ran out. Vic raised an eyebrow. I only remember it happening once. Do you think it's possible? She dropped her origami, chilled hands fumbling. To affect time, or was that just a spell to fuck with us? I've been working this job for a long time. He leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers on his belly like a philosopher. Every time I think something is impossible, the world proves me wrong. Chapter 1. July the 2nd sunset. Los Angeles, California. California Arms Apartments, 6 months later. Red closed the van door on the contents of her old life in Los Angeles. She climbed into the front seat next to Vic Constantine, ready for the long drive back to their new home in Oregon. Cardboard boxes obscured the rear window view of the pink apartment complex. Sorting and packing had made her relive everything from her brief flirtation with origami to the Brotherhood's rejection. It poked at old wounds as she knew it would. The public health travel advisories had been her go-to excuse to avoid the chore since moving to Charm, and even before that in Las Vegas. Then the landlord had given them an ultimatum: get their stuff, or it would be junked. A buyer had appeared for the unit in the competitive LA housing market. If she could go back in time to talk to her old self, she wouldn't know what to start with. The baddies, the global pandemic, or the heartbreak. What a difference half a year made. The Millennium Falcon turned onto a wide boulevard. She had once dreamed of a Los Angeles without traffic, but the quiet cityscape felt eerie. Millions lived in this sprawling metropolis. Yet their van was the only vehicle on the road. They had one last stop before hitting the highway. Quinn Investigations, the place she'd been happiest here. Vic smiled, tipping his trucker hat up to meet her eyes. The street lamps reflected off his black mullet and the buttons of his denim jacket. He was the one constant in her life. Miss the City of Angels now that we're leaving? Red wouldn't have gone that far about the city itself. She missed the times they had spent here more. Well, some of them. She didn't count fighting a warlock on the winter solstice or Lucas breaking up with her as high points. Her life here had been a mess in a lot of ways, but she'd been certain of her direction. The world was black and white then. Now she saw the gray. Her future felt more like a mystery once she knew her past. Well, some of it. That was her luck. She smoothed her dark shirt and blue jeans absently. Recognition sparked her. She'd gotten this pair in a nearby mall, the same boot cut as always to fit what she called her uniform, black top and jeans, before a not date with Lucas. For a second, she was right back there again, wondering where their relationship was going. The déjà vu made her pause. Hey, Vic said. You're looking really serious over there. I'm guessing the answer is no then. Red offered a wan smile in apology. Did I zone out? After a long day of cleaning to get their deposit back, she'd taken a nap. It had only left her more tired. The black hair dye didn't help, making her look as pale as a vampire. They were having dinner with Basil and Hannah once they arrived in Vegas for the night's stopover. She'd chug a coffee on the road to look alive for the health checkpoint at the state border. Every state had its own entry restrictions, but Nevada's only required a recent negative virus screening. It was easier than their drive into California on an old hunter's route to avoid a 2-week quarantine. After this stressful road trip, Red would be happy to chill at home. She tried to keep her tone light and failed. I was just thinking of how many good times we had at the agency. Feels bittersweet, at least on my end. Yeah, I got the chills looking at that old medical bed of mine. Vic's fingers tightened on the steering wheel. We're not the same hunters that we were when we walked in, but at least we're both walking out. Red changed the subject to a more cheerful topic. She had worried enough about the kind of hunters that LA had forced them to be by the end. You know what we should have done? Ordered from old Shanghai one last time as a goodbye to Bill the delivery guy. Let him know we'll be all right? Vic nodded gravely. Bill was both a top-notch hype man and noodle dealer. A real homie. Her heart panged as she thought of the ones they'd lost. Quinn Burns and Joe Chang. He fiddled through the radio stations, complaining that Green Day was now classic rock as he drove. They arrived at a squat strip mall where an Indian restaurant perfumed the air. He almost parked in his old handicap spot before choosing another. She had walked more than 100 times to the entrance that the agency shared with a massage therapist. Her steps felt oddly inevitable now. She plodded after Vic inside the hallway to the first interior door. Quinn Investigations kept late hours. The lights were on and ready for Angelinos, with problems the cops couldn't help with or explain. A large desk by the window was empty. She still expected to see Quinn there. Vic stared sadly at the blank space. Lucas Crawford stood next to a microwave on the coffee stand. In a leather jacket and motorcycle boots, he might have been plucked from any of Red's memories of last year. She could walk through that door a million more times, and the English vampire would stay forever the same, tousled black hair eternally flopping over his handsome face and intense gray eyes. Holding an uncooked popcorn bag, he grinned and popped it inside the machine. Peckish. Red smiled. Your signature dish. I'm starving, Vic said. Make it 2 bags. You owe us for bailing midway through drinks with old Chuck last night anyway. Lucas chuckled. I'll throw in a few water bottles to sweeten the deal, mate. Vic hugged him, patting his back. It was good seeing you, Greg. He smirked as the vampire snorted at the nickname. We're a few states away, but we can round up one hell of an apocalypse fighting crew if you need backup. Appreciate that. I'll get around to hiring employees soon enough. Lucas thrust his hands in his pockets, rocking on his heels, eyes darting between them. Many vampires his age prided themselves on being able to hold as still as marble. He was always fidgeting, so full of life it was hard to believe he was dead. Chatting with him last night had reminded Red of all the things she liked about him, and how much it hurt when he'd walked away. He started to say, if you... The stench of burning popcorn wafted from the microwave. Lucas pivoted to retrieve it. Avoiding a face full of steam as he opened the bag, he showed her the contents. It looks half good. Cool, thanks. Red peeked in. Maybe a third of the popcorn was okay. The rest was either burned or still kernels. They never quite saw a situation the same, did they? Vic took the paper bag, nibbling on the best inside, and backed away. The vampire shoved another packet into the machine, faster than humans could see. I'll listen harder this time. She raised an eyebrow at him. They would probably still be together if he had listened harder before. A small internal voice countered, maybe he would have if she'd said the right thing. It was easier to forget your mistakes, and others, when you never returned to where they happened. She was happy exploring her new relationship with Christoph Novak, but this whole trip had resurrected all her old questions of what if. The electricity cut out, leaving the streetlights from the window to cut the gloom. Lucas pursed his lips, gaze darting to an interior wall shared with the neighboring office. It's that damn infrared sauna that the masseur put in next door. Keeps tripping the fuses. I'll go to the box, Vic said, and jogged into a small room off the main office. Red tucked a loose lock of hair behind her ear, acutely aware of being alone with Lucas. This was where she'd fallen for him last year. He always looked good, but vampires looked their best in mood lighting. Fluorescence stole the night's mystery from them. He tilted his head, smiling softly at her as he used to do, like she was the only one in the city. Her stomach fluttered from muscle memory. He made her want to remind him that she had a boyfriend. She figured that Delilah Burns had already told him about Kristoff, so she'd left it out last night. It wasn't exactly a conversation that she wanted to have around Chuck the Hunter in her apartment courtyard. I'm sorry Cora pulled me away from drinks. It was good catching up with you. It felt like a lifetime since we talked, Lucas said. His smile was infectious. Red tried to stave off that old virus. I suppose you'd know. Speaking of lives, you have yours back. He stepped closer to her. His familiar sandalwood scent poked the old embers of remembrance, and past nights in his arms ignited in her mind. You found your past, but what about your future? The question threw Red out of her memories. He didn't always get it right, but sometimes it was like he read her mind, cutting to the quick of her fears. I try to live in the now. I thought we had that in common. I'm thinking farther ahead these days. You always have a place at the agency with me. I know you have a mission right now, but I have the time to wait. He cupped her cheek, pale fingers sparking electricity under her skin. His unexpected touch shorted her brain. She didn't know what to say. Lucas kissed her, his arms curling around her waist. His embrace was soft, but deep passion boiled under the surface. Heart pounding in her ears, Red jerked away from him. What are you doing? At least that's what she meant to say. Instead, she said, I need to check the tire pressure. She ran from the vampire and all the what-ifs he offered. Once outside, the fresh air didn't loosen the tightness in her chest. Did that just happen? She leaned her head back on the van door. Overstimulated and confused, her mind struggled to keep up. His kiss was better than a time capsule for reminding her exactly what it was like when Lucas had been her sort of something. That was the difference between him and Kristoff. Kristoff knew exactly what he wanted. His sire never did, at least not when it counted. Her lungs quivered as she breathed deep. Why did Lucas have to do that? She had been so ready to leave him in the rearview mirror with the rest of this city. Vic unlocked the van with the remote, awakening her from her thoughts, and hopped into the driver's seat. His silence hung awkwardly in the air until he started the engine and the speakers came to life. Obviously, he had caught some of the incident in the office. At the next red light, he made a big show of trying to avoid the commercials on the radio, his preferred method of delaying a hard conversation, or when deciding to have one. He tapped to the next station, and the bangles blared from the speakers. Drumming on the steering wheel, he sang to himself, It's a hazy shade of... After the chorus, he asked a little too casually, So, are we ready to leave LA now? Bring on Las Vegas. She pinched the bridge of her nose, anticipating a headache from overanalyzing every second of the night. It had felt like goodbye last winter when she'd walked out of Quinn Investigations, even though she'd promised to return. Now she knew it really was. It had to be. After midnight, the Strip dazzled in neon splendor to nearly empty streets. The Circe Casino, officially closed to humans, crawled with supernatural tourists who wore their scales or fur as proudly as their souvenir t-shirts. The cheeky, occult-themed decor of the casino hid the Alchemy Academy in plain sight. The other change, beyond a new headline singer to replace poor Diego Blanco, was the increased janitorial staff, dressed morbidly like plague doctors wiping down slot machines. Red dodged around a family of kitsunes in fanny packs, taking pictures with a Merlin look-alike. Even in a mask, she didn't want to be accidentally caught in a picture. She'd been declared dead, after all. Basil and Hannah found them in the controlled chaos. Welcoming them back with all the latest school gossip, the teen witch barely stopped for breath under her surgical mask as they walked into the elevator. It looks so weird without the normies around, huh? Hannah asked. Other casinos have opened up, but we're still waiting. Basil explained, Fremont Street's influence on the state governor. The vampires would be happy if the Circe was closed all summer. They know how to hit the academy where it hurts, in the revenue. The alchemist's loss is your gain. You're going to love this suite, Hannah said, brown braid bouncing on her shoulder from her peppy stride. She wore a cardigan over her pink sundress to beat back the Arctic air conditioning. I wish we could throw a party in there. Tired, Red was happy they couldn't. You'll enjoy it more when you're old enough to drink. I've got 2 years. Be prepared. Hannah laughed, but the promise in her eyes was serious. I'm already laying down the sandbags, Basil said in his faux British accent, the only clue to his Wisconsin roots in his pronunciation of bag. He had a healthy tan, but nervousness pinched his thin face. In a gray tweed jacket and tailored shorts, he was far outside his usual bright color palette. He looked like a schoolboy sent to the countryside to escape the London Blitz, weary but keeping a stiff upper lip. Was life as an academy lecturer that bad? Hannah and Basil steered them out of the elevator into an elegant hallway decorated in an upscale version of the witch kitsch theme below. It had a fabulous view of the Bellagio casino. Vic whistled as they entered a suite that had taken its interior design cues from Aladdin, creating a vibe of 1001 Nights of luxury. The giant floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the blazing orange grid of the desert city. Hannah piped up with a smirk. It's been empty for weeks. I laid it on thick that you're friends with Perinel Flamel and got freebies. Red said, You're the best. This isn't everything. Basil hustled them to a short table surrounded by floor pillows and laden with sealed ceramic dishes. Wash up and enjoy the feast I slaved over. Red obeyed and eagerly rejoined the table with Vic. They sat cross-legged on the pillows and clapped as Basil presented Moroccan dishes with a flourish. His inspiration had been taken from the suite's decor. Conversation bounced back and forth, yet the soulmancer grew more withdrawn as they emptied their plates. Basil, did you have Perinel check out your class when she was here? Red asked, to draw him into the conversation of the immortal alchemist's visit last month. Conflict between the Academy and the local vampires had brought Perinel in from Europe to advise the Synod. The rumors had even reached old Chuck in L.A. Red also simply wanted a topic shift. She'd thought enough about vampires tonight. She's too busy to bother with peasants like me, he said archly with a long look at her. Hannah chimed in. It's been pretty intense lately. Gary O'Sullivan has been crazier than usual on Fremont Street, earning his nickname. Her phone rang, and she excused herself from the table and went out to the balcony. Vic stood, venturing toward the kitchenette. More drinks, anyone? I'd fall asleep, Red said, waving him away. She smiled at Basil when they were alone. How are you, really? You've been quiet. Is the vamp situation freaking you out? So good of you to inquire, after the fact. She deserved that. Yeah, I've been in outer space lately with everything in charm. I simply need more attention or else I wilt. Basil sniffed, regal nose in the air. The occasional text won't do. I'm sorry, don't wilt. Red pouted dramatically to make him chuckle. He relaxed under the apology. I know it's been mad for you lately, what with looking for those Bard journals. I wish my powers extended to lost objects. I solved the mystery of who killed my mom, but those journals might have the backstory to fill in some of the gaps. Maybe it will help me figure out who we were before Charm. She tried to play off her disappointment with a laugh. So much has happened that my brain might explode if I actually found them. I can't even count it on my fingers. Meeting Stace and Zach, seeing where I come from, dating Kristoff. You're dating Novak? Basil fussed and took her hand, his soulmancy tapping at her like a doctor performing a reflex test to a knee. What was that? He scowled. I needed to make sure you weren't mesmerized. Annoyed, Red drew her hand away. Of course I'm not. What does that mean? Obviously the obvious, we've both met him. She didn't like hearing that. It was one thing when Stace and Zach didn't trust her boyfriend. They hadn't seen the good he had done in L.A. Basil had. Kristoff had healed him on Christmas. He's a perfect gentleman to me, she said, expecting a sassy response or snicker in return. Basil gulped, eyes widening. There are things, he gulped his mint tea. Forget it. Let's not ruin our tagine. Done talking relationships now? Vic asked, walking back to them with a beer bottle. Yes, Red said. For now, Basil warned, raising his glass, studying her over the rim. Vic flopped down. Good enough! Hannah ran in from the balcony, tears streaking down her face. She shoved her phone in her purse, missing the first time in her distress. Jeremy broke up with me. Vic drank his beer, gaze locked on the horizon in the window, a crestfallen realization on his face. He hadn't dodged relationship talk after all. A look of long-suffering tolerance came over him. Oh, honey. Red stood, wobbling for footing among the floor pillows. I'm so sorry. I need to go, Hannah said, sniffling on her way out. I'll handle her, Basil said. He left the table, gesturing for them to sit. You two are knackered. Finish up dinner, and we'll see you tomorrow in the pyramid. The soulmancer was out the door before Red could follow. Well, that isn't how I expected the night to go, she said, settling back on the floor pillows. What had he been trying to tell her before? She felt so out of touch with his life. Vic shrugged. At least we have the view. Should I go after Hannah? You heard Basil. He has it. He's more up to date on whatever her saga is than you are anyway. Red made a sulky face at her plate, guilt tugging at her. Yeah, you're right. We'll hear about it at breakfast anyway. If only Kristoff wasn't stuck in meetings in Portland, she could call and tell someone how uncomfortable her trek down memory lane had been. She stared out the window at the lights of Vegas. The casino had been her home last spring. Somehow the view had changed, even if everything looked the same on the surface. Next morning, Red gripped her golden poker chip and stepped through a janitor's closet in the casino. Atoms stretching and contracting in that peculiar portal way, she exited from an archway in a cascade of purple sparks. She followed her friends, surprised to find the wooden platform half empty. The transit station of the academy, the archways pumped in sanctioned guests to shop at its bazaar, and released residents on their business in the city. It was guarded by the wary agents of the gendarme in black jackets and bowler hats who checked each metallic key carefully, pulling some people aside to search their bags. Red offered documentation with Perinel Flamel's signature to bring her belted hunter's kit into Pyramid Hall. Security had tightened since she left. The giant banyan tree in the center garden still amazed with the same awe-inspiring canopy, hazy with mystical vapors. They navigated through kiosks of exotic herbs, mystical relics, and knockoff designer purses in the bazaar area of the gargantuan plaza to the buffet in the corner. Hungry adepts and alchemists waited in line. Chatter about the feud with the local vampires hung over every table. A dark-skinned alchemist in a head wrap gossiped over frittatas to her friend. Did you hear that the Mad Supreme... In another conversation, one man declared, I don't leave the school now. I'm catching up on my reading. At breakfast, Basil seemed distracted. So did Hannah. The heartbroken teen didn't fill in the lulls of conversation as usual. Surprisingly, she refused to talk about Jeremy. Vic pontificated on the latest television show that he wanted them to watch. He might have been happy to avoid young love woes, but Red wasn't. She had spent weeks sharing a dorm with Hannah, late nights spent gossiping and pigging out on ice cream. It felt weird not to hear the blow-by-blow of the breakup. Red, Constantine, Ian Kelly approached their table. A tall Hawaiian with a thrice broken nose, he smiled under his black bowler hat. He was flanked by another gendarme officer, a plump Hispanic woman with a no-nonsense expression. This is both hello and goodbye, I suppose. The portal is ready for you two. Thanks again, Red said. This shortcut is going to save us a lot of hassle. And FaceTime with randos on the road, Vic added. You're welcome. Basil, I need you to speak with my partner, Ortega. She has a question. Ian kept his smile, but the request was edged with authority. Red hugged Basil and Hannah, promising to call once they arrived in Charm. A school raven cawed overhead, as if declaring he had heard the vow. The hunters followed Ian to a platform on the far side of the pyramid. A sparse queue waited to go through portal archways into the casino half of the alchemist stronghold. After cutting the line, a perk of being with a magic cop, the trio exited out into a cavernous concrete room. No signs marked the closed garage doors lining the walls. A chill hung in the air, not from air conditioning, but from being underground, far from the penetrating rays of the Nevada sun. The Millennium Falcon waited in the center of the chamber. Red slung a jacket over her black tank top. How many subterranean floors did the Academy have? Ian fished a remote from his black jacket. The device had a selenite crystal embedded in a golden alloy casing. He pointed it at one of the garages on the right. The door opened to reveal a swirling purple nebula. Strange constellations and comets eddied in its depths. Drive straight in, think of Battleforge, and you'll be there. We sorted out the recent kinks with the portal. Vic asked sharply. What kinds of kinks? Ian grinned. Don't worry about it. And with that reassurance, off we go. Red saluted, walking backward toward the black van, then got into the passenger side. She tossed her overnight bag behind the wooden chest between the front seats. Vic climbed inside and patted the steering wheel. I'm sorry, Falcon. It's going to be a bumpy ride. I'll get you wax to make up for it. He turned on the engine and drove slowly toward the portal as if they were passing a busy playground of deaf and blind children. Give it some juice, Constantine. We don't want to get half stuck. Revving the motor and bracing himself, he hit the gas, and the Millennium Falcon launched through the garage door. The portal ruptured into brilliant sparkles and phosphorescent lightning at their passage. Forcing her eyes closed, Red held onto her seatbelt. Her cheeks rippled as silent screams erupted from her throat. The tires landed, shock absorbers creaking. Her head bounced against the headrest when he hit the brakes. They were back on Earth again. Sunshine beamed down. The ruins of an old mining town groaned in the high winds churned up by the portal as it closed behind them. Only an old tree by a chicken coop marked the spot where an invisible child of the Great Banyan grew. They were among the few who knew of its existence by the Oregon-Nevada border, and the Academy wanted to keep it that way. Alchemists and secrets went together like peanut butter and chocolate. He bolted out of the van to check the tires and scope out the damage. Last time you drove through a portal, you left the Falcon a mess. She rolled down the window and leaned out. Some of that was werewolves. Nothing looks ready to fall off. He shrugged and got back inside to drive onto the unpaved main street. We shaved a day's drive off the trip. Good job schmoozing with Perinel Flamel to get us a back door to Vegas. I could get used to this. Think of the weekend blackjack trip possibilities. Squinting at him, she put on sunglasses. You went downstairs to gamble after I went to bed, didn't you? I went downstairs to win, you mean? While I'm worth $138.56 dues? Thank you very much. Don't worry, I was the only human at the table. Vic switched from the static-filled radio to the CD player, turning up his classic rock playlist inside. Time in a Bottle by Jim Croce filtered out. A patch of goosebumps rose on her arm despite the bright sun. Rubbing the chill away, she said, Something peppier, I think. The high desert wilderness peeked at her through the road dust. The tightness in her chest eased as it always did when she was on the move. A glance in the side mirror showed Battleforge shrinking on the horizon. Red was ready to go home, but she couldn't stop looking back. Chapter 2. July 3rd, late afternoon. Charm, Oregon, en route to Vic's house. After 5, the Millennium Falcon climbed an old logging road into forested hills. Charm spread below, inching into view as the van rose higher. First the village itself, bisected by a narrow river draining into the Pacific Ocean. Then the expansive cemetery, tombs lined up like distant soldiers, and the country club on the seaside cliffs in the south. The road curved to a perfect vista point whittled out of the woods. It was a 180-degree view stretching to the small port in the natural harbor to the north. From this height, you couldn't see what really lurked below the picturesque site, a center of mystical confluences. Dimensions rubbed against each other here like tectonic plates. In the center of the forest clearing, a small brick house and a shed huddled together. Olivia Benston had given Vic a sweetheart deal for a rental on her family's land in exchange for being on call to run off any monsters at their nearby timber operation. He backed up to the front door. Olivia must have been around. The shed's open. Or a management company. I doubt the Benstons are hands-on landlords. Red popped out of the vehicle once he parked and trotted in place. Get the house open. I need to pee. After her long-delayed business inside, she found Vic examining the side yard by the shed. She called out, walking over, "What are we looking at?" I hoped it was simply tweakers looking for power tools to pawn. He pointed at a strange footprint on the ground. Bigger than a bear, it certainly wasn't a wolf print or from any other animal Red had seen before. It seemed vaguely humanoid, but too large to be anyone besides a basketball player. "Shifter, maybe," he said. "Lots in this town." They still could have been on meth. Soups are wacky like that. She hoped not. It jacked them up as much as humans. Charm itself already radiated enough energy that made demons feel juiced. It hovered over the town like a light fog to her third eye. He crouched down to inspect the print. Whatever was here, it didn't take anything. Might have just walked through. What? A dented SUV rumbled into the yard and parked by the van. Zach Sanchez popped out, clad in his habitual black, and waved. His shaggy dark hair curled over one ear while the other side had geometric lines cut into the fade. He looked ready to hunt, like always, but he'd taken a day off from running Lily's diner to help them move. She hoped they'd get done early so she could glam up before meeting Kristoff later. Vic beckoned Zach over. "Want to see something weird?" A third pair of eyes didn't clarify the species of the footprint, so they began unloading the van, first separating her few boxes from the rest. She was living with Stace and Zach for now, so she gave Vic the household goods for his new place. It wasn't like her inheritance couldn't get her new supplies when she finally decided where to put down roots in charm. Olivia had already forwarded listings of various homes that her family had for sale or rent. That was a question Red put off for another day. Living away from Vic already made her feel like an unsure kid moving from her parents' place to a college dorm. The sun waned over the distant Pacific as they unpacked and put things away in the sparsely furnished house. It had been used by foremen of the old Benston lumber camps and still had a Spartan air. She predicted that apart from a Tarantino movie poster, it would stay that way. Vic motioned them outside. "Break time. Whatever's still in a box, I'll get to later." Red whispered to Zach, "I predict that will be in 2 months. 3, and I'll put a 20 spot on it," the empath replied, shaking her hand. "I heard that," Vic grumbled. "We'll make a fire, and I'll cook us some camp pies." The sun set as they finished their dinner and chatted around the bonfire, admiring the village below. She sank into her folding chair, sluggish and content, in the warmth of the flames. She savored the idle chatter until Zach dropped a question that made her tense up. He asked, "Before you left, did you get a chance to check out those cars that Dale was trying to sell? They were parked behind his mechanic shop." "I didn't," she said, avoiding his eyes. "Not yet. I gave them a once-over. They're all solid and should sell fast." She forced her face into a smile. It was sweet of Zach. Logically, she should just get a car and stop using a bike or bumming rides from friends. It wasn't like she couldn't get one, decide she didn't like it, and then buy another. That was another decision, like where to live, that should have been easy to make. Why wasn't it? That was a question for her therapist. She made a promise that she wasn't sure she'd keep. "I'll put that on the list for tomorrow." Vic cut in. "Speaking of tomorrow, Josh is doing a virtual D&D session." Red rejoiced at the conversation shift. She let the boys talk about fake magic. She had the real thing. Drawing upon her mother's gold and sapphire ring, she focused on a citronella candle in a small bucket at her side. First, she ignited the well of energy within her, thinking as always of her triumph over the ghostly warlock, Maxwell Baldacci. It had been a power moment, as Trudy Fox called it, to steal her confidence. Trudy might have tried to kill her, but she had handed down a nifty trick. Elemental witchcraft required becoming one with the element, spreading her senses out into each molecule, bringing it to her will. Fire fought her more than air or water. Earth didn't even answer. Red focused on drawing the energy of the campfire to the candle. Mosquitoes nibbled at her concentration. She borrowed Vic's lighter in the end. How much would she have progressed in magic if she'd stayed at the Alchemist Academy? She had mastered the basics of meditation, sacred circles, and crystal grids. Honing her natural talent in elemental magic was another thing. Cutting off her negative train of thought, she checked her phone. A neglected text notification from Basil judged her for forgetting to check in with him. She groaned internally at the slip. Why was she like this? Always swept up in the moment or dwelling on the past, never at the right time. His message read, "Are you home yet? Inquiring minds want to know. I had a dreadful night. Thank God Hannah was there to save me. I'll let her tell you. I'm taking a Xanax and a vacation starting now." A waft of pungent organic funk hit her nose as Red was about to reply. She waved her free hand in front of her face. "Oh my God, who made that smell? Someone's ass just died tonight. When is the exorcism?" Vic replied sternly. "She who smelt it dealt it. So say the ancient laws." "I got it now." Zach wrinkled his nose. "It's in my mouth. Red, did you really live in a van with a guy capable of this raw stench?" Vic pulled his Led Zeppelin shirt over his nose. "If it were me, I'd already be bragging about it and referencing Blazing Saddles." A low, wordless cry came from the trees, pitched at a frequency that Red felt more than heard. She'd camped plenty of times and never heard an animal make a sound like that. Stiffening, she switched on her spirit gaze. "Listen." The men stilled, instantly alert. A brown and green aura glimmered between two firs. The tall figure was in the shadows, yet she could have sworn it scrutinized them. A feeling came over her like it sensed her attention. "Don't take a picture." The foreign thought came to her like an outside order, raising the hair on her neck. Obeying, she put her phone in her pocket. It wasn't mind control, merely a request. She tapped into her magic, visualizing curling the energy like yarn around the golden ring on her finger. Thinking of her mother, Brooke, she ignited it and readied herself. "I'll handle this. My bow is in the car." Zach stood, his heart chakra glowing green from his empath powers. Turning to face the figure, his tough expression dissolved. "It's hurt." He stepped toward it slowly, palms open. "Hey, buddy, what's up? Are you okay? We can help you, little fella." The creature shuffled forward. Nearly 7 feet tall, it was not a little fella. It was definitely a male, however. Cinnamon-colored fur, flat like a spaniel, covered him from head to toe. Thankfully, enough covered his bits to keep Red from blushing. The campfire illuminated his ledge-like brow, wide nose, and thin lips. Round black eyes inspected them. Intelligent and sensitive as a gorilla, sentient but possessing a different wisdom than their own. He radiated a soft green glow that tickled her witch senses like spring lavender. His physical presence wasn't as fresh. A strong odor, like BO mixed with a compost pile, intensified. Long arms swinging, he hobbled to their fire, favoring his right leg. Fresh blood on his thick left ankle reflected the light. Red asked Vic, "A Sasquatch, right? It's a Bigfoot. You were serious all those times? They exist." He took a long gulp of his beer. "I was half fucking with you, actually." Zach looked back at them, childlike wonder in his eyes. "This is amazing, guys. He trusts us." "Do we take him to a veterinarian now?" Red asked nasally, pinching her nose. She released her hold on her magic, satisfied that the empath had communed enough with the big beast to lull it into docility. "Have you seen one of him before?" "No," Zach said, obviously delighted by the novelty. "I've heard the stories, but wow. This is so cool." Vic slowly stood as one would around a spooked horse. "I've got a first aid kit. We can spray some antiseptic on its injury." Obviously, neither man had gotten a telepathic message like Red. They were acting like a golden retriever wandered into the yard. The Bigfoot paused, making a cautious low chirp to the empath. Zack replied, "We're going to help you, little guy, I swear. Go get the kit, Vic." "Don't scare him off before I come back." Vic disappeared into the brick house. "Are you reading his emotions right now?" Red crept behind Zack, careful not to make any sudden movements. He might see the Sasquatch as a big puppy, but she'd felt the creature's will before, the silent order. "Is he communicating with you telepathically?" "No, I wish. He's a sweetheart, I can tell. Young, too, like a teenager. He's scared and hurt. Look at that leg wound. Did he step into a bear trap? You can tell he tried to clean it in a stream." He smiled, bobbing his head in approval. "He's smart and strong to step out again." "Thank God." Zack pulled out a chair and set it halfway between the Bigfoot and the fire before backing away again. He gestured to the beast again. "Sit. Your leg hurts. What are we going to call you?" "Maybe Antonio." He looked to Red. "What do you think? Does he look like an Antonio?" "Sure," she said slowly. "Sweetheart he might be, but the Bigfoot looked like an old shag carpet to her. You know his home is out in the forest, right?" Zack ignored her to go to Vic as he emerged from the house and took a spray can from the offered first aid kit. "Antonio, this might sting, but it will help. We don't want you to get an infection." Light beamed on the Sasquatch as a motor roared over the crackling fire. A four-wheeler burst from the trees. Earth churned under its big tires. Antonio fled in the opposite direction. Zack ran to block the ATV, waving his arms. "What the hell?" The driver, a stout, middle-aged white man in camouflage, hit the brakes. He wore a black helmet with a pointed tip like a Kaiser, and his fleshy lips curled into a snarl. "Out of my way, boy." Zack didn't blink. "Are you hunting Antonio?" Red stood behind him. "This is private property." She didn't mention that it was neither of theirs. If this was a hunter, he needed to find a new gig. "I don't care if you're on a bounty. Who are you anyway?" "Shackelford, first name redacted. I'm a citizen scientist. Now move." He patted the holstered handgun belted to his waist. Vic stepped out of the house, revolver at his side. "You're going to leave that gentle Sasquatch alone, pal." "So, you know what it is? What it means to science?" Shackelford demanded, spittle flying from his mouth. "Then move. I have history to make." Vic and Red exchanged a glance. Science? History? Hunters only announced themselves once they realized they weren't dealing with civilians. This was some yahoo looking to sell snapshots to a tabloid. "No, you don't." Zack dismissed the intruder with a short wave. "You're going to get on that road now before we call the sheriff, our friend, and tell her you're setting illegal traps in these woods." She added, "Kids hike around here, you know." "Not if they have decent parents. I've analyzed the missing person stats around here." Shackelford pulled out night vision binoculars and scanned the tree line. "Damn, it's gone." Vic ordered, "Never come on this property again. You'll see the Benston family's lawyers in court if you do." "I've measured the quantum energy in this village, son." Shackelford jabbed a stiff finger toward the distant settlement, helmet slipping into his eyes. He jerked it up, glaring at them. "It's off the charts by the sea caves. These Sasquatches are the canary in the coal mine. I can't tell if they're coming here or running away. It's a migration for sure. Let me do my job and I can find out." "I'd rather call the sheriff," Vic said. The man frowned, muttering to himself, and drove at top speed out of the yard and onto the road down the hill. Zack walked towards the trees. "We gotta go after Antonio." "Maybe our new Bigfoot friend has had enough humans tonight," Red suggested as she flopped down by the fire, making her metal lawn chair creak. "Can't blame him." Vic joined her, resting casually enough, yet he left the revolver on the ground at his side. "I know the guy after him. Not him personally, but the type. He's a cryptozoologist. One of those people who get so much right and so much wrong. For whatever reason, no hunter ever told him what was what. In my experience, whoever it was made the right call. This will be the find of his life, I bet, she asked. What about the black veil? Vic retrieved his beer can from under his chair. They let some of the wilder Bigfoot and Area 51 stuff circulate. The real Area 51 is in... Zach interrupted glumly as he sat beside her. I hope Antonio finds a nice cave or something. He's a Sasquatch. They take care of themselves, like cats. She patted him on the hand, happy to let the creature have its privacy. Her mind was already turning to what was in her closet that was suitable for her casual date tonight. He'll come back if he wants. The fire burned down as they waited to see if Antonio returned. Finally, she convinced Zach to head off, driving her and her boxes with him. Having grown tired at Vic's new place, she caught a second wind as the forest gave way to town. Their sleepy street between sports fields and the cemetery had the appearance of a country lane down to the Queen Anne-style farmhouse where they lived. Cocoa Puff. The hamster squeaked a welcome from his big cage in the living room. Red was home, finally. She left the boxes unpacked in her room for the long-awaited relief of a shower. It bugged her inner neat freak to leave them that way, but she didn't want to smell like a Bigfoot when she saw her boyfriend. A cool breeze off the cemetery chased away the mosquitoes as she crossed the backyard of her house. She was meeting a far more enticing bloodsucker tonight. In a white sundress and matching Chuck Taylors, she had taken care with her hair, loosely curling the dyed black locks. Times like this, she missed her natural red color. The hair dye was the easiest part about pretending to be dead and staying under the radar of the mysterious Mr. Gabriel and his threat of more assassins. It was harder not to talk to her hunter contacts. In the Brotherhood, only Fat Jacob Crispin knew she was still alive. Still, her vanity missed her red hair. Even when she'd ignored her growing attraction to Kristoff, she'd always been flattered by the way his gaze would zero in on it, making his blue eyes glitter. She grinned to herself. All her friends and enemies were either out of town or occupied. She might actually have a night in with Kristoff and had delicious ideas of how to spend the time. Dealing with his work schedule and hers had left them stealing weekends and nights together when they could. Yet they were still stalled on third base, or what she thought of as third base. A conversation with Hannah made it sound like her generation was more sexually advanced. Maybe Red and Kristoff were near the short stop instead. It wasn't as if they didn't want to. Every demon attack in the last 2 months had seemed like a conspiracy against her love life, coincidentally timed when they were on a date and getting to the good parts. Imagining the night ahead, an abrupt vision of Lucas kissing her popped into her thoughts. Red shook herself to shoo it away. She wasn't impressed with how she'd fled like a dork. Even if she hadn't kissed him back, that wasn't the conversation she wanted for tonight. She yearned to close the door on all the demons except for one. Kristoff Novak leaned on the back gate of the farmhouse, gaze devouring her as she approached. Tall and broad-shouldered, she could climb him. His dark blonde hair lay parted to the side, golden threads caught in the house lights. He usually looked immaculate in a suit, but they had both skipped their typical uniforms tonight. There was something about him looking more casual in black jeans and a matching tank top that was hard to resist. Black and red line tattoos circled his biceps. She could just bite him, and before the night was over, he might let her. "Is it laundry day?" she asked, caressing his muscled arms, needing to touch him. Brow furrowing, Kristoff looked self-conscious before his usual cool, cocky reserve dropped like a mask. He had built an empire, yet there were times when Red saw the poor boy that he had once been, surviving in the Prague slums. The suits were less of a fashion statement than Red had once thought. Netta had once told her to be gentle with Kristoff, and as they grew closer, she understood the not-so-friendly advice more and more. "Aren't I lucky?" She kissed him quickly, smiling against his lips, running her fingers through his soft hair. The kiss warmed her down to her toes. His scent, charcoal soap and some enigmatic fragrance like a winter forest, awoke her body. Her muscles forgot the efforts of the day as she sank against him. I like seeing these tattoos. Christoph grinned, deepening the dimple in his chin and revealing one in his left cheek. And this dimple, Red said, stroking his cheek. You have to smile just right for it. I forget it's there. He held her hand against his face, thumb rubbing a circle on her knuckles. No mirrors, after all. I don't. You should take my picture again. Try to capture that smile. I'd like to see it. There it is again. She entwined their fingers and led him to their favorite path in the cemetery. Crickets chirped underfoot, while brilliant stars twinkled above. A tang of clean sea air mingled with the scent of a nearby juniper tree. Beautiful, yet it was another symbol of the past life she had left in Los Angeles. How was Portland? She asked. It was a part of his world that she hadn't seen. She imagined a lot of tense boardrooms and skyscrapers and knocking minions in line. You told me you'd be busy. I might as well have slept at my desk. This time it's not because the hospitality and entertainment divisions of my company are hemorrhaging funds during the shutdowns. He glowered at a bouquet on an unassuming tombstone. It's an audit on the tithe collection for the prince. Enough said. I know an accountant if you need one. Just give LaShawn the full moon off. Her joking smile faded. Is it really bad over there? I have my brother on it. Truly, I'd rather leave it all in the office. She let him evade her question. It was fair. They both had things they wanted to leave at the village limits. Week after week, he returned to the undead rat race, balancing his businesses and duties to the Portland Supreme. She knew some of the players like Netta, the DVA director of the Pacific Northwest, his friend Donnell, and their liege lord, Prince Merrick. Christoph would hand over his calendar if she asked for an accounting of his time, but there was an unspoken boundary over that side of his life. Christoph always dodged her suggestions that she make the drive to see him. He seemed to want her tucked away in charm. Maybe from his enemies, or maybe just to have a peaceful oasis. She could understand it. He was hers. He draped an arm over her shoulders. How was your trip? Give me something more interesting than spreadsheets to think about. It was weird, to be honest, Red said. If he wanted to relax tonight, she'd have to edit the tale. She didn't like lying to him. They had a mutual agreement about that. It didn't feel right to say nothing about Lucas, but the drama between the three of them was another LA leftover to toss aside. I remember almost 2 years of my life, and for more than half of it, I never really looked back. Vic and I would save the day, or try to salvage it, then ride off into the sunset. You weren't tempted to stay? He avoided her gaze, studying the McGregor mausoleum on a distant hill. She knew what he was thinking. Even all the way in California, his sire's shadow stretched between them. It was a relief when I popped out of the portal toward home. She stalled to say it right. Vic and I had drinks with Lucas and Chuck at my apartment complex. I told you about that. Then we stopped to see the office before we left town. Christoph stiffened and nodded. How is he? He wasn't talking about the old hunter cowboy. Offered me my old job back. I ran out saying something about tire pressure, Red said, skirting around the full truth, trying to obey the letter of their honesty policy, if not the spirit. He might not fly down to curb stomp his sire, but it would be more fuel on a century-old rivalry. Did it matter when she'd already made her decision and it wasn't Lucas? She turned in Christoph's arms to face him, wrapping her arms around his waist. I hope it's not awkward for you to hear. I don't want you to be jealous or anything. I was jealous of Blue Blood Lucas Crawford before you. He said it as a joke, but his eyes were sad. It was good to close that chapter. She smiled ruefully. And get all my stuff. I'm trying not to think of all the rent money I wasted while that place was empty. I really should have a financial agent, or listen to the one I have at Smith and Reaper. You were putting that inheritance into circulation. It's good for the economy. Christoph chuckled. How was Vegas? I haven't been as good a friend to Basil as I should. Poor guy needs more attention. Red shot Kristoff a mischievous look. I could go for a certain kind of attention, too. Stace is with Jackson and LaShawn in Nevada. The guys are doing their thing. No big baddie hanging over our heads. You and I might just have the night to ourselves. Don't you want to get started before something happens like usual? Lifting her in his arms, he raced at vampire warp speed toward his cottage, the mile done in a minute as she giggled and held on. Setting her down on her feet, he fumbled with his house keys as she kissed his neck. The door opened, already unlocked. Arno Novak paced in the living room, tie askew. His hair was darker than his older brother's, and he lacked the dimples. But the resemblance was clear down to the designer suit and cleft chin. He narrowed his brown eyes in annoyance at her. She slumped her shoulders, walking inside. If only she had knocked on wood when she'd announced they had the night to themselves. She waved awkwardly, adjusting her white dress. Hey, are you okay? Kristoff asked his brother, lust falling away to concern. Your phone is off, Arno complained, frustration clipping his words. I've been calling, for 2 hours. The helicopter is parked in a nearby soccer field. We must go. It's important we're both seen in Portland now. She knew it couldn't be good. What's happening? I don't have time to explain, even if it were your concern, Arno snarked, holding up a palm to her. Donald is being a serious prick, Kristoff. I don't know why he's reaming me over every tithe we've collected west of Beaverton, so bat your eyelashes at him. He's not as charmed by me. She asked, Do you need a witch? Arno snapped, This is family business. Now she really wanted to know. Donald and Kristoff were buddies the last she knew. The hard look on Arno's face kept her quiet. She was the girlfriend, but he was the brother. I'll drive back before dawn, Kristoff said. Don't expect miracles from my charming allure. If I could pimp you out in time, I would. Donald is calling a meeting with all the city masters in 90 minutes. Arno checked his watch. Correction, 80 minutes now. I have a suit waiting. Fucker, he knows I'm out of town. That's the point, I believe, Arno said dryly. Red strained to recollect what she knew about Portland's supernatural politics. All Kristoff would say was that Merrick was a stronger supreme than Cora, with a more orderly reign over his subjects. How far out of order would it get tonight? Let's go. Arno gestured to the door. People are already talking about you spending all your time here. She asked, About us? Arno shot her a withering glance. We have lives outside of you, Duchess. She lifted her hands and backed up. Okay, then. If you need any help. He sneered. We don't. Kristoff moved between her and his brother. Take it down a notch. I'm saying goodbye, and then we can see what Donald is up to. Arno muttered in check, turning away from them to text on his phone. Kristoff replied in kind, curt and irritated, then took Red's hand, guiding her outside. I apologize for him. I might have jinxed us before. I missed you, but you can come down another night when you don't have to look all sexy in a conference room. Try to make Donald happy. She patted his cheek. Not too happy, though. Arno brushed past his brother, rolling his eyes. Don't worry. You're looking at the straightest vampire in the books. Even a little bi-curiosity could help us now. She snorted. I hope your night improves. Shaking his head, Arno stomped away into the trees, grumbling about responsibility. Kristoff watched him go. He's still sulking that I skipped the last trip to New York and the headaches with our Manhattan Club. It's going to be a fun helicopter ride. I bet. She wiggled her eyebrows at him. The soccer fields are on the way to my place. Can you carry me, run, and make out at the same time? If her night was ending early, she'd make the most of it. It turned out Kristoff could, but only for a bit before cracking his shin on a tombstone. She giggled as he righted himself and sped to her house, leaving her breathless with another kiss. Red leaned against the back gate, almost wishing he'd taken her with him. She walked into the dark house. humming. She made chamomile tea in the kitchen, mentally marking the day off on her calendar and planning her exercise outfit for the day. Her phone vibrated in her purse. She pulled it out to see a text message from Lucas. I kept writing this and deleting it, but I had to tell you how I feel, kitten. I'm sorry for startling you yesterday. It continued for many more exhaustive paragraphs. The words I need to see you jumped out as she skimmed. She sighed, her thumbs itching to text back. That was a reply better written in the harsh light of day. Nothing good ever happened from texting an ex-boyfriend after dark. All she wanted was a quiet night with Christoph. At least she could get some sleep and have a lazy morning. She was wrong on the last part. Chapter 3. July 4th, morning. Charm, Oregon, the farmhouse. Why did it smell like a music festival at her house? Bouncing down the stairs in exercise pants and a tank top, Red wrinkled her nose. The stench derailed her train of thought about biking to the beach. She followed it to the living room. Everything was normal except for the Bigfoot watching cartoons. Vic, Zach, and Antonio lounged on the couch. Guffaws broke out as Homer Simpson tasted a hot chili pepper on screen and shrieked. Drapes flapped in the open windows as sticks of patchouli incense battled the forest ape funk. A small suitcase, cherry blossom pattern on its hard body, leaned by the front door. It was Stace's, but there was no sign of her. The paper boy, late on his route, threw a newspaper into the front yard. Pinching her nose, Red smiled and walked to the guys. Hey, you found him! It wasn't safe for Antonio at Vic's place, Zach said in black pajamas, sitting next to the Bigfoot. We got in late, so we didn't wake you. He slept in the gazebo. Fully dressed in last night's clothes, Vic slurped milk from a cereal bowl. I think you have a new roommate. Red laughed to keep from scolding them. I need coffee. It was too early for this. She had seen Zach take out rampaging vampires with his bow, but now she knew the empath's secret. Put an animal in front of him, and he melted. This was like bringing a bear home. As she walked into the kitchen, she called over her shoulder, What does Stace think about this? Zach dipped his head. She's at the diner, cooling off. Cringe giggling to herself, she poured coffee into a Amsterdam cafe mug and imagined Stace returning this morning to find Antonio. The half-fae had gone with Jackson Gonzalez and LaShawn Constantine to some werewolf gathering, coming home before the full moon. Charm was a strange town, but a Sasquatch on a sofa raised eyebrows. Red rejoined the guys, inspecting the creature from a recliner. Do you think he understands us? I told you what he brain beamed to me. Can he talk? Zach considered the question solemnly. Much like Hello Kitty, he speaks from the heart. Antonio nodded to him, matching the serious expression. Vic snickered, grabbing his own mug from the coffee table. He makes some impressive Chewbacca sounds. We could take him to Comic-Con, and he would come in at least fourth in a costume contest. She asked, What about the smell? Vic flapped his hand. He'd fit right in. She interrogated the guys about their night. It had taken them a while to coax Antonio into the van to go see a shifter veterinarian, but finally they'd gotten the ankle wound wrapped. They had promised to take him to the forest far outside town today. I think you boys have this situation in hand, she said, finishing her coffee. She didn't add that their other roommate would ensure the creature returned to its rightful home. I'm going to check on Stace. Isn't her meeting about the community meal program today with Olivia and Calloway? Oh shit, I forgot about that. It's at the diner. That explains her vibes, Zach said, stroking his chin before defending himself at their stares. I'm an empath, not a mind reader, she said. Keep Antonio from eating Cocoa Puffs and I think she'll get over it. The Bigfoot made a low sound of objection, pointing at the sleeping hamster in a large cage along the wall. Exactly, Zach affirmed his furry friend. He loves hamsters. Fine, fine. Have fun living out your Harry and the Hendersons' dreams. She grabbed her small backpack hanging by the front door. Last night she had readied it with everything a girl needed for a morning bike ride. Water bottle, keys, and a can of weremace. She trotted onto the porch, taking her bike to the sidewalk, relishing the warm summer sunshine. Vic still laughed at the idea of a millionaire living with roommates and riding around on a used mountain bicycle. She liked the old thing. Besides, she'd had enough new bikes stolen in LA. Her wheels didn't need to be locked down here. In the daytime, the village looked like a picture of safety. Until the sun went down, it was, for the most part. She waved to Nana Sanchez on her porch and biked past the rest of the widely spaced houses on the street. The soccer fields to her right were empty. Only a broken patch of sod hinted at the helicopter that had landed in the night. Taking a shortcut through the cemetery, she reached Lily's diner, sweaty and hungry. At a crossroads, the diner was nestled into the trees near the graveyard. A few vehicles were parked in the gravel lot. Lily's was officially closed for inside dining to humans, allowing only takeout and counter service. There were a lot of reasons why Zach and Stace wanted Red for a roommate, sentiment at the top of the list, but the rent money certainly helped. She kept telling herself that she'd figure out a permanent place, but she hadn't decided if she wanted to find her own rental or not. Just another one of those future things on her to-do list. After long stretches camped out in the van with Vic, the expansive farmhouse was like a palace. She had enough privacy and company, but getting a place seemed vaguely like the thing to do. Wasn't that what people with real lives did? She put on her medical mask and found that Lily's was surprisingly popping. The crimson vinyl booths along the windows were half full. Even if they were impervious to human viruses, supernaturals tried to blend in with the times. More or less. Herman the possum shifter had a mask dangling from his ear as he read the day's paper at the long counter. Everyone looked human now, but she had been in charm long enough to notice who didn't come around during the full moon or whose aura shone a little too brightly. The curvy brunette waitress, Maudette, chirped a friendly hello. She asked casually, twirling her hair, "Vic around too?" "He's busy, but he'll have a story for your next date, trust me." Red ordered a muffin to go without the usual small talk for the sake of the woman behind her in line. Waiting for her order at the counter, she checked out the out-of-towner. The other woman was heavy-set in a bodybuilder way and wore a dark gray jogging suit. Her ash-brown hair was bobbed. Plain-faced, her heavily lashed eyes were her best feature. She had a way of checking out the entire diner even as she scrolled through her phone. The day rush was usually locals. After dark, sometimes they'd get a hunter passing through. Maybe this one had decided to stick around for breakfast after checking out at the motel down the street. When her order was up, Red put the bagged muffin in her backpack. "Thank you. Now, where are my gal pals?" "You'll find them in the back room." Maudette winced. "Have fun, honey." "That's a good sign." Red waved to the waitress and made a detour to the ladies' bathroom. A few minutes later, while washing her hands, she stepped aside for a young, unmasked woman to use the sink. "Oh no, I don't need to use the facilities. I wanted to speak with you," the woman said, fidgeting in her curiously unseasonal, bulky cream sweater and white slacks. Thick black bangs covered her forehead. The rest of her lustrous hair was pulled back in an elaborate braid that reached her waist. Round silver glasses made her sea-blue eyes seem large and dreamy. Something about her poreless skin was like the immortal alchemist's complexion. "You're a witch, correct?" Scanning the female's bright, shimmering yellow aura, Red figured she was some kind of benign supernatural. She dried her hands with a paper towel. "Yeah." "Splendid. I seek a lost object. You can be my local guide. I must hire a witch." Her accent was hard to pinpoint, each syllable precise and measured as if rehearsed. "I have gold." "Hey, thanks. I bet you're looking for a treasured heirloom or something, and I hope you find it." "I don't know what you've heard, but I'm not taking on any jobs right now. Ask Wendy at the magic shop. She can refer you to someone way better." Red opened the bathroom door. "I promise." The other woman's hands fluttered about as if she didn't know what to do with them after reaching the end of her script. Okay. Red wanted to help, even if the woman talked like a non-playable character in a video game, but the Bigfoot in her living room was the real business of the morning, or rather, seeing how Stace was and how they were going to break it to Zach that he couldn't adopt Antonio. She went to the back room of the diner, where her friends were planning a charity initiative to make and distribute meal and grocery boxes at the diner for the unemployed. Maybe it was because of the nightly threat of demons, but people took care of each other around here. She'd volunteered to help with the grunt work, but wasn't sure if she was local enough for the committee. It wasn't as if she remembered living here the first time. A more critical voice asked if she was too shy to join the committee. She ignored it. Stace Bonner, Aisha Calloway, and Olivia Benston hunched over a table in the break area. A lull hung over the room like the pause of a gun between reloads. Red almost wanted to back out. "Why don't we move on, or take a break?" Stace asked the other women before turning to Red with wide, exasperated eyes. She had perfect skin from her Fey heritage, dark and even, with the petite build to match. Even holding her katana sword, she still fit in most overhead airplane compartments. Temples adorned with thick barrettes, she looked adorable in a puffy sleeved yellow crop top and checkered pair of culottes. And tired. "Hi," Olivia said quickly to Red before facing Calloway. Her straight blonde hair spilled over her beige shift dress and matching blazer as she leaned over a binder on the table. "I don't want to leave this point without feeling like I fought for it. These meals need to be nutritious. More veggies. Where are the bok choy, Brussels sprouts, seasonal anything? And then the pantry boxes themselves." She flipped through laminated pages. "I've already dickered with my mother on how generous the Benston Foundation grant will be. We don't need to be cheap." Calloway sighed, crossing her arms over her sheriff's uniform. The black woman hid behind a mask emblazoned with the Charm Police Department logo, but her brown eyes revealed her straining patience. "I agree, but boxed milk and canned goods with pop-tops will go farther. We must consider shelf life and what people know how to cook. Not everyone has the same pizza oven as Gwyneth Paltrow." Olivia shifted in her seat. "I realize my privilege." Stace stood. "I'm going to take a beat on that note." She scampered away from the table to the doorway. Red whispered to her, "How's it going?" Stace shook her dark curls. "Let me count the ways that my morning has sucked. It began with me returning from an intense trip meeting my boyfriend's family and wondering why the hell my house stinks. And now I have to play mediator." "Have you told them that today isn't the day for squabbling? They might take it down a notch." Stace squirmed, looking back. "I don't know. Not really one for putting my heart on my sleeve." Red smirked. "Is that what you think?" "I know," Stace chuckled. "I try to put on a solid front here as the local hero, especially in front of them." Nodding, Red didn't know what to say. She didn't have the same history with the Charm Police Department or Olivia in high school as Stace did. Fresh starts were a benefit to her amnesia as much as the memory loss was a burden. At the table, Olivia raised her voice. "Don't act like you aren't doing this for the good PR, Sheriff." Calloway retorted. "Says the socialite." Shoulders slumping, Stace gestured to the women behind her. She said to Red, "This will be super fun. I can't believe you didn't want to join in. Do you need backup?" "I'll save the support for back at the house. I've brought home wounded animals before, but a Bigfoot is different from a Chihuahua. It's not an easy breed to rehome." Red would have been fine with everything about Antonio but the smell. "I'll take your lead. Whatever you decide, you'll have my vote." Stace giggled. "If only everyone was like you." "I know." Red grinned and waved to the room. "I'm off to the sea caves then." "I hope you find something. I want good news today." She sat back down at the table. The other women were too deep in their debate to notice. "Me too," Red whispered to herself, exiting into the dining area. The woman from the bathroom tapped her shoulder and skittered a step back, as if the act had taken all her courage. "Pardon, I am still looking for a witch. I have gold." Red kept up a cheerful smile even as paranoia gripped her suddenly. She had a reputation for being buds with the local white hats, but had never set out her shingle as a hired witch in this town. Did the woman sense her magic, or had she been told? And by who? "Hey, I gotta be honest, I'm not that good at scrying. Try the magic shop. There are plenty of witches in town. I'll be back here tomorrow if you can't find one. The black-haired supernatural froze, uncertainty making her voice trail off. Well, I suppose. Good luck! Scurrying out the door to the bike rack, Red rode away from the diner. It wasn't even noon, and she was already ready for alone time. People liked to chat more in a small town, and it was impossible to avoid acquaintances. She'd spent so long moving from place to place that having people who knew and remembered her was still weird. Her worries felt silly after a mile on the sunny road. If she had noticed which diner patrons might be shifters, why wouldn't someone notice her witchery? She'd used a strategic blast of air magic to separate two dudes fighting in the parking lot last month. Red pedaled along a country road curving around the cemetery. It was the one that she took to Kristoff's cottage. She wished he were there, not that he could help her more. He'd already done so much to track down Isaac Gruber's minions. The sea caves were the last landmark with any connection to Isaac. He'd washed up there after their first fight, and according to his blood sister Delilah, he had known the area well. It was the ideal place for a stash since the lingering dimensional magic around charm-confused scrying spells. The sandstone bluffs were pocked with grottos and caverns. They rose in uneven, staggered heights from the pebbled shoreline to their full height at the country club grounds. Smugglers, bootleggers, and demons had used the caves through the centuries, adding crude stairs and tunnels to the natural formations. Red wasn't going spelunking today, just looking for the entrance of what was supposed to be a man-made cavern. Like every day, she told herself this was the day that she would find the barred journals that Isaac had stolen before he died. Gina McGregor had meticulously researched the house fire that had killed Red's mom, Brooke Peters. More than that, she'd investigated who the mysterious Peters family were before they moved here. Red hadn't finished the dossier on the case to know what McGregor had found. It was the last piece of the puzzle for her. She had learned basically everything about her origins. She had found herself, Emma Peters. It was funny how she'd searched so long for a name she didn't use. Her life could really begin. A real future. Still, she quested over charm for her past, searching for a hidden cache that one of Isaac's henchmen swore existed on the shoreline. She turned on a maintenance road that wove through trees to the graveyard. It looped into the quiet grounds, which, for all their eeriness, made for a pleasant bike ride. Even this far away from town, she could hear the pops and crackles of early home fireworks. Her fellow Americans celebrated the 4th of July by nearly losing their thumbs with pyrotechnics. As she pedaled harder against the steep incline, the lane looped back into the forest. She ignored the fork in the path toward Ghost Beach. The country club came into view over the trees on a grand hill overlooking the sea. She wasn't going that far and turned her bike onto a narrow path into the forest. The oaks and firs thinned to reveal a breathtaking view overlooking the Pacific. Beaming brilliantly, the sun was brighter than she had ever seen on the typically foggy coast, dispelling all the shadows. A rock monolith jutted from the sea like a finger pointing to the gods. Resting her bike against a tree, she drew the salty air deep into her lungs. There was always something about water that calmed her. One day, she would be as good as her mother at wielding the element. It might have been daytime, but there were more than vampires out there. She turned on her spirit gaze to keep a lookout for auras. Like a photo filter, rainbow-colored misty threads of ether appeared on the charm landscape like Spanish moss. She might not have found the journals yet, but she usually unearthed something scary or merely odd. Last time, she'd stumbled across nudist retirees playing volleyball. She respected her elders, but she didn't need to see so much of them. On the beach below, a lonely figure jogged in the distance. Red dismissed the human as a concern and studied a rough map saved on her phone. A small terrace was supposed to be a quarter of the way down this section of the sea cliffs. It was an entrance to a man-made cave best seen from the water. However, the map claimed there was a hidden trail branching off the main one. She carefully picked her way down a rocky footpath worn into the bluff. It curved diagonally through the walkable patches, with periodic steps carved into sandstone when the rock face became a sheer drop. If only the stair builder had included a rail. Waves crashed in warning on the narrow strip of pebbles and boulders far below. The magic in the air felt thicker as she descended. A strange, unseen, mystical force brushed over her. Neutral. It wasn't demonic. But her witchy alarms rocketed up. It couldn't be. She had felt this once before and never again since. She couldn't describe it then. Now she could. It brushed over her aura like tree sap, sudden and sticky. Her steps slowed like a primordial ant in amber. The seconds stretched as she turned to retreat. If this was what she thought it was, the gang needed to know. Hell, maybe even the Brotherhood. They could send Hannah to help, too. She reached into her backpack for her phone, sighing at the somber text message from Zach that Antonio the Bigfoot had been killed by the cryptozoologist in their yard. Her heart hurt for the creature. He deserved a quiet life in the woods. Leaving a voice message, she replied, "I'm sorry about your little buddy. I got more bad news at the Sea Caves. Ask Vic about the Bethesda Group warehouse back in LA. If I'm right, well, let's just hope I'm not. I'll rope Stace into this one since you're tied up. Sorry again, Zach." Red jogged down the path, following the unseen energy currents, third eye on the spectral bric-a-brac that bobbed like driftwood on white water. Her scenery was the opposite of the stuffy warehouse full of exotic imports, yet the chill cooling the sweat on her back were the same. It brought her back to that strange winter day. The energy pulsed, unyielding like the wild sea itself. Neon mist burst from the rock face to her left like a geyser. Was it coming from the secret cave? Using her witch fu more than the map, she searched for the hidden trail, finding it behind a fern. She tiptoed off the crude trail onto a slim outcropping. There was barely room for her feet to walk side by side. This wasn't one of her better ideas, but someone had to check this out before a luckless human discovered it, or worse, a demon with an agenda. If the statue had ended up in Charm, there was no telling what could happen. She pressed her back against the rocks. Holding her breath, sucking her gut in, she inched over the narrowing ledge toward the source. The shoreline's beauty took on a hard edge. A drop to the hard pebble beach below would break her neck and then some. She breathed out a thank you as she found wider ground. It was the terrace from the map. A half-collapsed brick rail partially covered the opening in the cliff. She slipped into a gap. Earthy decay perfumed the air like a fresh grave. It wasn't the most comforting smell, but it was better than clinging to the rocks. Grass and hanging roots trailed over her hair as she ducked inside the cave. Like an old acquaintance, a Grecian statue studied her with a philosopher's curiosity. Quinn Burns had said the name only once, yet Red had never forgotten it. Kronos. He wasn't alone. The dead white man lay face down at the base. Old blood stained his delivery uniform. An unfamiliar logo of a truck with wings decorated his sleeve. Either it was a small regional company or a fake. The stain dripped down his back as if he'd been upright after the attack. Had he been shot? She didn't want to investigate more closely. Power gushed from the marble with the urgency of high tide. It battered against her aura. When she'd seen the statue in LA bound and contained by sigils, it had been overwhelming. Now, her knees trembled in its presence. She'd need backup, a lot of it. The chamber narrowed behind the disturbing display to a crude archway and shadowy tunnel. Was that another exit? She'd have to pass the statue to be sure. Lingering at the broken rail, she peeked out for fresh air under the foliage. She could go back the way she came, or take the doorway in the back of the cave. It wasn't digging her toes into the cliff and hoping she didn't fall, but she'd have to walk into the unknown. Red didn't know which way to go. Pulling out her phone, she called Stace, tapping her foot and waiting for an answer. The distant sea monolith shone in the sun like nature was making up for the horrors of the day. A unseen firecracker popped, drowning out the waves. A sharp burning sensation shot diagonally up through her stomach. Fiery, wet pain exploded in her back. Red cried out as Stace picked up. Feet slipping on the stone ledge, she scrambled for the rail as her knees buckled. She toppled over, trying to channel the air element through her mother's ring for a cushion. Screaming, she flailed, rushing headlong to the beach. No, this isn't how it ends. Impact finished her thought. The sun burst in her vision like a supernova. Warm blood gushed over her eyes. Everything was red until it was black, and then it was nothing. Chapter 4. Sometime on the East Coast. Emma Peters knelt on a grave and shook dirt off a wild garlic bulb. The family plot overlooked a rolling estate. Moonlight drenched the forest around the large manor and the farmland on the horizon. She still hadn't gotten used to the name. Not the one on the tombstone. That was her great-uncle Bob. He still came around for Christmas, smoking a stinky cigar. That was fine. It was the new one, the one she had to use now in her thoughts. Mom said she'd have to answer to Emma Peters in real life soon. Gathering herbs under the full moon had felt like play when Dad was alive. Now she understood it for the serious work it was. They'd do more than cook with their haul. Heart skipping, Emma's thoughts blanked. Her palms grew clammy. A strange urge to jump up and hug her mother came over her. She looked so beautiful in a dusty old plaid shirt and jeans that it made Emma want to cry from loss. It didn't make sense. She'd lost her dad, but her mom would always be around. The intrusive thought rattled in her mind, persistent like a fly in her ear. Hug her while you can. She handed the bulb over instead, the motion sluggish as she deliberated on what she wanted to do. That's the last on our list, Mom said, breaking through the brain fog. She placed the garlic in a basket along with other plants. Red hair, escaping her low ponytail, framed her serious expression. It was what Emma thought of as her professor face. Pop quiz. She held up a fragrant sprig. What's this, Junebug? Rosemary. Emma rolled her eyes. What was this, a quiz for babies? It's good for protection spells and baked chicken. Chuckling, Mom pulled out a delicate white bloom. And this? Ghost flower. Repels ghouls and curses. Emma pointed at the garlic, shrugging. Annoys low-level boogeymen, but does nothing to common vampires. I know this stuff. I want this stuff to stick in your head. Mom sighed, taking off her garden gloves. Emma whispered, like this dumb new name? The little cemetery was empty, so only the dead could hear them. Still, she didn't yell it. No one was to know yet. She might have been 13, but she wasn't stupid. Her mom hadn't told her the full truth. Not anymore, not like she used to. I gave you a selection to choose from. I was hoping for Hildegard. Ugh, Emma stuck her tongue out, imagining having to answer to that. Emma is better than the others, but I don't get it. Is this about Dad? That's why we're at Scary Grandma's house, isn't it? Too soon, you'll know everything. The truth will set you free. But first it will... Trailing off, smile crooked and eyes wet, Mom smoothed back Emma's hair. I want you to be ready. Emma hated not knowing the most. The questions were boring a hole in her skull. Then tell me what's really going on. If you're going to treat me like a kid, then who was that bat mitzvah for? Mom chuckled, a sad, short sound. You're Grandma Goldberg in Newark. Well, the grandma here says I'm strong. Wants to send me to a private school for witches like us, Emma said. The magic part was less scary than the classmates part. She'd been taught on her parents' research trips around the globe. Her mom called it unschooling. Emma knew how to say hello in 12 languages, but middle school was a mystery. She says I could do great things. I don't want you to have a destiny. I want you to have a long life. Mom covered her mouth, eyes closing briefly, tears on her cheeks. Emma swallowed the lump of fear in her throat. Her mom didn't cry. When the time comes, Mom said, grabbing her hands, staring deep into her eyes, please listen to me. Emma tried to look brave, but a horrible worry gnawed at her. Will you still call me Junebug? It would be her last tie to their old life. Mom cradled her in a hug that almost chased the fear away. Always, my love. Red woke from the vivid dream, tangled in sweaty sheets. Panting, she rolled over to face the clock on the bedside stand. Reality came into focus. She was in her bedroom in Charm, not a cemetery. What the hell was that? It had felt so real, even the part about falling in her dream. Had she been shot? Then seeing her mom. She had wanted to hug Brooke Peters so badly, but it was like she was along for the ride, unable to change the scene. The dream didn't dissolve like usual. Shaking off the weirdness, she opened the blackout curtains. The wall calendar had the first 3 days of the month crossed off. Somehow that felt wrong to her foggy head as she yawned and pulled off her pajamas. Maybe that was part of the dream. Either way, she needed coffee to process it. Her exercise clothes were already laid out in a chair by the window, so she put them on. That tickle of failed remembrance felt like a feather on her neck. Didn't she have something to do? She decided to quickly text Basil a good morning. Whatever else she had forgotten would come to her eventually. Pulling her hair into a ponytail, she bounced down the stairs. A foul odor hit her nose like a bad memory. She ran down to the living room, cold sweat breaking out on her chest. Deja vu dogged her steps. Like kids on summer break, Vic, Zach, and Bigfoot loafed on the sofa. They watched the same Simpsons rerun as in Red's dream, down to the exact scene. They were in the same spot, laughing at the same time. Stace's suitcase still rested by the front door. A tardy paperboy rode by the house on his bike, tossing a newspaper into their yard in a rush to catch up on his route. It was all the same. Her heartbeat drummed in her ears. "What the hell?" Zach winced, putting his bowl of cereal on the coffee table. "It wasn't safe for Antonio at Vic's place. We got in late." Red finished his sentence, knowing she was right. "So, we didn't wake you. He slept in the gazebo." "How'd you guess?" Zach asked. "Did you see?" "I didn't. What day is this?" When the guys glanced at each other, she demanded again. "Tell me." Vic scoffed. "Aren't you a little patriot? It's America's birthday. 4th of July. No, it couldn't be, could it? Her conception of linear time shattered. She had done this before. Chapter 5. July 4th morning. Charm, Oregon. Time loop. Era 1. Lightheaded, Red woke up on the floor, half in Zach's arms. Vic hovered over them. The clock told her it had only been a minute, if it could be trusted. Her blood pressure must have dropped. She'd never fainted from anything besides injury, but she'd also never died before. Not for real. Was she still dreaming? The Sasquatch chirped, watching the action from the couch. "I'm elevating her head, Antonio," Zach said, then looked down at her. "You fainted." Vic chortled. "I'm guessing you don't want a new pet." She staggered to her feet, knees trembling, holding onto a wall for support. "We have a Groundhog Day situation here." "How?" Vic asked, worry stealing his smile. "And throw in the what and why, too." "I don't know exactly. This day ends badly, guys." She shuddered. "I die. So does Antonio. I was at the cliffs near Ghost Beach, and my side started hurting like my appendix burst. I fell like 3 stories, landed on my head." Zach demanded, "What about Antonio?" "Shot in the yard." She frowned at the Bigfoot. Had she been shot too? It had all happened so fast. Could it have been the same person? The locations weren't that far by ATV. "You texted me. It was the cryptozoologist, I think. Shackelford. I got that message close to the—" She gulped. Oh, God. That statue was still out there. Zach held up his hands. "Wait a second. This is crazy. You can't have traveled through time. That's impossible beyond the theoretical. You don't have that kind of magic." "Of course I don't. I didn't travel through time. I'm in a loop." She turned to Vic. "Remember that freaky warehouse in LA? It burned down before anyone could find out anything about it." Vic scratched his head. "Lots of things burned in that town. Bad drought problems." She groaned, wanting to shake him. "We were on that one-off job for Cora. She sent us there because Michel de Gramont had the place under surveillance before he died. Quinn and I did a time loop there." Her stomach twisted. That was a day they'd never talked about again. It had spooked the centuries-old vampire, which only made Red more freaked, then and now. "I saw the same statue in Charm before I died." She faltered at the last word. Zach asked, "How can we be sure this is a loop? Maybe it was just a nightmare, or you slipped into the dreamland again." I wasn't in another plane of existence, but I think the part with my mom could be a dream. She humored him because she wanted it to be true. That first brush with Kronos had been freaky enough, but what had happened at the warehouse was localized to the building. It hadn't followed her home, until now. I had one of Vic's camp pies. Maybe the filling was off, but why was everything the same when I woke up? Unless this is still the dream. She pinched herself. That's a weak one, Vic said, pinching her above the elbow. Hard. Ouch! She rubbed her stinging skin. I'm awake. I'm awake. Zach kept the mantle of group skeptic. You might have woken up, but you've mentioned creepy, mystical dreams in LA. Maybe your trip stirred something up. I was sound asleep until like 10 minutes before I came down here. She agreed, but the reasoning didn't sit right on her. Prophecy had never been her gift beyond a strong intuition. Why would she dream about a statue she hadn't thought about in months? Maybe she was cracking up. Discovering a new knack for prediction was the better option. Her gut told her that she had the same powers as ever. How could she convince them that she was telling the truth? She snapped her fingers. I dreamed that you and Stace had a fight when she arrived around 8 a.m. His shocked expression vindicated her. Red pointed to the suitcase by the door. She stormed out to the diner, didn't she? It was at the same time Vic made that joke about finding a dude hairier than her boyfriend. Zach glared at the other man. Vic shrugged, clearly unrepentant, before he asked, Why would the powers that be send you a vision of how funny I am? They didn't, she said. We talked about it when I came down the stairs the first time. Then I biked down to the diner, saw Stace with the girls, and headed off to my doom. Zach frowned. You didn't go check out Dale's cars? Red chewed her lip. I got distracted by the living room Yeti. Antonio grunted as he lounged on the couch. He's not a Yeti, Zach said, agreeing with him. Vic started walking to the hallway. We need to break the time loop. Is your laptop in the library, Red? I can hop on BardNet and see what the Brotherhood has to say. Sure, go ahead. We need to close off that cave before anyone else gets drawn into it, like a jogger or a Boy Scout. I'm not the only one who died there. She shared what she'd managed to observe of the slain delivery man. Don't forget Antonio, Zach said, crossing his arms. He's a goner today, too. You drive him where the cryptozoologist can't find him. I'll rally the research squad. Zach wilted at the order, sharing a long look with his furry friend. He inhaled deeply as if bracing himself for a hard goodbye. I'll send him off with some venison from the freezer. He'll like it when it thaws. I'm sure he will, she consoled him, then texted Stace on her way to Vic. The house blueprints called the library a dining room, but it was only used for its intended purpose on holidays. Crowded bookshelves and full weapons chests crowded a long table. Stace maintained her late Aunt Gina's entire research collection, bequeathed along with the house. Red hoped there was something in there that could help them now. They needed to neutralize the statue. Judging by its power, stuffing it into a prison box and dumping it out to sea seemed prudent. Destroying it would be best. If the statue let them. It was more than stone. The unsettling insight roiled in her belly. She peeped over Vic's shoulder at her computer. Tell me you've done more than type in your BardNet login. Their entry on time travel is the usual. Can't be done by mortal or demon. Their entry on time manipulation is spicier. Old rumors of druids channeling great power, relics, and the favor of the gods, references to unexplained anomalies. He clicked on a link to one labeled the Dr. Frederick Good Papers, 1894. A pop-up on the screen said it was classified. Whatever is happening, it's not unprecedented. If the bards have some of these anomalies locked, it's not because they were super fun, I guess. Why you, assuming this is personal and there aren't a bunch of people reliving the 4th of July right now? He blew a raspberry. What a crappy year for it. You're telling me. I think the statue wanted to be found, even the first time. Red walked to the bookshelf, running her fingers over what remained of Gina McGregor's chronicles of her work as a bard. She hadn't picked through them all, but she'd heard the highlights of their high school adventures from Stace and Zach. Time shenanigans hadn't come up. Considering his incredulity at her theory, it hadn't slipped his mind before. She went to the section on mythology and pulled out one on the ancient Greeks. I'll see what the bards have on Kronos. She began to read across from Vic at the table. After her first meeting with the statue, she'd looked up the lore. It was more than idle curiosity that fueled her now. Often confused with the Titan father of Zeus, Kronos had been one of the first gods. He had broken away from the primordial stew to create his children, chaos and inevitability. Like all the Greek gods, he was prone to taking on strange forms, but had passed into myth before the Olympians themselves. He was old when they were new. The bards didn't have much more on the deity, beyond a reference to being worshipped under other names across the European continent with similar figures in other pantheons. It wasn't any different from what she'd learned in L.A. I still don't get it, Red said. What is Father Time doing here? I'm calling Fat Jake in London. This time I'm not taking no for an answer from his son or whoever hangs up on me. Vic stood and walked to the hallway door. But first, I'm taking a leak. Too much information, my dude. You need to pay attention to the little things, Red. We have no idea what butterfly effects are at play. You burp at the wrong time and a tornado hits Atlanta. She chuckled. That's totally the saying. Hey, I've seen all the Time episodes of Star Trek from the original series onward, he said, offering his credentials. Now, this could be a situation like in Cause and Effect, where Picard dealt with a temporal causality loop. But you're aware of the loop. Is it more like Looper? Go pee and then figure out what TV show or movie this is like. Chuckling, Red waved him away, skimming through a passage about Hecate, the goddess of magic and crossroads. She sent a small prayer to the mother of witches, help me. Her real life had just started in so many ways. It couldn't end so soon. Stace rushed from the kitchen into the war room with Olivia. They were dressed exactly as they were before, down to the barrettes and the black woman's curly hair and the blonde's beige dress. Stace hugged Red with too much half-face strength. Are you okay? Massaging her ribs, Red smiled. I'm alive for now. Let's keep it that way. Messing with time is god-level shit, Olivia said, instead of hello, folding her arms. You might just be nuts. Stace glowered. Yes, you kept saying that in the car. Red paraphrased the committee argument over bok choy and pizza ovens. She added, you were ready to arm wrestle for it, had been all morning. Not exactly a surprise, the other witch said, snorting. The sheriff is territorial over her scrapbook of propaganda ideas. What else do you got? Red rolled her eyes, wondering how often she would argue this point before the day was done. There were 2 out-of-towners at the diner, both white women. The first might have been a hunter or at least hit the gym a lot. The other had cute bangs and was too timid to look anyone in the eye. Olivia exchanged a glance with Stace. Oh, shit. Precisely, Red said, then recounted her original 4th of July while pointing out her movements on the framed map of the town on the wall. She flopped down at the table at the unpleasant end of the presentation. I don't know how we'll extract the statue, but we need to contain it at least. Containing it might not do anything for you, Olivia said. If that energy glommed onto you, maybe even back in LA, then we must sever the connection. Can you see it on me? I've got 20/20 vision with my third eye, and I can only see the effect the statue has on the ether. It's invisible. I don't feel anything different about you. Stace confirmed it on her end. Me either. Vic strode back into the library. I almost made an Englishman cry. Oh, hey girls, what did I miss? A recap, Red said and turned to the other witch. Now we're at the good stuff. Do you know the sigils to contain something like this? I've made prison boxes before, Olivia said. I guess we just draw the symbols larger. We'll need enough powdered cold iron to make a cannonball. That will do until we get the Brotherhood on it. Red was happy to double that order. Hoping he had done more than think about Star Trek, she asked Vic, "Did you get Crispin on the line?" "No, his son said he'd have him call back." Vic sighed. They had heard that since the elderly bard returned home from a hospital stay in April. "They'll want this once they know we have it." He looked uncertain about the notion. Red knew exactly how he felt. An object that could manipulate time shouldn't be in reach of anyone. "A lot of people will. That's why we need to hide it. Some poor schmuck already died, and I'm not talking about me." Whoever that dead guy in the cave was, maybe he died getting the statue away from the Bethesda group, or whoever they sold it to. Stace stood from the table, seeming taller than her small height should have allowed. Red's shoulders released some of the tension that had them bunched up around her ears as the hero took charge. Now the statue would be laid to rest. It had to be. Stace laid out their marching orders. "Okay, we gather supplies, then I can go to the cave with Olivia. We draw the symbols, make it rain iron powder. Vic, you search the beach and turn away whoever you see. Red, once you show us the trail, get out of sight. I know you hate being—" Red shook her head. "I'm fine with being in the rear. I don't ever want to go into that cave again." "You won't," Stace promised, but the certainty in her voice didn't reach her eyes. They arrived at the cliff later than Red had in the original timeline. Unless they stopped it, she'd be dead in 30 minutes. The Pacific waves sparkled in sublime sunlight, but the warmth was an illusion. The water was frigid. Shivering like she had taken a plunge in it, she couldn't keep warm. Was it déjà vu or PTSD? That would be for her therapist to decide. She pointed out the trail to Stace and Olivia, grateful that her hand didn't shake. "Go past the graffiti that says O'Doyle rules and look for a fern. You'll find the hidden path to the terrace there." The women descended the bluff, laden with heavy backpacks. Vic patrolled below. Red climbed an oak tree, settling on a branch with a clear view of the beach and the forest path. She used binoculars to check on him before she leaned back against the trunk. The clock on her phone counted down the time as her butt fell asleep. 25 minutes to go, 20, 15. A sharp pop echoed over the water. In this loop, she didn't mistake it for an innocent firework. She steadied herself on the tree and lifted her binoculars. Down on the beach, Vic staggered, clutching his arm. His gray Metallica shirt sleeve turned black. He'd been shot. She scrambled down the tree, running to the bluff. "Stace, we have—" The bullet got her right between the eyes. Red jumped up, tangled in sheets, falling off the bed, cracking her knee on the floor. Blackout curtains warded the window, but this wasn't her bedroom in charm. She opened the drapes. The Las Vegas Strip glittered in the sunshine. Oh, fuck, when was she? Chapter 6. July 3rd, morning. Las Vegas, Nevada. Time loop. 2. Pacing the hotel room, Red double-checked her phone screen for the date. She'd skipped to yesterday. In the original timeline, she would breakfast soon with Vic, Basil, and Hannah, then take the portal to Battle Forge. Now, she was ready to scream. This wasn't a tidy Groundhog Day scenario, redoing the same day over and over. How far into the past could it boomerang her? She ran and pounded on Vic's door in the luxury suite. "Wake the hell up, Constantine." "God damn, what is it?" he asked, opening the door clad in boxers and a sleepy scowl. "I'm freaking out, but I'm not crazy. Keep that in mind." He grabbed a robe and stepped out, putting it on. "I'm not going to like anything else you say, will I?" "You got more of a kick out of it than I did." She exhaled the story in a rush. "I'm stuck in an unstable time thingy. A temporal causality loop was your phrase, stolen from Gene Roddenberry. I died in Charm twice tomorrow. Now I'm here. It's that damn Greek statue of Kronos that we found in LA. We need to figure out how it got to Oregon. Get the team. If you don't believe me, I know you went off to gamble and won 1,138, 56.6. Holy shit, Red. Inhale, he snapped, alarm widening his eyes. He added softly as if he thought she'd break. "I could barely understand you, and what I caught, damn." Sucking in a breath, she leaned against the wall and sank down to the floor. "Do you believe me?" He bundled his fluffy white robe closer to himself and sat by her. You look like you saw your own grave, and you know how I'm paying rent this month, so yeah. I fucked up last time, Vic. You got shot in the arm, she rambled, not caring if he comprehended. I think whoever did it got a clean headshot on me. It might have been that jogger or that cryptozoologist. Or hell, anyone, I don't know. One minute I was in Charm, and the next I woke up here. Sweet Jesus, that's how it resets. I'm on reset number 2. We need to go to the Synod, see what they've got. I don't know, call Perinel or something. We can't spread this around. This is raw power that you're caught in. The alchemists are good people, but they like to experiment. That statue should be dumped in the Mariana Trench and forgotten. Okay, so no alchemists. What about the Brotherhood? You tried to get a hold of Fat Crispin in the future. Try again. He patted her shoulder. Stay steady, intern. We'll have Basil and Hannah here. The Soul Man can do his thing. See if this magic is attached to you. First, you put on pants. I'll text them and make coffee. She shrugged off her unease when he returned, wearing the same Led Zeppelin shirt he had chosen on the original July 3rd. The arrival of Basil and Hannah in their same breakfast outfits, a gray suit for him and a black hoodie for her, made more than a sartorial statement. Would anyone act differently unless she deviated from the original timeline? Red explained as concisely as she could, expecting more pushback and concern for her sanity. Not much shock and surprise from the peanut gallery? Basil scoffed. Bizarre things happen to you. When you have a normal day, I'll be more impressed. Hannah grinned. You're always doing something cool. Vic cut in. We need to keep this on the down low. This thing must have been trading hands for a while, maybe centuries. It's hot goods. No, gendarme. Not yet, Red agreed. I already did the 101 research in the last time loop. We need the Academy Library. Hannah nodded. I can totally help. Me and Lee are tight. There is a patron librarian confidentially thing, I'm sure. Vic warned, Don't give him too many clues, kid. The teen scowled. I'm good undercover. You got this, Red assured, and then turned to Basil. Do you mind? Research instead of breakfast? He grinned. I have faculty access to the restricted section. Let's get a bagel on the way, Vic said, grabbing his denim jacket. All this sci-fi stuff is making me hungry. It's very paranormal. Hannah put her nose in the air, striding out of the hotel suite. This statue is obviously an object imbued with an enchantment. Red followed down the hallway with the guys behind them. It's more like a primal power. I've never felt anything like it. Ooh, I want to see it, the teen witch said, entering the elevator. You don't, I swear. Red held the door for Vic and Basil. What about Kristoff? Vic asked. His buddy Netta is a director in the Dark Veil Assurance. It's the Vamp FBI. Get her to run a search on the Bethesda Group and any shell companies. I remember Cora Moon mentioning a few. They had weirdly religious names, Red said. I'll shoot him a text. Basil's lips thinned at the conversation's turn. He had a lot of reasons to hate vampires, and he avoided them as a rule, but this antipathy against Kristoff was more than caution. Do you sense anything on my soul, Basil? She asked, instead of her real question, which was what he had against her boyfriend. He touched her shoulder, closing his eyes. No. Anything on my aura? She asked the other witch. Someone wrote, wash me on the back, but that's it, Hannah smirked. You're fine, chakras and all. Keep an eye on it, then. Vic suggested, maybe we can borrow one of those doohickeys the alchemists use to check auras. Sweet, the teen said. I get to steal stuff. Ideally, borrow. Red half-assed at being a good influence. But I'm not your boss. I am. Basil nodded judiciously. And I'll allow it. This is why we love you. Red shot him a sappy grin and led the way from the elevator, marching down to the casino floor. Hannah blushed and squeaked, lips trembling in horror. It's Jeremy! She looked around and grabbed Vic's arm. Kiss me or something. Vic snorted. What? No. Come on, she wheedled. I don't want him to see me. This is what they do in movies. Children? Basil sighed. Have fun with this. Red shook her head with a giggle and kept walking. She passed a yellow floor sign and a handyman on a ladder. He repaired a large reproduction of the iconic Las Vegas sign. Hanging from a ceiling track, the bulbs were dim and dusty in the heavy metal frame. He leaned to reach inside its wired depths. The sign lurched in a shower of sparks. Supports breaking, it rolled out of the technician's grip. Red only had time to fling up her arms. July 3rd, morning, Las Vegas, Nevada. Time loop for 3. Red groaned, waking with jagged breath in the darkened hotel room, and covered her eyes. She'd been smushed like a cartoon character under an anvil. Either you laughed or you cried. She did both. On trembling legs, she got up to open the curtains to the harsh Nevada sun. Okay, let's try this again. She gathered her friends, streamlined the exposition, and hustled them to the library. They took a different way this time, with a warning to a maintenance person. She didn't release her paranoia until they had passed under the great banyan in the academy. The library's vaulted ceiling and stained glass windows gave it the aura of a cathedral to knowledge. It was the largest occult book collection in the West. There had to be something here. Hannah directed them away from the crowded tables of studying alchemists and into the stacks. She said, "This is the mythology section. I guess we start here." Vic grabbed a book on primordial Greek gods and waved another at Basil. "The teacher has homework now." "Ha ha," Basil said, deflecting the book. "There are secluded tables on the other side." "I'll grab one before these nerds beat us to it." Vic trooped off. Red checked for eavesdroppers before saying, "I think Hannah is right that the statue is a conduit or an anchor for the energy. Something must be powering it for it to constantly radiate that much force." Basil asked, "Could it have been triggered? You could find the off switch then." "That'd be awesome. But when I first saw it, an entire warehouse had been turned into a prison box to contain it. Why wasn't it switched off then?" Hannah said, "It probably can't be. If they're channeling this much Chronos energy, the statue must be for more than storage. Most witches work with 1 or 2 deities in their spells. It adds spice, but the gods don't actually throw their weight into it. Unless you get their attention," Red said. Isaac Gruber had sacrificed a lot of humans to the underworld gods, but eventually one had helped him open a blood realm portal. That god had been unseen and distant in the cosmos. The statue of Kronos was very much in their world. "This isn't introductory magic," Basil said. "I doubt we'll find anything in a mythology book either. Follow me." He took them to the farthest corner of the stacks. A single velvet rope looped around 2 bare bookshelves standing alone. It's bigger on the inside. Lee, androgynous in a bow tie and cardigan, appeared from nowhere and hustled over as if alerted by an invisible alarm. Out of breath, round cheeks red, the non-binary librarian pushed up their glasses. "Hannah, I thought we had a deal about you hanging around here. This section is only for faculty and the synod." Basil stepped forward. "She is my teaching assistant. I need help browsing a topic. Not quite sure what I'm looking for yet." "I'll help instead," Lee said brightly, walking to the velvet rope and lowering it for the soulmancer. Basil whispered to Red, "I'll do my best." He walked through the rope and disappeared completely with Lee as if under an invisibility cloak. The 2 shelves looked empty as ever. Dust motes shone in a sunbeam between them. Time felt like a living entity to Red, and it crawled. Checking her phone didn't make it move faster. She paced around the velvet rope before leaning under a portrait of Perinel Flamel. The immortal alchemist was painted in dreamy impressionist pastels with her late husband, Nicholas. Both had startlingly violet eyes. "How often have you tried to get in there?" Red asked to stop herself from peering at Hannah's wristwatch. "Ugh, that ropey will fling you back, then the librarians swarm you. Not all of them are as nice as Lee." Hannah frowned, rubbing her hands together nervously. "Can I ask you what it's like to die, or is that too uncomfortable?" You can. Red shrugged. It wasn't an easy topic, but she didn't want the orphan imagining the worst, not with her well-stocked nightmares. It's quick as a finger snap. The first time, I must have come back in the middle of a dream because I was gathering herbs with my mom. I was 13. Her voice lowered as she confessed. It felt so real. What if it was? You said the time loops are unstable. What if you were there? You could have skipped like a boomerang, hitting your distant past before catching up. Hannah asked, Do you remember it all? The conversation mostly. We talked about my grandmothers, Red said, realization dawning on her. They both sounded alive. Mom said something about one in Newark. The teen witch bounced on her toes, smiling. Sounds like after this is over, you have a trip back east. Vic plodded out of the stacks toward them. Did you guys ditch me? I've been waiting. Sorry, Hannah said. Basil is timing impeccable. The soulmancer materialized at the velvet ropes of the restricted section. He adjusted his blazer collar, whispering indignantly, You don't need to shove. I think I do, Lee said, prodding him away from the empty bookshelves. Are you insane? I didn't know, Basil said. You're the one who jumped to conclusions. I'm merely researching mythology. The portly librarian stood firm. I don't care if this for the immortal alchemist and her research. I'm not helping. Red stepped between the two. Perinel is interested in Chronos too? What? No, Lee said. I don't know what she is interested in, and I don't want to know. Nor do I want to know this. Go now, please. Vic grabbed Basil by the arm. We're leaving. Red followed the guys into the bustling grand hallway. The wandering alchemist didn't seem to notice the statuary of gods and mages dotting the corridor, but she studied each frozen stone face. Even in this temple to magic, none exuded anything more than aesthetics. Would she ever look at a statue the same again? Sorry, Hannah, Vic said. I assumed you'd be the one who couldn't shut her mouth. The teen smirked, tossing her hair in vindication. Thank you. Basil glared at him. I proposed that, hypothetically, we had an enchanted object emitting a time anomaly. Barely described it. Damnable book constable guessed. Red asked, What did Lee say to you in there? We couldn't exactly eavesdrop. Basil steered the four into a quiet alcove off the concourse. Tapestries adorned it, blocking the chance of an echo. At first, Lee suggested a book in the regular section on cleansing objects, then one on channeling gods to understand how it might have been powered in the first place. I name-dropped the immortal for clout and discretion. Then, when I merely mentioned the appearance and the previous owner's security measures, I was thrown out. Rudely. Red asked, Anything else? He whispered. Lee grew pale and, I swear, muttered the words, God trap. I don't know what that means to you, but it sounds dreadful to me. That's impossible, Red said, looking to the bard. Right? To capture a god. Vic sucked in his teeth, head cocked as if thinking it over. For you and me. Hannah shook her head. A god is too big. It'd be like stuffing a shark into a goldfish bowl. Time has been trucking along for months since the first time y'all saw the statue this winter. Whatever changed, it happened recently. I bet this is probably like Kronos's toenail clipping. Gross, Red said. We need to toss it in the trash. Vic rubbed his hands as if already plotting. The Mariana Trench it is. Ian Kelly stomped toward the alcove with Ortega, the female gendarme. Neither looked happy. We were supposed to meet at the buffet to take you to your portal. He ignored a peeved grunt of affirmation from the other agent. You're lucky I'm nice enough to send you through still, because we have absolutely no time for this. Red asked, What's happening? Did you talk to Lee about the library situation? We've got bigger problems than your overdue book fees, Ian said. Basil, go with Ortega here. We want your skills on standby. The soulmancer paled. Fremont Street, isn't it? We're not sending you to the front, Ian said, regaining his good cop voice. My partner will even make sure you get breakfast. I will, Ortega asked, eyebrows rising, then conceded flatly, Sure, we can stop for donuts on the way. She steered Basil down the hall, allowing him a wave to his friends. Red asked, Does the gendarme need help? We have this. Ian gestured the hunters on and held up his hand to the teen. Not you, Proctor. You should go back to the dormitories with the other lower adepts. She gave Hannah a hug quickly under Ian's impatient gaze. Vic and Red, walking with the gendarme to the portal platform, were delayed when another academy cop pulled Ian aside. The conversation must have been serious because somehow Ian veiled the two in magical silence. Their lips moved seemingly wordlessly. She hid her pout at not being able to eavesdrop. There was only one reason to bring a soul mancer in against vampires. The only question was who they were cursing with a soul. Upon reaching the underground chamber of garage doors leading to points unknown, Ian clicked his golden remote and disappeared back to the academy without a goodbye. He had his own fight, and so did the hunters. They hopped into the Millennium Falcon and booked it through the portal to Battle Forge. Traveling a 9-hour drive in the blink of an eye, Red barely noticed the old mining camp. She pulled out her phone to text Christoph, asking him to use his DVA contacts to research the Kronos statue and the equally mysterious Goldbergs of Newark. He sent her a quick text back, mentioning he'd order it done after a meeting. Hopefully, when they got to Charm, she'd have an answer. Her head wanted leads on the company, but her heart yearned to know more about the family. Hey! A small voice called out from the back of the van, startling Red. Hannah waved shyly, wedged between some boxes by the rear doors. Can you help me get out? I'm stuck. Vic's nostrils flared as he parked. I should have smelled the stowaway. You didn't use that invisibility charm this time. Hannah confessed, snuck in the old-fashioned way when the gendarme were distracted. Red laughed, jumping out to open the back door and free the teen. You're going to have to sit on a box between the front seats, you know. It's a long way. You could use me more than the academy. I might actually do hero shit with you two. Vic warned, I'm still deciding on whether we just put you on the first bus to Vegas. Hannah hustled into the front of the van, plopping on the wooden chest between the seats before he could say more. Red returned to her place, shrugging. We're burning daylight, Vic. She's not to touch the radio. Fine, Red said, but skip the first song on the playlist in the CD player. It's a little too on the nose for me right now. Deal. He drove through Battle Forge and onto the desert road leading out of the nature preserve. Red frowned at the side door mirror, wanting him to go faster. Nerves made her body seem to vibrate. She felt like the paperboy, pedaling to catch up with his route. They were lagging behind the original timeline. She texted Zach, explaining that she needed a lot of iron powder and that he could borrow it from Olivia. A text message was a hard way to repeat her story again, so she simply wrote it was for a cursed object in the sea caves. In a minute, she'd perk herself up to call Wendy at the magic shop for the biggest prison box she had. It was doubtful that there was one size like a cargo crate, but she had the time to shop around. Every new thing she learned about this statue only made it more out of her league. Hannah patted Red's shoulder. Hey, we've got this. Some people think I'm a stupid kid, but I can help. I know, you're one of the best developments on this time roller coaster. We could use the Academy's first witch. The sun followed them as they neared civilization and found the highway. They called Zach. Vic and Hannah explained the story to the empath over speakerphone. Red chimed in that the current plan was to contain the statue with sigils and seal off the cave unless he knew a guy with a crane to remove it. She said the last part flippantly, but she had really warmed up to Vic's plan to dump it in the ocean, let Poseidon deal with his own. Screeching tires drowned out the call. Hannah lifted desperate glowing hands to stop the disaster. A big rig jumped the road median from the opposite lane. Metal hit asphalt. The truck barreled toward them. The driver screamed behind his windshield, losing control of all 18 wheels. Red had a single second to shield the teen before impact. July 3rd, morning, Las Vegas, Nevada. Time loop, Schnurker 11. Sneaking out of the hotel suite, Red closed the door carefully. Last loop, she had tried to sneak out on her own, but Vic had heard her. She couldn't stand to take him to her doom. Again and again, she'd attempted the drive from Battle Forge to Charm. She had gotten as far as Eugene. Each trip had ended in some freak calamity, too often with bystanders. She'd done this day 10 times. Wrong or right, she needed to try it alone, for her own sanity at least. She put on sunglasses and a surgical mask to descend to the casino floor, grateful for the anonymity. Going to the taxi stand, her next stop was McCarran International Airport. She'd buy a ticket to Oregon there. Paranoia had gripped her in the last few loops that the Kronos statue knew she was coming to destroy it. Maybe this would shake it off her trail. The cabbie said hello and then read her mood well enough to drive in silence with the radio on. Bless him. He'd be tipped well for it. She slumped into the back seat cushions and texted Christoph. He should still be in Portland, not making the hour-and-a-half drive to the coast until sunset. The vampire would be in for a surprise when his secretary called him in a few hours to let him know that Red was in the building. Putting away her phone, she peered out the dusty window at the passing buildings. Her spine straightened in recognition. They were on the way to Fremont Street. "Hey, this isn't the way to the airport." "Oh, sorry, miss. I'm new and still getting turned around. I'll turn off the meter for a bit." The cabbie made a voice command to his GPS for airport directions. All the doors locked as the taxi made a sharp left into an underground garage. The device on the dashboard pleaded to take a right. Out of the Nevada sun, the temperature dropped. She jiggled the door handle. Child-locked doors. "Sorry, I owe O'Sullivan too much." The cabbie hit the brakes, turning off the engine. He bailed out of the taxi. Red climbed into the front seat, intending to close the door and drive away. A rough hand ripped her out of the car by her hair. She tossed a punch, barely making out more than pale skin and a golden chain on the attacking vampire. 3 more jumped on her. Fangs sank into her neck and arms. The combined venom drugged her into a stupor. One vamp pulled back, wiping his mouth. "I think this is a witch, not an alchemist." "Whatever, she tastes like strawberries." Chapter 7. July 3rd, late night. Las Vegas, Nevada. Time loop. Gark 25. Red sensed the difference in the hotel room's darkness before she rolled over to the bedside alarm clock. It was 2:22 a.m. In the original timeline, she had been asleep for under an hour. She had reset 25 times, waking within generally the same 30-minute span, around 7:30 a.m. Once, it was as early as 6 a.m. Another one of the mysteries of the time loop. Helplessness coiled within her. She couldn't even decide when to wake up. It wasn't as if she got any real rest anyway. She died, woke, and napped in the van when she could. Pushing herself up, she looked back at her pillow. It seemed so inviting. Maybe she could really sleep this time. The sad inner desperation sparked defensive fury. Her golden ring warmed. Magic erupted from it, out of her control. A small flame burst up on the pillow. Squeaking, she jumped off the bed and used a water glass to extinguish the fire. Her heart hopped against her ribs. She cracked open the window vent to release the stinky smoke. Shock melted into curiosity. How had she conjured fire from nothing? She couldn't coax a lick from a roaring campfire. Trotting into the living room, Red pointed her finger at a scented candle on the coffee table. She threaded energy through her mother's ring and visualized lighting it. Nothing happened. Doubling down on clearing her mind, she tried to be as emotionless as Trudy had taught her. Again, nothing. "Come on, damn it!" Losing her temper, she stomped up to the candle, poking the wick. Like a striking flint, inspiration sparked. Maybe it's time to break the rules. She didn't release her full resentment and anger. She took it out on a leash. The fiery emotions seeped into her magic, and she imagined the statue of Kronos on fire instead. The candle ignited, flame rising 3 inches from the wick. She pinched off her magic, letting the burn proceed normally. Covering her mouth to muffle her excitement, she stared at the little flame like it was a long-awaited child. After a year of trying to harness the fire element, she had to tell Vic. The rush was like an espresso. Was it the long-sought victory or simply the change in her routine? Red kicked the spiral of self-analyzation to the curb. After so many loops chasing this stupid statue like a cartoon coyote with a roadrunner, she needed a break. And these were hours that she hadn't explored exhaustively. That alone made her want to dance. She hurried into her room and threw on the closest thing to a party dress that she had packed, a black blouse, slightly fancier than the others with its swooped cowl neck, and skinny jeans. The outfit was for the highly unlikely event she'd need to dress up on her trip. Its time had finally come. If Hannah hadn't been heartbroken over her breakup, Red would have called to wake her. Instead, she masked up and descended to the casino floor to find her mentor. She stepped out of the elevator into a 24/7 party. Night or day, it was impossible to tell. Lines of slot machines, blinking lights, and artificial coin sounds hit her in a display of design disorientation, the results of market research more than magic. It was almost enough to distract from the gendarme patrolling in pairs in the aisles. She strolled along the kitschy entrances to pubs, eateries, and gift shops circling the maze of games. Red deliberately avoided the Nostradamus lounge, even without the possibility of someone recognizing her. She didn't want to see a new bartender instead of the late Ezra Fox. A drink there would only summon sad memories, and she had enough of those. It was time for fun. She moseyed toward the blackjack tables. A custodian, costumed as a plague doctor down to the beaked headgear, emptied an overstuffed trash bin into a cart. Small-statured, he lifted the large bin without strain. Something about his precise fluid movements caught her attention amid the shuffling supernatural tourists with their booze. She flipped on her spirit gaze, third eye zooming in. He wasn't human. The smoky darkness of a demon threaded his blood-red aura. Vampire. Keeping him in her sight, she walked to a solo gendarme emerging from a row of machines. She discreetly motioned to the female agent. Ortega. Do I know you? Ortega folded her arms over her black trench coat, rightly confused since it would be hours until they officially met. The onyx on her leather shoulder harness glowed dimly. Ian does. Red inched her head in the direction of the disguised vamp pushing his cart toward the small donut shop. Only yards away, hidden in a mirror, was a portal door to the dormitories, one of the few that didn't lead to the heavily guarded pyramid. Check out that one. Notice his chest. Understanding hardened Ortega's expression, she tapped a crystal on her shoulder and spoke to it like a cop with a walkie-talkie. Leech located by the 13th door. She nodded to Red. Thank you. Now, move along with your business. Resisting the urge to salute, Red resumed her journey. The gendarme were good. She wouldn't have noticed them moving in on the vampire unless she'd been looking for it. At a blackjack table, Vic waved her over, grinning with a cigar in his teeth, eyes twinkling. You're not going to believe how much I won. She gave him a side hug, flapping away his smoke. Shots all around then. He chuckled, gesturing to the dealer with his cigar. Better watch this one. We got a wild woman tonight. I'm getting there, she said, flagging down a passing cocktail waitress. 3 tequila shots, please. Each. Damn, Red, I'm impressed. It's not even your birthday. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, she quipped. The city slogan sounded different to her ears, considering her situation. Drinks came quick enough to distract her from the thought. Taking the shots rapidly, the tequila burned her throat and spread the warmth into her limbs. She cheered Vic on through the next few hands as he neared the $1,500 mark in winnings. Half tempted to tell him about the future and suggest he stop now, she encouraged him to go on instead. She wasn't ruining their night by robbing him of his ignorance. Why stop him on a roll? The time phenomenon stuff could wait until morning. Thirsty, she bounced away to find another waitress. A fun pop song lured her to the nearby Baba Yaga pub, which simulated a divey bar, minus the grime. Surrendering to the music, Red danced in the short line for the bartender. Why hadn't she decided to get wasted before? Slurping a margarita, she felt worlds better about her lot as she returned to Vic. When she saw his face, she was glad she'd remembered to get him a beer. She handed it to the glum hunter at the blackjack table. She eyed the new woman dealer shuffling cards. Shift change? I wasn't so lucky with this one. He took a long gulp of the IPA. Now I'm in the hole, but I can win it back. Oh. Red was prepared to console him when a commotion on the other side of the room drew her eye. A plague doctor sprinted too quickly between the machines to be a regular janitor. The interloper must have gotten out of the gendarme's grip. She set her margarita on the table and stepped onto a chair, waiting until the vampire was under a hanging replica of the Las Vegas sign. Miss, I must ask you to sit down, the dealer said. She honed her focus with her mother's ring and yanked on the sign with a tug of air. Tomorrow a maintenance man was scheduled to repair it. Now the structure was weak. It dropped on the vampire, pinning him to the ground. Pandemonium broke out as gamblers jumped up, pointing and yelling. Red, unnoticed by the dealer, dazed by the grisly distant scene, slipped off the chair onto her feet and calmly sipped her drink. Noticing Vic's look of horror, she leaned in to whisper. It came out louder than she intended. It's just a vamp. He pulled her away from the table. Hey, hello, the dark veil is still a thing. Are you really that drunk? It's an vampire. Must be one of Gary's. She covered a hiccup. I saw him earlier, but he must have escaped from the bowler hats. Now they got him. Ooh, let's gawk, Vic said, creeping to the action with the excitement of a gossip watching cops arrive at a neighbor's house. Gendarme agents surrounded the carnage, ordering the onlookers away as others inspected the vampire. Only a plague mask and a pale hand stuck out from the heavy vintage sign. Crouching, Ian pulled a syringe out of his pocket, injecting the vampire, shielding the action from view. Two medics, alchemy symbols on their uniform, raced in with a stretcher. Casino staff redirected gamblers to less bloody ground. A woman in a pointed witch hat approached the hunters. Please enjoy these drink vouchers at the Nostradamus Lounge. I know these guys, Red said, pointing with her cup. I must insist. She's fine, Ian interrupted, dismissing the faux witch. He waited for the woman to hustle someone else along. Behind him, the sign levitated high enough for the vampire to be tugged out by the medics. A cleaning crew in black perched on the sidelines like a murder of crows. Ian continued. Ortega said you found the leech. This is the second time tonight he gave us the slip. She eyed his quick-moving squad. I get the feeling you would have found him without me. Au contraire. Vic wagged a finger at her, then leaned toward Ian, speaking out of the side of his mouth. I think she should be rewarded with casino credit toward a blackjack game. Seems fair. Ian snorted a dry laugh and pointed out another gendarme. I think it can be arranged. Go talk to the rookie over there. Thanks, Ian. She smiled, then waved her friend on. I'll leave the reward collection to you, Vic. I'm on my way, he vowed, and practically skipped away as if newfound winnings tumbled through his mind. Gary isn't striking tonight, Red said to Ian. Either that was a scout or a distraction. The real fight is tomorrow, I think. Behind her drink, she hid a smile at his mild shock. He reined it in quickly. Somehow, she knew it wasn't the information itself. It was that she knew it. Now, I'm sure you already suspect what he's up to, right? Ian glanced around and led her from the other gendarme. Did your vampire friends tell you anything? Didn't need to. I figured it out, saw some stuff. Long story, really. She shrugged, world wobbling at the motion. Tipsy hunger pinched her stomach. The smell of baking donuts beckoned her. Best forgotten. We should get snacks. This is war, Red. He took the margarita away from her. If you know something, you need to tell me. You'll win. That's comforting, right? She pivoted to dart off for a sugary treat. Ian grabbed her arm, releasing her quickly once he had her attention. You were waiting for that vampire to get under that sign. Why? What do you know? I can tell you the story better if I have some food. She steered the interrogation to the donut shop. Vic had told her something, but she couldn't think of it. The vague warning couldn't drown out her hunger. Once nibbling on a bear claw, she felt like story time. She said between bites, I'm just passing through, repeatedly, entirely separate from your business here. Really. One of those unstable temporal causality loops caused by old Greek statues, you know. It's an Oregon thing, like not being able to pump your own gas. In conclusion, pretty whack. She frowned at herself. Do the kids even say whack anymore? Ian asked sympathetically. You've been in this a while, haven't you? Reality seeped through the tequila in her belly. She wiped the sugar crumbs off her upper lip and nodded. The synod can free you. Why don't we head to the academy now, and I can get one of the brains on it? He raised his eyebrow. Maybe get you some coffee first. She perked up. Hey, we can wake Hannah, too. It's a school night, so we'll play it by ear, Ian said, guiding her out of the donut shop to a small hallway with a floor-length mirror. They stepped through it into a stone corridor that emptied into the open foot of a tower dominated by a giant brass staircase. 10 floors of dormitories rose unseen above. It had been Red's first sight of the academy. Darius Jefferson, the first alchemist on the synod, paced the end of the hall. Gray dreadlocks flowed over his monk-like robes. Concentration deepened his wrinkles. What's he doing here? Red asked, misjudging the volume of her whisper again. Is it about that vamp scout? Ian took a fortifying inhale and strode forward as Jefferson peered at them. Wait here. She shrugged, wishing she still had her margarita. He had dumped it. Damn cops were all buzzkills, even the magic kind. Already growing bored, she wandered over to a green man carved into the stone wall. It was new, replacing the usual tapestries. The Academy's decor was constantly shifting, which she had first assumed was whimsy. There was a method to their madness. It was to keep the floor plan confusing to outsiders. Some doorways disappeared at will, but the walls generally stayed in place. She'd walked this passage nearly every day for weeks, learning most of its secrets, including its strange acoustics. If you stepped on the right flagstone on a tapestry-free day, the empty tower amplified whoever was speaking at the mouth of the hall. She inched to the side, feeling out the spot. Ian's voice carried to her ear. She doesn't seem credible now, but I believe her about this object. She's trapped in its spell. If what you say is true, the first alchemist said, then you might have won us this war. O'Sullivan has a secret weapon, and now so will we. You can't possibly, sir, it appears volatile, maybe uncontrollable. And we have a legion of scholars to unlock its secrets. Sober the hunter up and get on a jet to retrieve it. Jefferson's expression turned thoughtful. Is Charm anywhere near Coyote Creek in Oregon? Vic had found Red on the banks of that creek nearly 2 years ago. With little known outside the region, how had the first alchemist heard of it? She stopped breathing, trying to be quiet as possible to catch every word. Hours away, Ian replied. Isn't that where Flamel disappeared to on her last visit? Said it was a research trip? Sir, do you think she knew of this statue? What the immortal does is her concern, even if it makes a man wonder. Regardless, I want that statue. We need to free the witch first. Ian noticed her stare. She heard us. Chapter 8. July 3rd. Late night. Las Vegas, Nevada. Time loop, Darst 25. Red bolted back through the mirror into the casino, weaving through the slot machines to the blackjack tables. The first alchemist's order might as well have been a cup of coffee, cutting through the liquor to make her focus. She would have happily turned over the statue before she learned he planned to make it a weapon. Vic spotted her and crowed, I'm back on top, and I just got the number of this Zooey Deschanel look-alike, hottie with hipster glasses and bangs, where... Frantic, she waved her arms to cut him off. We need to go. I did the exact thing you told me not to, and you were right. His face fell, paused in mid-drink. You called Lucas? Never phone an ex when you're drunk. Red tugged him from the table. Not the now you, the you from before. Vic quirked his head at her, taking his arm back. Huh? The me from... She nudged him onward. Never mind. Where's the van? We used the Academy valet to have the Falcon ready for the portal tomorrow. I don't even have the key. What's going on? I told Ian about that freaky Kronos statue in LA, and the gendarme are after me now. He did a double take and dropped his beer. They are? Red didn't let him stop to retrieve it, power walking through the casino. Trust me when I say we need to motor. We need taxis. Oh shit, Gary has his people out tonight. She tried to think over her racing heart. It wasn't that she didn't like and trust the alchemists in general, but the Synod was more desperate than she'd realized. Whatever Gary was packing, they were freaked. Curious and cornered was a dangerous combination for this breed. Ortega appeared from a bathroom up ahead, bone-dry hands, proof that she hadn't used the facilities. She was patrolling. Ian would have told his partner first. Once she turned around, she'd see the hunters. Drawing on her magic, Red narrowed her eyes at a full ashtray at a slot machine yards ahead of Ortega. The cigarette butts flamed up, smoke billowing from them. The agent trotted over to the conflagration. Red pulled Vic into a screening chamber with dozens of TV screens showing different sporting events and races. She gestured to a supply closet off to the side. In here. This door was a trickster, but a third of the time it opened into the parking lot. She stepped through and bit back a curse. She was back in the dormitory tower. Right back where she'd started, but 7 floors up in a hallway off the giant staircase. Shit. What was she even doing? She was fit for drunken dancing to Britney Spears, not planning an escape from a magical fortress. Red declared, "Okay, we need a designated hero. Hannah can get us out of here. At least she has a car and is sober enough to drive it." Vic scouted ahead to the aloof walkway connecting the hall to the stairs. He flagged her forward. Perching ravens on the walkway rails cooed at their approach. More nested in the ceiling beams. He asked, "Why are we leaving again?" She trotted up the steps toward Hannah's room on the top floor with the other novices. "I'm sorry I didn't say anything earlier. I just wanted a break from this treadmill of fate. I found that—" "Watch out!" Vic pointed to the ground too late. Red had already slipped on bird shit, falling backward. Instinct summoned her magic. She tried to lasso air around a rail post to catch herself. Her concentration was 100%, but her strength splintered. Arms flailing, she rolled down the stairs. Her neck landed wrong. The crunch was deafening in her ears until the darkness stole all sound. She flopped over in her hotel bed to face the bedside clock. 7:30 a.m. on the dot. Routine settled on her even as the expected hangover didn't. Breathing deep, she opened the curtains, staring unflinchingly into the bright shimmer of morning Las Vegas. What had she learned? Keep the alchemists out of her business. Her drunken escapade had satisfied that urge completely. A small smile tugged at her scowl. She'd also learned how to conjure fire. The triumph faded. Her last attempt to save herself with air-powered telekinesis had floundered. It wasn't just the alcohol weakening her. Her magical muscles were weak. She didn't have the stamina, even if her instincts were right. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she pointed her ring finger at the alarm clock. She levitated it up and down like bicep curls for her magic. It wasn't like she didn't have the time. July 3rd, early evening, south of Reno, Nevada, time loop, 33. Red clutched the steering wheel as the Millennium Falcon burst through the portal into a barnyard outside Reno. Twilight hung on the horizon. She didn't let up the gas as the van touched down with a squeal. Vic glanced behind him. "The gendarme—" "They're too busy with Gary O'Sullivan by now and won't notice we took the wrong portal, I promise you. I needed a change anyway. We'll mail those books back." She turned onto a country road, memory guiding her from their trip to trap the Lopes pack. Back in the day when time moved like it should. "We're not far from Tony in Tahoe. We'll switch seats at his place. I need to study how to create a containment box strong enough for Kronos. I kept getting interrupted on this one chapter in the last loop, and it's driving me nuts." "That's kind of out of the way," he said dryly. "And Tony, like everyone else, thinks you're dead." "Oh, we'll give him a Twilight Zone moment, but he might know something. We'll pump him for information." She smiled, lying through her teeth. It took over an hour until they arrived at Tony's ranch. She waited for Vic to get out of the van before peeling out. Her phone vibrated once she'd left his yelling range. She picked up his call after a few miles. Hey, buddy, sorry about the grand theft, Otto. What the hell are you doing? Keeping you out of this. I'm already behind schedule. Say hi to the gang for me. She hung up. By 3 a.m., she'd reached Eugene, Oregon. She stopped for snacks at a gas station, deliberating on carrying on or finding a place to take a nap in the van. She decided to continue. A tree woke her later, July 3rd, morning, Las Vegas, Nevada. Time loop, nurse 60. Red levitated the padded stool in the corner, lifting it up to the ceiling and setting it down when Vic opened the door. She smiled. You're right on schedule. I was deciding on breakfast. I'm getting the huevos rancheros this time. And you thought to rearrange the furniture beforehand? Check this out. She pointed to a candle on the dresser. The wick erupted in a teedy flame. Vic clapped. That's awesome. When'd you figure that out? That's not my only trick. What I'm going to tell you next will blow your mind. Red had eggs that morning, oatmeal with blueberries the next, then marmalade on toast. She moved down the buffet line with each new loop. It was as close as she had to pleasant variety. Hope or stubbornness kept her on her to-do list, alerting Zach, ordering iron powder from the magic shop, texting Christoph for intel and more little details to prepare for her marble foe. She'd planned different highway routes, even a few plane rides. It didn't matter. Each morning began with a magical workout in Vegas, and the night ended somewhere along a lonely Oregon highway. Sisyphus had his boulder, she had the Millennium Falcon. Chapter 9. July 3rd, morning, Las Vegas, Nevada. Time loop, Suit 84. Another morning, another loop. Red drank a mimosa through a swirly novelty straw in the high-rise hotel suite at the Circe Casino. Wrapped in a bathrobe, she sat cross-legged on the living room floor. A coffee and a box of donuts rested by her hip. The Oregonian newspaper opened on its own in front of her. Using her mother's ring to flip hands-free through the pages was a lazy way to check off her daily elemental magic practice. More papers were stacked in a barricade behind her. The suite was more window than wall, so she could see for miles. Las Vegas was harder and sharper in daylight. A traffic accident blocked Tropicana Avenue as drivers ambled toward it unknowingly. Most were too late for a detour. They'd be stuck for an hour. Or maybe they were like her, perpetually looping. Only they were unaware. No one else noticed the anomaly until she told them. Lucky ducks. Vic walked out of his bedroom, yawning and already dressed. Ruffling his hair, he stopped when he spotted her. Where'd all this come from? I called room service for socially acceptable breakfast booze. There's plenty in the fridge. She frowned at her cold, half-empty mug of coffee. Need more Java, though. And they brought you every newspaper in the country, too? He inspected one. Did something particularly interesting happen in Duluth today? More than you think, but not what I was looking for. Trying to find a pattern, you see. I really don't. She sipped her drink, squinting down at the city. Every time she looped back, she had a little more foresight, more knowledge, for all the good it had done her so far. Fill me in because you're creeping me out with that million-yard stare. Usually people look perkier with a mimosa. Vic winced as if forcing himself to ask, Is this because you saw Lucas last night? Startled, Red laughed. I've been having the same conversations with you over and over, but that always feels like a fresh take. She repressed her manic giggles as his expression grew more alarmed. Honestly, I haven't had a chance to think much about him, which is kind of funny considering how much time I'm swimming in. Are you tipsy? No, unfortunately not. Too many carbs. Speaking of... She took a bite of a pink donut, then gestured with it. I'll level with you. I'm not going to try too hard this time, Loop. The full Groundhog Day story should wait for the others. Did you go to a weed dispensary? I might be as unstable as the timeline by now, but I'm not wrong on this point. Prove. And the freaky thing that makes you believe me is that I know you won nearly $1,500 last night. Around the 10th rerun, I also learned too much about your sexy texting to Maudette. I am determined to forget how much. The 10th loop, how many have you done? She looked at the suite entrance. Hannah and Basil will be walking in now. On time as always, the teen witch and soulmancer arrived with hellos. He asked, propping a hand on his hip. Aren't you supposed to get dressed, Red? Holy shit, Vic said. Red sipped her mimosa and stood. Yeah, I know. Grab the box and we'll take this to the sofa. Basil asked, was this supposed to be breakfast? I got enough to share, she offered. Take a bite. Basil and Hannah joined her on the couch while Vic set the donuts on the coffee table and took a recliner. The hunter grabbed an eclair and nodded to her. Explain the purgatory you're locked in, Red. Honestly, if I knew it would be this much of a hassle getting crap from the old apartment, I wouldn't have bothered. She'd developed an elevator pitch for the situation and rattled it off along with what she'd already found out. She added, if I could just leave, I know what we need to do in Charm, from the sigils to the heavy machinery. I've run through this simulation so many freaking times now, trying everything to escape Vegas. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. Basil said, you're not getting home like this. You've been at this for how long again? At least 84 go-rounds, buckaroo. Red popped her lips, then slurped at her mimosa. Hell of a thing, isn't it? Hannah asked, and you really haven't rested, have you? Catnaps when I can. I have a whole checklist that I run through. It takes up more time than you think. You kind of have to inform people in a sequence so no one gets too distracted, then hope that a car accident or something doesn't take you out mid-call. The soulmancer sighed. That explains the wear and tear on your soul, Red. Have you thought about not doing anything? I was thinking of watching puppy videos on my phone in between text messages on the way to Charm. Don't go, he said, squeezing her hand. Stay here. Let's have a spa day. Get back to the grind in the next round. Vic rolled his eyes. A massage isn't going to make this better. Basil glared. She needs a break before she breaks. He's right, Hannah said. Red, you haven't done anything wacky like in the movies. I already tried a party loop and it had a bummer ending. I think I'd settle for sleeping in. Isn't there something you always wanted to do in Vegas? The teen asked, sad and gentle, like the other witch was an old dog about to be put down. Red put her head in her hands. We can't. Gary O'Sullivan is making a move against the academy tonight. They're going to start nabbing mages off the streets. The gendarme already know something is up or will soon. This academy will be under lockdown by the afternoon. Don't think about the future, the teen said. What do you want to do now? I've been racing the clock, literally. I want to slow down and get a real breakfast with you guys without a time crunch and do whatever I want afterward. A massage actually sounds fabulous. Basil shot a victorious look at Vic. Red stood from the sofa and pointed at Hannah. We need to finally talk about whatever happened with Jeremy, too. I'm sick of you dodging the subject. Let's go before the gendarme pull Basil in for a favor. The soulmancer groaned. What kind? I assume it has to do with the political climate. Red shrugged. You go off. That's all I know. I haven't stuck around long enough for when you come back. No worries, you survive. In the original timeline, you text me tomorrow, annoyed because I forgot to let you know when we arrived in Charm. Vic asked, Can we talk over breakfast? I need more than a donut. He hustled them out of the suite after Red dressed and belted on her hunter's kit. She was grateful for the lack of clocks on the casino floors. They could be late or early for all she cared. In the pyramid hall, the breakfast buffet was the same, but she tried something new as she always did. She had started with what she liked, but the alchemists were an international crowd and demanded far more than American basics. So she branched out, getting random things like toast with sprinkles or menudo. Today she sampled pickled herring, listening to Hannah describe her whirlwind teenage romance while Basil peppered in his own insights. Vic zoned out. The herring was gross, but the new conversation almost made Red forget her situation. She might have been able to try different food, but her encounters were mostly the same. Ian and Ortega weaved through the tables in the half-empty dining area to them. He said, "You were supposed to be here an hour ago." Pushing aside her bare plate, Red answered, "I know you're in a hurry. Alchemists are missing, and O'Sullivan sent scouts into the casino last night. You need Basil on standby." A sudden whim made her say, "Take me too." The two gendarmes exchanged startled glances. Ian's expression curdled when he spotted Vic's amusement. "Trust me, you'll want me there now," Red said solemnly. Basil had suggested a spa day, but a successful hunt might be more cathartic. "It'll come in handy later." She bit her tongue to avoid adding, "Maybe not in this loop." Ian asked, "Did you hear something from your underworld contacts?" "Hunters," Red said, stretching the truth. "They're talking about this in LA for sure. Get Cora Moon on your side, and you might end up with a sold pussycat as supreme." Ian cracked a cryptic smile before scowling again. "You have a portal to take." "We don't have time," Ortega said, before lowering her voice. "Let's take Red. She's a vampire hunter. We might need another hand-to-hand fighter if the rumors are true." Hannah asked, "What rumors? Can I come?" Ian shook his head. "No, I've got room for two, and that's it. I still remember the last time Constantine tried to do my job. He can babysit you." Both Vic and Hannah said, "Hey, we'll be back," Red promised as the gendarme led her and Basil away. The crowd in the giant concourse dispersed, as if an invisible alarm sounded. A mystical breeze ruffled the branches of the grand banyan, making the leaves whisper as if telling secrets. Without commuters traveling between the academy and its casino, the wooden platform looked naked. It all felt too still. Basil asked her, "What happens now?" "Your guess is better than mine," Red whispered. "Most loops, I try to stay in my lane. I have my own fight, remember?" "That's helpful," he groused and slouched after Ian into an archway. Purple sparks marked his passage. "I'm mostly here for kicks. It's been a little boring lately," she said, continuing on the other side of the portal door. She lifted her eyebrows at the large concrete space the size of a football field. It swarmed with bowler hats who rushed about a golf cart fleet and equipment crates like the platoon was shipping out. "This looks intriguing." "Underground again," Basil muttered. "Why is it always tunnels? I'm a sun baby." Ortega trotted to join a huddle of gendarmes in the center. Others rushed around with glowing rifles. More guards patrolled a steel gate big enough for 5 golf carts side by side. Sigils and protection charms were etched at the top. It was magic's answer to barbed wire. The gate slowly opened to darkness. Red mentally inventoried her hunter's kit: a cross, holy water, and a revolver with vamp-killing bullets. She was underdressed considering the heat everyone else was packing. Ian said, "No time to debrief you two. The dead are coming. Basil, you'll be protected by more than Red when we go in. On signal, be ready to curse O'Sullivan." The soulmancer coughed, seeming to choke on air, and sputtered, "That's forbidden. What if someone finds out?" Red said, "He's right. Treaty between the Blood Alliance and the Global Covens. I had to learn it for a test." Ian scowled. "The Academy decides what's legal in Vegas. Lawyers can find the diplomatic loopholes after we save the city." Darius Jefferson, telltale dreadlocks peeping from his cowled robe, and 2 hooded synod members moved in the corner of Red's vision to a 4-passenger golf cart. The driver zipped them through the gate. Lights switched on in the tunnel, marking their passage to some unknown point under the city. It wasn't a comforting sight. The synod usually had the gendarme fight their battles. Was this a raiding party or a last stand? Hatless and in sunglasses, Ortega drove up in another golf cart with black earmuffs around her neck. 2 pairs of muffs and glasses were in the seat beside her. "Get in and take the sensory protection." Basil gingerly settled in the front and passed Red a set of earmuffs, then the sunglasses as she hopped into the open back bench. He asked, "Any selenite crystals?" Ortega tapped the glove box. "In there." Red tucked the stem of the sunglasses into her shirt. When does the guest of honor show up? Ortega ignored her to watch the golf carts zoom ahead of them. Purple vapor spewed from the exhaust pipes. They hauled ass forward, joined by two more carts on either side. Red bounced on the bench cushion, holding onto the seat back and the roof support. Why weren't there seatbelts in this thing? More vehicles took the rear, and they whizzed along with surprising horsepower. The walls became cruder and more unfinished, yet more clustered with sigils. The cart sped by too quickly to decipher the symbols. They reached a rough opening like the mouth of a cave. It was cut into a tunnel that ran perpendicular. How long had the alchemists dug to intercept this passageway? Half of the convoy entered single file to turn right, leaving the rest on standby. A hush fell over the continuing gendarme. They were in enemy territory. The corridor was older, concrete stained from ages of darkness and dust. It smelled like a tomb. Red guessed they'd left the strip, even if the direction eluded her confused phone compass. We're under Fremont Street, aren't we? Ortega didn't answer. The tunnel widened to reveal a growing light ahead. Basil asked, "Couldn't we stay in the rear?" Ortega smiled. "And miss all the fun in the octagon?" They rolled to an overly bright chamber, name obvious from its many sides, and stopped at the entrance. Curiously, a man plugged festival-sized speakers into a sound system nearby. Lighting rigs, bolted to the walls, beamed down like they were roasting in a tanning bed. The setup was new, judging from the fresh scars on the masonry. A semi-transparent energy field split the room, blocking the light from escaping the alchemist's side and alerting their prey. Red bet it was invisible and soundproof too, conjured in the octagon this morning. On the other side, a dark, curved archway was crowned with anti-magic warding symbols. It must have been Gary O'Sullivan's back door. With Ian at the front, the gendarme lined up for the daytime strike. All 20 hooded Synod members stood behind them in a circle led by Darius Jefferson. The magical energy felt nearly as powerful as the Kronos statue. Ortega twisted in the driver's seat to face her passengers. "The first wave will enter the catacombs, then we'll come behind. They're asleep in their coffins." The Supreme recalled all his vassal masters from around the state. "Don't get distracted by the numbers, Basil. You're here for the leader." Red put a steadying hand on his arm. Today might end the war with Gary, but it would start one with the Blood Alliance, too. She asked the officer, "You're taking them all out?" "What do you think they plan to do with us? Tomorrow, in fact. The Mad Supreme started this." Ortega dismissed Red with a head shake. "Under your seat, Soulmancer, is a box with O'Sullivan's wristwatch. Use that to get a bead on him. Start your spell after the shooting begins." "Dear God," he muttered. Ortega shot him a stern glance. "You'll be back at the buffet by lunch. We have this all under control." Rapid marching echoed from the archway like blasts from a machine gun. It was a deliberate warning, the rattlesnake shaking its tail. A bat flew out, zooming toward the barrier, and slammed into it with a flash like a mosquito in a bug zapper. The creature flopped to the ground, shifting back into a motionless, pale vampiress. "Was that supposed to happen?" Basil asked. "I'm not a slayer, but I assumed we'd go to them." "We are at stage 2, then." Ortega grimly put on her earmuffs. Suddenly, the chamber boomed with the song "Let's Get Loud." Cheering up, she pointed at the speaker, voice nearly lost. "It's Gloria Esteban. That was my idea." Red and Basil scrambled to put on their muffs. The volume increased to vibrate the ground, turning superior hearing into a liability. He leaned forward, retrieving the watch box, hands fumbling as he opened it. Blocking the music completely, the muffs must have been enchanted because she could hear his muttered complaints as his accent dipped from British to American and back again. Vampires darted out of the catacombs, almost lost in the shadows beyond the magical fence. Ian lifted his hand at the head of the gendarme forces. "Turn up the lights." Red put on her sunglasses, studying the big spherical bulbs on the lighting rigs as they brightened. They weren't plugged into a generator or anything at all. The energy field rippled with yellow sparks, dispelling all the shadows on the vampire side. It illuminated 4 tall, muscled males in black. Each had a pained expression on his face, eyes screwed up against the light. One covered his ears in a sensory hell. She loosened the suction on her earmuffs. Terrible, chaotic, metallic squeals, like someone playing an electric guitar with a razor, made her wince. The DJ had moved on from Gloria Estefan. Agony intensified on the vampires' faces as their exposed skin reddened and cracked. The screams were blocked by her enchanted earmuffs. They turned to flee as flames ignited on their limbs. The biggest collapsed into a burning shell, hands still on his ears. Only one reached the archway before disintegrating. Unnerved, Red didn't test how bright the room truly was. She'd seen enough to keep her sunglasses on. Those vampires had died as if they'd been tossed onto the street at high noon. She'd discovered a single experimental sphere of bottled sunlight when breaking into a laboratory last spring. The alchemists had refined the concept beyond her imagination. "I told you we had this under control," Ortega said proudly to Basil. "Start the spell." The lights flickered. Red peered over her tinted lenses at the captured sunshine. Whispers broke out among the gendarmes. A dozen vampires surged into the octagon, some crawling on the walls out of the passage. "Now, Basil," Ortega said as the bulbs went out one by one, leaving the headlights of the golf carts as the only illumination. She left the steering wheel, racing to shield him, aiming at the darkness. In the center of the synod, Darius Jefferson lifted his arms, deep voice calm despite the panic in his dark eyes. "They're not alone. Strike now. As many as you can." The gendarmes raised their rifles in unison and fired at the undead. Glowing bullets zigged through the air, finding perfect heart shots. 2 vampires scurried from the catacombs to replace each one lost. The synod launched a shimmering orb the size of a beach ball. It shattered into a brilliant flash, scorching all the vampires in the octagon. More rocketed out, exploding like fireworks. Bang, bang, bang. Red didn't hear it. She felt it. Basil flinched at every boom, sweat dripping on his forehead as he clutched Gary's watch. Face scrunching in concentration, his hands shone white with soulmancy. "I almost have him." Smoky darkness wafted off the top of the energy field. Iridescent cracks splintered down, holes appearing in the only wall between them and the deed. With her third eye, she watched Horifita's magic was sucked into the shadowy tunnel. The enchantment on Red's earmuffs faded. The glow withered from the alchemist's weapons. Their aim worsened. Stomping boots echoed like a drum line from the catacombs. Darius Jefferson called out, "Stand your ground!" Ian kept his people in formation, shooting at the charging vampires. Their bullets might not be magical anymore, but they were vamp killers still. He yelled to his people, "Get the 20 to safety." A pair of agents hustled the first alchemist into a golf cart. Darius ordered, "Call for a prison box. It's the skull of Saint Benedict. I must stay here." His guards ignored him to speed away. Shots rang out from the catacombs. Ortega collapsed on the golf cart with a bullet between the eyes. Her blood splashed on Basil's face. He gasped, dropping the wristwatch. Red pulled him from his seat to take cover. The chaos forced them against a wall. Guarding Basil, she pulled out her revolver from her belted hunter's kit. She had enough bullets for one reload. Gary O'Sullivan walked into the octagon in a white tuxedo and top hat with a rapturous expression on his face. He lifted a burned skull. Gold leaf adorned the empty eye sockets. The ghoulish relic was a black hole, drawing magic into its void. Red's mother's ring felt lifeless, as if someone had slapped cold iron cuffs on her. He'd found the ultimate weapon. The alchemists were mere humans now. Basil raised his hands. I can't curse him." "Run." She pushed him toward the fleet of carts in the tunnel. They'd hitch a ride or steal one. Gleefully, Gary pointed to Red. "It's Novak's bookkeeper. Make sure you get her head. I should send it back. He'll need it for his quarterly taxes." Red managed to stake two, but didn't see the one who grabbed her neck and twisted. Chapter 10. July 3rd, after midnight, Las Vegas, Nevada, time loop, 85. Red hid her smile as two goons dragged into Gary O'Sullivan's office. They were doing her a favor. Breaking and entering would take too long. The Supreme of Las Vegas was a slight man. His paper-strewn desk should have dwarfed him. Even sitting, he seemed taller than he was. His presence contrasted with his odd outfit of a feathered tri-cornered hat and a Raiders football jersey. The lights of Fremont Street glimmered in the window behind him. "Outstanding haul, fellas." Gary smiled, beady eyes bright. He lifted a hand in dismissal. "Now beat feet." Released, she rubbed the bruises on her arms. This wasn't a great plan, but it was the best she could come up with at 3 a.m. She'd woken up this early in the loop only once before. Who knew if she would again? Mismatched clocks reminded her of that fact, ticking from every wall, competing with the ambient noise of the turquoise mine casino below. Gary removed his hat with a flourish. "Should have kept your keister home, kid." She strode to the Supreme as if she had an appointment instead of being brought for lunch. "I'm on a deadline, Gary. I'm hoping you can help me." Lifting his eyebrows, he crossed his arms. Surprised amusement twisted his mouth. For all he knew, he had every reason to chuckle, locked in a fortress with anti-magic warding sigils, creating a constellation on his office ceiling. He studied her face, delight dimming at what he found. "Is it to save you, Queenie? Because you've been grossly misinformed about how damsels are treated in my kingdom." "Oh no, your representatives made my fate clear. Expert level menacing." He snorted, leaning back in his chair. "You've tickled my curiosity." "Thank you," she said. The so-called Mad Supreme radiated lucidity now. He'd certainly hammed up eccentric linguistics more for Kristoff. How much of his reputation was an act? Then again, it wasn't exactly sane to take on the Academy. Las Vegas might fall, but her sister academies would rally in revenge. He asked, "What can I do for you?" "That's kind of you, Gary." Red perched on the corner of his desk, breaking the laws of common sense and vampire etiquette. A business card amid the piles of papers stole her attention. Uriel and Sons Corp., rare and exotic imports, was embossed on it. That was a firm connected to the Bethesda Group. She picked up the card. "So, how do you know these guys? Did they sell you the skull of St. Benedict, or did you order that online?" Like an angel's warning, instinct made her jump away. He stood. The rolling chair toppled from the force. "I told the gendarme you had it here," Red said cheerfully. It was a guess, but he'd need it this morning, even if he'd hidden it in another lair before. Would he keep it in the catacombs or within arm's reach? It depended on how much he trusted his people and how many believed in his kamikaze mission. "Am I right?" Gary gripped her arms suddenly eye to eye. His dark gaze glittered a demonic yellow. "When are they coming?" "I told them to give me 15 minutes, but I don't think they really listened to me. You know how they like to do things their way." She squinted at his hand on her, tapping into her magic. The wards dampened her energy, but she could pull off her latest trick. Tiny flames ignited on his fingers. Hissing, he pushed her away, beating his burning hand on his puffy pants. "Novak sent you, didn't he? He's working with the alchemist to take my throne. I knew it. I'm a free agent of chaos." Alarms shrieked. A red bulb blinked above the door, illuminating a Garfield the cat clock. The phone rang on Gary's desk, nearly bouncing from the desperation of the minions trying to reach him. "You're remarkably blasé for a dead mage walking. I'm going to kill you now, you realize that? There is no rescue for you, dollface." "Way ahead of you." Running on bravado, she grinned like she was the immortal one. It was only another reset for her. "You've got a tough choice. Release the skull to neutralize the alchemists or keep it closed to preserve your wards. To clarify, they brought unmagical weapons too." A minion burst into the office with a Glock. The catacombs were breached. Gary sprinted to a locked corner cupboard. typing in a PIN code to retrieve an ornate iron reliquary. Empty eye sockets stared out at Red from the aged glass plates. He opened it and stole all the magic from the room. Red squinted at the cupboard safe. You typed a 9 and then a 6, right? What was the next 4? Shoot her! His minion didn't hesitate. Chapter 11. July 2nd sunset. Los Angeles, California. Time loop, hard year 86. Red yawned and stretched her legs, processing the last loop. How could she tell the gendarme where the skull and its prison box were without revealing her conundrum? Foggy, she rubbed her knee. Why did she have jeans on? She bolted up in bed, reflected in a dresser mirror with a background of white walls. The mattress was bare except for the small throw blanket she sat on. This wasn't the hotel suite at the Circe Casino. It was her cleared-out bedroom at the California Arms Apartments. She investigated the living area of the apartment, stripped of all its personal touches. The prefabricated IKEA furniture and scattered boxes were in the same place as they had been on July 2nd. Scrambling for her phone on the side table, she read the time. Exactly when she'd woken up from her catnap before going to say goodbye to Lucas. She covered her mouth. A high-pitched sound, somewhere between a sob and a laugh, rattled her lungs. She wasn't in Las Vegas. Was that a good thing? Vic walked out of his room. Are you ready? You okay? Oh shit, Vic, I don't even know anymore. She wiped her eyes and flopped on the couch. Why had the time statue spat her out here? How much farther away from home would she get? Sit down, and please, believe me the first time. He nodded and listened to the abridged version of her story, asking a few questions, but mostly saying the word fuck, with varying concerned inflections. Then in that last loop, she said, O'Sullivan might as well have a nuclear bomb. If I could get my hands on it, maybe it could neutralize the statue too. That's if the alchemists don't hide. She stopped herself mid-sentence as her stomach rumbled. She'd had a month of breakfasts, with the rare chance to grab fast food or gas station snacks later. Before she tried to save the day, there was something else she really wanted to do. Dinner. Let's order from Old Shanghai. Awesome. All this time travel made me hungry. She paced after she ordered through a phone app. I got us the usual. Maybe I should have gotten the mushu pork. I guess it doesn't matter since I'm going to do this like 100 times. No, you're not. You're making progress. I'm making everything worse. I need to move forward, not back. A knock interrupted his reply. Delivery? A voice called through the door. It's Bill. Red smiled for the first time since she'd woken up. She leaned against the island counter in the attached kitchen to watch. You should answer the door. Bill nearly fell over when Vic, standing on his own feet, greeted him. Gobsmacked, he congratulated the hunter on his recovery. I know it was a contactless delivery, but I had to see that you two were all right. Everyone back at the restaurant was worried when you two stopped ordering. This is the happy ending we hoped for. Once he left, she declared, I think that was the highlight of this time loop. Vic opened the takeout on the counter. Ooh, they gave us free pity wontons again. They ate in silence, digesting more than noodles. She texted Christoph to say that she really missed him, and if he had a break between meetings, she'd appreciate a call. It had only been a day since they'd talked, but it felt like weeks to her. He was either asleep or unreachable in meetings on July 3rd. She couldn't explain it in a message, but she tried to share the best things she had learned so far. Making it sound like a lead she'd found, she told him about discovering her father's name, Russell Goldberg, and the possibility of relatives in Newark. While we're in LA, Vic said, we should peek in Quinn's old files. He might have found something else about this Bethesda group before he... The hunter wiped his lips with a napkin, muffling a sigh. There might be something there. It's worth a look. Chuck didn't know anything when I asked him in an early loop. I texted Lucas once, but it went off topic quickly. She cringed, trying not to imagining repeating that nearly 100 times. Why didn't you ever call him up to ask again? You'll find out. Red bagged up her leftover food for the road. And on we march to destiny. Re-entering Quinn Investigations, she walked to Lucas on a well-trod path. The déjà vu wasn't because of the time loop, it had always dogged their relationship. Pale, perfect, and eternal, he waited for her as he had promised he would. Those magnetic gray eyes locked onto hers. The impish smile unfurled as he offered popcorn. Peckish, he asked, tossing the bag into the microwave on the coffee stand. Your signature dish, she said, unable to resist the return to a familiar script. I just ate, Vic said, but our tale deserves popcorn just for the visual. Did Quinn ever talk about that job we did a few days before New Year's? The warehouse in San Bernardino. Odd one, yeah? Lucas furrowed his brow. He kept mum about it, more than usual. Heard the news from you two. Never came up again. She said, I don't remember filing that case. Did you, Vic? Lucas lifted his palms. Hold your shock. I actually tried to. Found an address and notes in the carbon copies of his notepad. Thought to stick it somewhere in a cabinet. Old man shredded it. Not just the pages, the entire pad. He frowned. Bloody unusual. I reckon it's why I remembered. The man liked to pinch pennies with the office supplies. Huh, Vic said. Do you... Red pointed at the microwave without looking. The popcorn. Lucas opened the door at the first hint of burning. He shook the bag, then put it back with a smile at her. Might need another go to get it right. Yeah, maybe, she said, biting her lip. So, Vic said, eyes darting suspiciously between them. Quinn nixed the file. Did he follow up on the case? Not that I could tell. Said it was above our... Lucas cursed as the lights went out in the office. Blown fuse, she said. Lucas nodded as if it was a question. I'm sharing a grid with a power-hogging massage therapist. I still don't understand what an infrared sauna is. I'll take care of it, Vic said, trotting to a side room off the office. I know where the box is downstairs. Lucas smiled at her once they were alone. What's so interesting about this old case? Before, she would have told him everything. He'd been her first call when life got weird. She might have gone back in time, but not that far. Might have a connection to one in charm. Speaking of... His sandalwood scent clouded her mind as he drew closer. You found your past. What about your future? She'd been mad the first time he'd asked. It was too on the nose even then. Now it made her sad. I don't know. There is always a place for you at the agency with me. I know you have a mission right now, but I can wait. Stroking her cheek, he ignited old memories, making them feel like yesterday. He leaned in to kiss her. She touched his chest, stopping him. Why now? Lucas pressed her fingers to his unbeating heart, expression open and earnest like a poet. Had to before you walked out the door. I've lived long enough to know how rare second chances are. But why not months ago when that's all I wanted to give you? Red glanced away, yet couldn't force her hand to move. She hated the pleading note in her voice. Why now? I'm happy now in charm. So happy that I get scared I'll mess it up. He entwined their fingers. I'm not asking you to move back. I just want to earn that second chance. She stepped away, face heating. A rogue tear rolled down her cheek. When I met you, I'd never felt a connection like it. Losing my memories made everyone a stranger. Not you. I knew you from voice alone. Maybe it's why I fell so fast for you. I thought we had something special. We do, he said, sincere words squeezing at her heart as it twisted her head up. I want to fight for it. As if bespelled, she turned to him. The shadows sealed out the world, and it was only the two of them, like before. They were timeless in that instant. Then the lights flipped on in the office, stealing the magic, revealing the distance between them. She wiped her cheek. Why didn't you before? Just waiting until I moved on for maximum confusion. Vic, emerging from the side room into the office, coughed awkwardly. I fixed the lights. We should be going. Red nodded, hugging herself as she followed him to the door. Lucas called after her. Think about what I said. The suggestion was a mistake. Reflection only annoyed her more. His words and all the time loops echoed in her head when she reset with a grumble. What's his deal? July the 2nd, sunset, Los Angeles, California. Time loop 87. Midway through their Chinese takeout, Vic asked, So you made it emphatically clear how little Lucas knew in the last cycle. Should we hightail it to Vegas then? I want to win that money. Join me. Have a little fun, blow off some steam. You knocked a last meal at Old Shanghai off the bucket list. Red speared a water chestnut roughly with her fork. That's what Hannah said. Do something that I always wanted to do. Get wild. I'll tell Lucas that we're not stopping by. Inspiration struck her like a thunderbolt, jolting her spine straight. She narrowed her eyes. No, I think we will. I have other questions. There are some things I want to say to him, some things I always needed to. Vic cursed into his noodles. This is going to be socially awkward for me, isn't it? You'll want to wait in the van. Red stomped into Quinn Investigations. Lucas stood by the microwave, holding an uncooked popcorn bag. Peck, no, you can't use that smile and those knowing looks with me anymore, not after everything that happened. He set the bag aside. I'm sorry I left drinks with the gang early. Like I care about that. She shook her head, waving a finger at him. You don't get to offer popcorn and kisses. Kisses? He chuckled. I haven't even said hello. I know what you're planning, mister, even if you haven't planned it yet. He joked, You know me so well, then? His smile grated on her. Didn't he know what he had planned? She balled her fists. I thought I did once, but still, I'm dead certain on what could happen in the next 10 minutes. This isn't the train to Smoochville. Are you angry about what I might do, or that I haven't done it yet? Cockiness isn't cute right now, she said. I accepted the radio silence from you after Delilah returned from Charm. I could imagine why and didn't blame you. Silly me. I thought it was growth when we could all just drink without the drama last night. Then that parting shot when I left town. I've lost the plot on this, kitten. Lucas lost his grin, patience wearing thin even as he spoke calmly. You came here to yell at me about drama, but I didn't finish my first word. True, but that's this time, not last time. She groaned. Why was she the only one to remember? It was an ironic punishment for an amnesiac. You look at me like you didn't break my heart. This isn't like last year when you could work me up to let me down. You know I have a boyfriend now. Almost resigned, Lucas asked, It's Zach Sanchez, isn't it? I should have known. He grew up to look like Valentino, didn't he? Valentino? The antique reference to a silent movie star didn't throw Red as much as the idea that she was dating Zach. She didn't mean to ask, but it slipped out anyway. Didn't Delilah tell you what happened in Charm? He shoved a hand in his pocket and scratched his temple with the other. A feigned casualness didn't fully cover his discomfort. About your new boyfriend? No, you'd think she'd crow about that. Oh, that set her hot fury on ice. He'd thought she was still single when he'd tried to kiss her. She'd always assumed it was some flicker of jealousy or rivalry with Christoph. Last time in Vegas, he'd only spoken to her after discovering her coffee date with Ezra Fox. She backed up. Never mind then. He didn't say anything for a long moment. A deathly stillness came over him. Amber flickered in his gray irises. It's Novak, isn't it? She nodded, stomach sinking at how his expression crumpled. You are so clever, he said, eyes slipping closed as he pinched the bridge of his nose, that I forget how stupidly naive you can be. The whispered words hit Red like a slap, reigniting her rage. You should be grateful for that trait. It's what made me chase after you like a puppy while you jerked me around on a leash, telling me we had something special. She did a bad imitation of him. You're my soulmate, but should we be together? Let's snog on the beach while I make up my mind. I was stupidly naive to put up with that. So, that's what this is. Payback. Did you just come to stab me with the shards of a love triangle? See if it hurt? Twist the knife on the way out of town? It was never a love triangle for me, Lucas. God damn it, you were my first love. His gaze softened. I didn't. I chose you from the beginning. I kept choosing you. Then you walked away and kept walking. Your rivalry with him was never really about me. It wasn't really about Juniper either. She turned away, ready to make that her parting shot. Maybe you've got us pegged. You're not the first to say it, he said, loosely grabbing her wrist to stop her. Kitten, use that logic and put two and two together. You're simply another status symbol like his hipster nightclubs and private planes, a trophy he can brag about. Gnashing her teeth, she shrugged him off. At least he can commit. He cares for me, doesn't even want me in Portland, let alone parade me around. It's easier for him to keep up a good front in the country. They know him too well in the city. You might hear the rumors about your boyfriend. I've already heard them. Lucas mocked. Did you communicate and process it together? Christoph would say anything to get into your pants. He'll tell you what you want to hear and then do whatever the hell he wants. I lived it. Red sneered. So I should be worried that when we finally do sleep together, he'll ghost. I wonder where he learned that move. I'm not saying you haven't earned your revenge, but playing with Novak to make me jealous is a dangerous game. She wrinkled her nose. Don't flatter yourself. You're not a factor in my decision making. Is it a bloody head injury then? Or daddy issues? Her angry pulse rang in her ears. She'd heard his biography over wine too many times for him to fling those accusations around. You are the last person to talk about that. Don't be a fool, he paced, gesticulating as he stomped. For Novak, this is about sticking it to me. I'm not close enough to save you when he grows bored. Bored? She smiled coldly. If he thought that would hurt her, she laughed. We both know that if I wanted it, he'd give me forever, and I'm not talking about a wedding ring. Lucas gawked, arms dropping to his side. You can't mean... You missed your chance. I'm not waiting for you anymore. Flipping him off with both hands, she spun on her heel and walked out. She strutted to the van and hopped into the passenger side. Motor, I'm done here. Vic grumbled, turning on the vehicle and pulling out of the parking lot. He's not going to want to speak to me ever again either, is he? So long, City of Angels. July 2nd, sunset, Los Angeles, California. Time loop, Jars 88. Red woke up too pissed off at Lucas to think about how she'd died. She jumped out of bed and marched out the front door, grabbing the van keys. Vic called after her. Where are you going? She ignored him to drive out of the parking lot, swerving to miss a black cat on her way out. Her heart raced as the argument with Lucas replayed in her mind. Stomping into Quinn Investigations, she found the vampire sitting at the desk. Grinning, he stood to greet her. You're early, Red. It's good to see you. She kicked him in the balls. That was on her bucket list, too. Falling back into his chair, with a groan, he cupped himself. Are you bleeding mental, woman? Screw you, Lucas Crawford. I don't do jack shit because of you. My life is my own. I don't have daddy issues either. I know my dad loved me, and I know exactly what you think of me. I'm not yours. You aren't my master. His pained grimace faded into shamed fear. What did you remember? Something as Juniper? It's not a past life regression. I just want you out of this one. July 2nd, sunset, Los Angeles, California. Time loop, sure 90. Waking on her stripped mattress, Red wished she hadn't packed away the sheets long before her cat nap. She wanted to duck under a blanket and stay there. That argument with Lucas had stuck in her head more than the car accident that had reset her. Cathartic as it had been to scream some long-buried grievances at him, she wasn't proud of herself. It had been an ugly fight, a couple of them, really. It was her 90th loop, and she was farther behind than ever, stuck in a saga that felt older than Chronos. She kept being reset before she even left LA, blood still boiling from whatever Lucas's parting shot was, until the last one when they reached the Mojave. The few hours on the road gave her time to think. She had honestly thought he knew about Christoph. Delilah had called her out in charm about it. Why hadn't she said anything here? Red rubbed her face as she realized it was to avoid hurting Lucas. From the pain in his eyes, the vampiress had guessed right. He had reacted less to a stabbing. Maybe she was stupidly naive. Or just stupid. She'd assumed it'd be the first thing out of Delilah's mouth when she touched down at LAX. Sighing, she ordered dinner from Old Shanghai, choosing their usual order saved in the takeout app. "Are you ready?" Vic asked, popping his head into her room later. Red nodded, finishing a text message to Christoph, the same one she had sent again and again. "I ordered Chinese. It should be here soon." "Awesome! We can take it on the road. Let's get the last boxes in the van and tie everything down," he said. "Should we do one last spit polish on the place?" "I'm so over getting the deposit." With the van mostly packed, the apartment felt empty, even with the prefabricated furniture and boxes for donations they left behind. She still didn't understand why it had felt so important before to haul so much back up to Charm. It was stuff. It didn't make a home. People did. This was when she should tell Vic what was going on. She helped him ready the Millennium Falcon instead, then enjoyed the simple pleasure of watching Bill the delivery guy get a happy ending to tell the folks back at the old Shanghai restaurant. She wanted Vic to have it too, before she dropped her burden on him. Time marched on with his children, inevitability and chaos ushering her forward. The empty streets of Los Angeles made reality surreal. She closed her eyes to the familiar route, more isolating by the lack of traffic. This was a uniquely private hell. Orange streetlights bled through her lids, reminding her that the world was still there. She couldn't put her fingers in her ears and hope it would go away. She'd had over 80 Vegas mornings. How many LA nights would she have? "Miss the City of Angels now that we're leaving?" Vic chuckled. "Judging by that face, I'm guessing the answer is no." She leaned her head back on the seat. "I'd say the trip was bittersweet, but I'd be repeating myself." "Did we already talk about this? Man, I was flying high last night. Too bad Lucas didn't stick around. He missed the shuffleboard match in the courtyard with Chuck. Old timer thought he could hustle me." "I get the feeling you're on a winning streak, Vic." "I was thinking I should get in a blackjack game tonight." "I know." She turned the radio up to distract from the confession on her tongue. Parking in front of Quinn Investigations, they followed a fated route to where a vampire waited. Red had run from Lucas in the original timeline and had given him a piece of her mind in her first rewind of the night. How many other reactions would she have until she got off this carousel of misery? "Peckish?" Lucas asked by the microwave. Nervous excitement crinkled at the corners of his gray eyes. His smile was almost shy. She hadn't noticed before. "Your signature dish." She yielded to fate, letting the scene unfold as it had the first time. The lights went out in the office, and Vic trotted to the fuse box downstairs. Red couldn't stop looking at Lucas, and barely heard his words as he drew closer. "I have the time to wait." He cupped her cheek and kissed her softly, fate supercharging the electricity in his touch. She surrendered to the kiss. They were only going to reset anyway. Running her hands through his black hair, her fingers knew the terrain by heart. Holding her tight, Lucas murmured, "I've missed you, Red. So much." "Why didn't you tell me before? Text me or something." "Stupidity, mostly. I saw it like a relapse, as if I could just cut you out cold turkey. I don't know if you would be better off, kitten. I try to do right by you, but I don't always know what that is." He brought their lips together again, raising long-dead feelings as skillfully as a necromancer. It always felt like a roller coaster. A realization made her shiver. That's what it always was with him. She broke away and leaned her forehead against his. "I have to tell you something." He looked so hopeful that it broke her heart. "I chose you first," she said. "Until you broke up with me, I couldn't think about anyone else. My head was so full of you. I could sense you before you walked into a room. I'd never felt a connection like that before. I didn't know it, but I was a goner the second you pulled up on your motorcycle in Rancho Cucamonga and took off your helmet." He stroked her hair, wonder softening his face. Your soul crossed oceans of time to find me again. The T word brought it all back to Red. Remember that freaky statue from New Year's? Quinn shredded all the notes on it. I saw it again. I've done this night before, Lucas. Quinn was scared this might happen. Didn't say it, but I could tell. I'll call in a favor with Cora. He wrapped her in his arms like he could shield her from the world. There was a time when she believed he could. We'll break the cycle. She stepped back, a tear streaking down her cheek. We'll just do this again and again. No, I'll free you from this spell. That's not what I'm talking about. She kissed his cheek softly and walked away. Stone-faced, Vic jogged out of the side room through the office, catching up with Red at the door. He slipped past her into the hallway. She paused on the threshold. Goodbye, Lucas. He appeared at her side, vampire fast. Why can't you stay? It can be like it was. I need to move forward. She left before she could change her mind. Vic glowered behind the wheel of the van. He barely waited for her to slide into her seat and peeled out. Dating an unsold vampire was a bad idea, he said once on the road. Going behind his back with his fucking sire's next level. He kissed me first. Then you kissed back. I saw it. What were you thinking? That you're about to run a red light. Vic hit the brakes as a bus zoomed through the intersection. He panted from sudden adrenaline. Shit, that was close. Red drooped against the dashboard. Is the universe fucking with me? Don't tell me the only timeline where I kiss my ex is the one that sticks. Chapter 12. July 3rd, after midnight, Las Vegas, time loop, 90. Reaching the Circe Casino alive felt like a sign. Red told herself that she would say something to Hannah and Basil once they got into the hotel suite. Vic kept elbowing her about it. Fuck it. She'd played around with enough crazy what-ifs, and now she might have to live with her last one in LA. If this was the final timeline, she wanted to make it count and give Basil the attention he deserved at dinner. On cue, Hannah's phone rang, leading the teen out on the balcony and Vic off for a beer. You've had me talking all night, Red, Basil said, lounging on floor pillows in the Moroccan-themed dining area. We've barely talked about you. Something is different, isn't it? What happened in Charm? Or was it in LA? Lucas kissed me, and I kissed him back. She winced, a guilty flush rising on her neck. It was a goodbye, but had a lot of tongue. Repeating yourself? I have a firm policy about tomcats scratching at my door again. I'll tell you more in a bit, but you have no idea how much I want to break patterns right now. Basil hovered his hand over her arm. It's not just that. Your soul feels... Vic stalked out of the kitchen. Can we not talk about relationships? Especially hers. Excuse me, Basil. She stood readying herself to catch a sprinting teenager. Crying, Hannah bolted inside the living room from the balcony. Jeremy broke up with me. I gotta go. Red put her arm around the girl's shoulder. You shouldn't be alone. Let's go to my room. She didn't have much advice, considering her track record, so she listened instead. It was a relief to not just console Hannah and be there for her, but to vent a bit herself. A crying and ranting session about men later, she re-emerged with the now calm teen. Watching TV with Basil, Vic called out, Are you going to tell them already? He launched into it without waiting for Red. Once he finished, Hannah declared, I'm coming with you guys. You're needed here, Red said. I mean it. I've done this day over so many times. The Synod might have guessed Gary's gambit, but they need more than gendarme in the tunnels. I've tried to tell them before, and they never believe me. You know how closed off they are. I couldn't protect him, and I have this terrible feeling that Basil only survives it if you're here, Hannah. In the original timeline, he texted that you saved his life. How? Hannah asked, uncertainty gripping her soft features. A good question that I can't answer, Red said, shrugging. Maybe this was the girl's mysterious destiny. Maybe it was luck. The kid had kept her head last spring when their plans had gone awry at Battleforge. Better than others, that was for sure. Now it was time for her solo act. I don't know, but you make the difference. This academy will need a hero tomorrow. You can't leave your post. I need to help you somehow. You've saved me how many times? Pass it on. Save Basil. Red joked. Mail me the skull of St. Benedict if you can manage it. Might come in handy. I will, the teen witch promised solemnly. Well, we're all facing death tomorrow, Basil said. I think that calls for sleep, or at least a sleeping pill. Red smiled, patting Hannah on the back. Don't worry, you have a hero with you. Red curled up underneath the covers in her giant hotel bed. Yawning, she held her phone, trying to think of what to text Kristoff. After 3 restless months, a dreamless sleep claimed her in minutes. She nearly cried to see the morning without resetting. Refreshed from the first solid REM cycles she'd had in weeks, she skipped down to the academy for breakfast with her friends. She had an omelet and filled her bag with apples and wrapped muffins for the road, deciding to be an optimist and bet they would get home this time. Hours later in the Millennium Falcon, she was the most surprised when she woke up from a nap to see that they had arrived. The drive-through charm to Vic's little brick house was more beautiful than she'd ever seen it. Her short trip away had turned into an odyssey. She'd finally returned. To stretch her legs after the long ride, she showed Vic the footprints by the shed. A Sasquatch, I swear. He'll show up after sunset. And we name him Antonio? I gotta tell you, this story is getting weirder and weirder. It happens around 10. Set your watch to it. I believe you. Everything has happened like you said. How do we break it to Zach? That's what I forgot to do this morning. Shaking her head, she chuckled. Depends on how much help you want with these boxes. Once I drop that bomb, you lose your free labor. Good point. Zach drove up in his dented SUV and stepped out with a wave. She guessed in a certain light that he did look like Valentino, if the silent movie actor had dressed like a goth bouncer and had a side fade haircut. Hey, buddy, Vic said too casually. Thanks for helping me move. Want to see something cool? Red went through the motions, unpacking the boxes from the van and putting away dishes in the kitchen. The mindless tasks were soothing as she sifted through her night's plan. Olivia was gathering supplies, while Calloway closed off the road to the sea caves. They'd lay siege to the statue by morning at the latest. A phone notification interrupted her thoughts. I was excited for you and couldn't help myself. I had a search done and found 2 Goldberg families in the Newark area with a late son named Russell. Should I plan for a trip back east soon? We can stay in my Manhattan apartment. The touching message from Kristoff made her feel like a worm, especially the end. She sent a gushy thank you back, guilt churning in her stomach. Telling him about Lucas was going to be a confusing mess, even if she didn't mention time anomalies. She'd gotten used to never seeing tomorrow. Zach yelled from the yard, "We're building the bonfire, Red!" Coming, she said, putting away her phone and slapping on a forced smile. Reenacting the original timeline, Antonio arrived, and they chased away the cryptozoologist Shackleford. Red dropped the time bombshell on Zach then. That explains why you didn't blink when Antonio showed up? The empath rumpled his black hair. Neither of you feel like you're lying. I kind of want you to be. I wish I was, she said. I'll take the van and see Kristoff about lugging that statue out of the caves and onto a boat. I've studied up on prison boxes so I can make one on the way to dumping it. I already have Olivia started on it. Vic asked, What do we do? If we can do it tonight, I'll call you in, but try to save Antonio in the meantime. Run that cryptozoologist out of town. He's interested in the sea caves, too. Has a theory that quantum energy is attracting Sasquatches, so his idea of research is shooting one. The big guy and I were both gunned down. Shackleford is a suspect. Zach nodded grimly, cracking his knuckles. I'll find out what he knows. Vic drew her away from the fire and toward the van. Once alone, he said, I don't like being up in your relationship business, or anyone's, But here's some unsolicited advice. It's not the night to be honest with your boyfriend about everything. That statue is our priority, and we need his resources. Do your feelings bit once we're sure you won't reset again. Save the kissing for another time, too. Red agreed, but her anticipation only grew as she drove closer to Kristoff's house. She told herself to play it cool when she parked. Once she stepped out of the van, her feet disobeyed her head. She sprinted to the front door. Kristoff? He opened it barefoot, in jeans and a black tank top. A delighted grin widened on his handsome face. Even without a soul, when he looked at her, she saw the adoration twinkling in his gaze. You're done early. Half jumping into his arms, she wrapped around him, inhaling his scent. Her heart beat loud enough for the two of them. Time was speeding back up again, and she'd been waiting for a quiet night with him for ages. He couldn't imagine how long. She nuzzled his neck, unable to speak. Couldn't she just stay like this? Chuckling, Kristoff held her legs around his waist, the weight easy for a vamp. I missed you too. She stroked his bicep tattoos, reassuring herself he was there. I thought I might never see you again. Concerned, he led her inside and kicked the door closed behind them. What happened? Hold me for a bit, I need a minute. She sat on the couch. Resting her head on his chest, she told him the story from the beginning, uncurling it like a toy slinky. Kristoff cuddled her, stroking her hair, and when she needed it, dried her tears. These were the moments where it was hard to believe there was only a demon inside him. His arms stiffened when she mentioned the alchemists were giving Gary O'Sullivan a soul. Have they already done this? How would they hide a newly souled supreme? I don't think they're going to set him back on his throne. That's one part of the day that I haven't gotten an update on. I assume everyone is busy. Fingers crossed, they're doing fine. I reset in LA too. She laid out the knockout drag-out fights with Lucas, beat by beat, to an overjoyed Kristoff. I don't know if it was a dig or what, but he said you'd get bored. She snorted, then repeated her last zingers at his sire. He caressed her cheek, the amused smile turning wistful. I would give you forever, you know. You never need to worry about my loyalty. Chest tightening, she bit her lip and scooched away from him to sip some water. That wasn't my only reset in LA. I don't know why, but the last time, the only time when time stayed linear, when he kissed me, I let him. A blank reserve snapped onto his features, cloaking his reaction better than an invisibility potion. Red took his hands, his fingers as cold as the remote look in his eyes. She continued, speaking faster to get the truth out. After repeating a day so much, you start doing things for the hell of it. Find out the answer to those what-ifs. I expected a drive-by or something to take me out on the way out of town. When I kissed Lucas back, I realized it was another loop that I was trapped in. Chaos and inevitability, comfortable because it was predictable destruction. Our time together was up. I had to say goodbye, even when he asked me to stay with him. Kristoff was quiet for a moment, still and silent as only a vampire could be. Why didn't you stay? Because I want to go forward. Not just with you, but with my life. She looked down at her lap, smoothing her jeans compulsively. Maybe it wasn't smart to lay it all out like this, but I don't want to lie to you. You think I'm mad at you? He took her hand, rubbing his thumb in circles on her palm. I'm not jazzed to know that my sire put the moves on you again. Disappointed, but not surprised. I figured he'd try something on the first night, actually. I'd understand if you were a little mad at me after this story. He chuckled. Did we hear the same one? You ran through every scenario of the last 3 days, and in each one you fought to get back here, to me. And you kicked Lucas in the balls, too. That's as good as a birthday present. I wish I had seen it. Not my best moment. She hugged him, murmuring against his shirt. I was worried I'd hurt you. Darling, it's sweet that you're concerned, but I'm not a teenager angsting over a kiss. I've been a vampire for over 100 years. I'd be upset if you went to an orgy and didn't invite me. Giggling, she leaned back against the couch. I'm the naive one, counting the bases that we've hit. I think we're somewhere around the short stop. We're at first in vampire terms. What's home then? Kristoff gave her a knowing look. He wasn't talking about sex anymore. Oh, he arched a teasing eyebrow. I promise that eternity is more entertaining than this time phenomenon. Now, how do we proceed to free you? Time's moving sequentially again. Maybe its power is waning. I'll need to cut all ties to me. There are a couple of ways to do that with a norm. Arno burst into the cottage in a suit-clad blur before stopping in the middle of the living room. Why haven't you been answering your phone, Kristoff? I need you back home. He jumped up. What's going on? Arno snapped. If you checked your phone, you'd know. Palms out, Kristoff used his diplomat voice, the one she had heard so many times in L.A. He sounded calm even as his worried eyes darted between her and his brother. We have a situation here. I need to stay and triage it. With her? Arno pointed, gritted his teeth. Again? This isn't the time. She whispered to Kristoff, It's Donald. He's up to something. Arno scowled at his brother. Now you're telling her our business. Unbelievable. He stomped up to her. Could you please put out so he can think rationally again? Kristoff warned in a clipped tone. Be civil. Arno turned away to check his phone. What? I said please to your little bleeder. Ouch. She tightened her lips, sealing the sharp remark on her tongue. Kristoff put an arm around her and barked out, You will respect her. The tension jerked up as the Novaks fought a silent battle of wills. Was it the sire-child or the sibling bond that made it seem like they communicated with glares alone? Either way, she hated being in the middle. We need to leave now, Arno said. You must be seen in Portland. Donal has gathered all the vassals to do fuck if I know. It's about the tithes, Red whispered to Kristoff, trying to help. You should go. Arno snapped. This is not your conversation, and you don't tell him what to do. Stung, she lifted her hands in surrender. That was her cue. She'd tolerated and been tolerated enough. Fine. I'll see you later. Kristoff followed her outside. I apologize for my brother. Standing on her toes, she kissed him quickly. It's not your fault. Come back when you can. I will. Red shrugged off the awkward finish to her long-awaited reunion and drove out of the driveway to the cemetery road. She knew that dwelling on Arno's antipathy would only frustrate her. It could wait for another night. Calling Olivia quickly, she broke the news that they wouldn't have Vampira back up tonight. Her headlamps caught an auburn-furred figure hunched over a tombstone. Antonio. She stopped the engine. Hey, Olivia, I gotta go. See you soon. She got out of the van, leaving the door open and her keys in the ignition in her haste. Holding her hands out, she approached the Bigfoot. Hey, buddy. It's a friend. Let me call the guys. We can get you to a doctor. He looked in worse shape than before. Blood gushed from a bullet wound in his beefy bicep. He reared up with a roar. She jumped back. Okay, we can bring the doctor here. Shackelford burst from the foliage on the other side of the road. He ran toward them with a machete, its edge dripping with pale goo. Move, girl! Red gestured the cryptozoologist away. No, you stay away from him. He's done nothing. Charging his hunter, Antonio bellowed, long arms swinging, sharp nails ready to strike. His loping gait consumed the distance between them. Shackelford hacked at the Sasquatch's chest. He crowed in victory as the creature shrieked in pain. She aimed her snub-nosed revolver at the man to scare him. Go! Antonio bolted into the cemetery at the sight of the weapon. After a few steps, he staggered against a tombstone. Shackelford chased after him, machete raised. She sprinted between the predator and the prey. Stop it! The metallic flash of the blade warned her, but she couldn't move her arm fast enough. She screamed. The small cut below her elbow burned like a bullet. She collapsed to her knees, vision blurring. It hurt. Oh, God, it did. A sudden fever gripped her. What did you do to me? The man paled and backed up. I told you to go. I told you. Falling on her side, she shook on the ground, teeth rattling. Hot pus dripped down her forearm. Poison shot fire in her veins. The cut was already black from sepsis, skin peeling back from the swelling wound. You, you found this at a magic shop, didn't you? Shackelford babbled, paralyzed at the sight of her. You got in the way. It wasn't for you. Why did you step in front of me? Kristoff sprinted out of the cemetery, crouching at her side. Concern edged his fury as he smoothed the sweaty hair off her forehead. His face blurred, voice drowned out by her racing heartbeat as she squinted at him. Arno grabbed the cryptozoologist's neck and boredly asked his brother, Do I kill him now? Poison. Red's chattering teeth made it impossible to speak full sentences. She pointed at the prone, furry body on a grave. Both. Arno's expression darkened, and he shook his captive. What the hell did a Bigfoot ever do to you? Light-headed, she asked, You like animals, Arno? The world twirled as she tried to sit up for a better look at him. Kristoff carried her to the van, opening the side door and setting her inside on the floor. Pulling off his shirt, he ripped the black fabric into bandages. His anxious face faded in and out of focus. He wrapped a strip in a tourniquet above her infected cut. She cried out at the pressure, biting her lip to hold in the next groan. Vertigo overwhelmed her as he cradled her in his lap. Darkness tinged the corners of her vision like a vignette. You'll be okay, darling. Everything will be fine, he murmured gently. His fingers trembled as he felt her forehead temperature again. He jerked his head up and yelled, You need to drive, Arno. She groped for his hand, seeing double. There was so much she wanted to tell Kristoff, but her thoughts lumped together like overcooked spaghetti. I'm dying. I know what it feels like by now. Fear, beyond thought and reason, haunted his gaze. Her voice petered out to a hoarse whisper as her throat tightened, choking off the next words. She needed to tell him to be brave, that she would just see him in the next loop. No, you're not dying. Kristoff bit his wrist, dripping his healing blood on her infected arm. It cooled the pulsing hot wound. She released a grateful exhale. He would save her. His dark gift always had. Then a fresh wave of chills knocked her bones together. Surprised, he cut himself again and squeezed his arm to force the healing liquid out. Hold on, my love. Where? Arno leaned into the open driver's side door, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Shock stiffened his spine. He flung down his bloody silk hanky. What are you doing, Kristoff? She's conscious. Did you tell her this secret too? Why not just hand her a steak? Shut up, Arno. Drive us to the hospital. He grimaced, teeth grinding together. My blood, it's not working. Keep her warm. It's been a while since medical school, but I remember that. Arno tossed his suit jacket to his brother and leaped into the driver's seat. He sped out of the cemetery to the village. That yokel has no idea what he bought. I got the name of a shopkeeper in Portland you'll enjoy killing. She gasped for breath to ask which magic shop. It faded on her dry tongue as she convulsed. She'd been bitten by vampires, smushed by signs, and hit by cars. This poison was officially the worst. Would she wake up in LA or Vegas? Lucidity faded from her internal dialogue. Her mother's face floated above her own. She reached out, arm flopping down, muscles weakening. Kristoff wrapped her in the jacket, holding her up to his chest and feeding her from his wrist. He rubbed her throat to make her drink. Stay with me, Red. Can you still hear me? His voice sounded so far away to her foggy ears. Sweating and shaking, she was dead weight against him. She couldn't answer the questions even as her heart broke at his expression. Looking at his brother, he sounded lost like a child. Why isn't this working? Arno asked, How do you feel, Red? Tell me your symptoms. My head hurts, vision fuzzy, she slurred, eyes slipping closed as she threw all her will at speaking. She fought through the agony dulling her mind. My mom is taking care of me. There's so much light around her. Kristoff angled her to sit up on his lap, lifting her chin. He tapped her cheek, movements quick and urgent like Morse code. Don't go into the light, Arno swore. It's mimicking belladonna poisoning, but the wound is festering like a neglected snake bite. Keep treating her until we can get antivenom. This poison must have been designed to overwhelm a supernatural system on multiple fronts, maybe even calibrated against paranormal intervention specifically. Even against a previous protective enchantment? Kristoff asked slowly, as if dreading the answer. You saw what it did to the Bigfoot's magic. She'd be dead now without you. Arno sped through an empty intersection, the red light blazing through the windshield. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. What? That she could be in immediate danger? Why the hell do you think I was trying to stay? Cursing in check, Arno slapped the steering wheel, glaring into the rearview mirror. As if I could know. Since you met her, you're always darting off, leaving me to pick up the slack. Our business is tanking, and our friends are turning against us. I needed you tonight. So did she. Kristoff tightened his hold on her. The words rumbled in his chest. He bit his wrist again, tilting her head back and rubbing her throat to make her swallow. Darling, keep drinking. Please, don't leave me. I can come back, she rasped out, barely audible to even herself. Pain rippled down her arm, ripping away coherent thought. Do you mean that? Kristoff whispered into her ear, a desperate plea in his voice. You want forever with me? She fumbled, trying to touch his face, slumping against him from the effort. Her brain rang a distant alarm, but her tongue couldn't move as she shuddered. She'd meant the time loop would bring her back. He kissed her head, shaking almost as much as she was. Arno, if the doctors don't have an antidote, you will need to turn her. I can't. There isn't time. If they use physostigmine in conjunction with... Arno parked in front of the hospital and twisted to look at them. There is still hope. I don't know if... What do you need to know? Kristoff bellowed. I'm asking you to save her. You know more than anyone what she means to me. That's exactly it. You've carried this torch for how long? She is the Daisy Buchanan to your Jay Gatsby. Arno tilted his head back as if expecting a punch. Maybe it's time to let Juniper go. Her name is Red, and you will turn her. The words jolted her stupor. She tried to speak, but it came out a low, pained moan. Arno's face went blank. Is that an order as my brother or my sire? Please, I love her. You know the rules. She didn't ask me. Kristoff bundled Red out of the van, delicate with her even as he snarled at his brother. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Go back to Portland! Awareness crept on her like a pickpocket. First was the smell of the hospital and the too bright light of the fluorescent fixture above. Loose straps bound her arms, protecting the IV tubes connecting her to medical equipment. Her bleary eyes squinted at Kristoff. His voice finally penetrated the dull numbness of her pharmaceutical haze. Red couldn't move, her mind floating into awareness, while her prone body ignored basic commands. She wanted to take his hand, comfort the conflict and confusion in his gaze. Head bowed, he debated himself at her bedside. You're going to live, but how am I going to forgive my brother? If you had... Did I spoil him too much after Mom died? Maybe you did, Arno said, walking into the room. I'm sorry, Kristoff. That was rotten of me. I shouldn't have let my own... Never mind. If this will make you happy, I can turn her now. Smiling ruefully, Kristoff stood, shaking his head. I panicked. I didn't appreciate the defiance, but she will when she wakes up. Arno paused at the foot of the bed, hand on the rail. When the time comes, I won't let you down again. Kristoff pulled him into a hug. I know the world is changing around us, but we stick together. She doesn't change that. Arno grinned. Bring your human around more, and I might get used to the idea of her being family. Red convulsed on the bed, toes curling, breath shortening. She strained against the straps. The heart monitor beeped a shrill warning too late. Arno checked her medical chart, flipping through it frantically. They gave her the wrong dosage. The treatment must be done in a precise sequence. Christoph asked, "Are you sure?" "I did better my second time in med school. She needs a shot of—" Arno cursed and rolled up his sleeve. "There is no time. Don't drink from her. She's toxic." Christoph slumped into his chair. The color faded from his face, leaving him looking truly dead. He nodded and hunched over her bedside, squeezing her hand. Arno cut his forearm, placing it to her lips, forcing the blood down her throat. "Don't worry, Duchess. I've done this procedure before." Vic's panicked yell ripped through the hospital room. He rushed inside with Zach. Raising his handgun, he fired. The blast shook the room. It was a clear shot through the heart. Arno crumbled to bones, clattering on the linoleum. Christoph became a shadowed blur as he leaped for the hunters. Like a stage curtain, darkness fell on the chaos. Chapter 13. July 3rd, late afternoon, Charm, Oregon, time loop, BART 91. Red screamed in the front seat of the Millennium Falcon. Vic swerved on the highway exit ramp into Charm. "Jesus, did you have a nightmare or see a really big spider?" She braced her hands against the door and the dashboard, sweat dripping down her forehead. Holy shit. Heart palpitations rippled down her heaving chest. She pressed the pulse in her neck, grateful to feel it. "No!" He parked on the nearest shoulder, calling after her as she bolted from the car. Red dry heaved behind some bushes until she was certain that she wouldn't spew in the van. She'd almost become a fucking vampire. Would that have stopped this time trip or been another reset? It was the worst case scenario for her relationship with Christoph. She knew he wouldn't let her die horribly, but intellectualizing the fact was different from living it. Arno had played an unlikely stopgap on the idea. It made her like the guy. Her head ached as she slunk back into the van, processing her last death. "That was rough, man." Vic handed her a water bottle from between the seats, then restarted the engine. "I told you that gas station taquito looked funny." "I usually bite it quicker than that, no pun intended." "What are you talking about?" he asked, face scrunched up. "Is that a double entendre?" "What I've been talking about all day." She cursed when all he did was blink at her. "When the hell am I?" Outside Charm. Not where, when. She checked the dashboard clock. After 5 p.m., they were right on time, but the anomaly was becoming more unstable. Had she somehow skipped back to a past loop? "Tell me about our morning in Vegas. I need to orient myself." We had breakfast. Hannah thankfully didn't cry about her breakup. We went into the portal, then it was a whole lot of highway tunes. "Are you going to tell me why your short-term memory doesn't work now?" "What about Basil?" Vic shrugged. "He went off to meet some gendarme. Ortega, I think her name was." "Am I back in the original timeline?" She rubbed her temples, the beginnings of a stress headache trumpeting its arrival. "Does that mean I'm closer or farther behind?" "Now this is where you explain." "Time has made me its bitch." Deep in thought, she pressed her hands against her head, palms tugging her cheeks. Both the mirror and Vic's expression told her how crazy she looked. "I need to do this differently. Can you drop me off at the diner? I'm done with the Bigfoot business." He squawked. "What kind of explanation is that?" "Shush! Stace isn't in town yet, but Olivia and Calloway can help me set up something like a magical Faraday cage for the statue. Then we cut its connection to me. It's too bad that I didn't loop back to Vegas. Then I could try and steal that skull." Vic narrowed his eyes, tapping on the steering wheel. "There's a statue causing the time anomaly, and you're grave robbing now?" He shook his flattened palm as he speculated. "Maybe a little nutty too?" "Hey, you're keeping up pretty well." She gave him a thumbs up. "Maybe I didn't need to painstakingly explain all those other time loops." "Why am I not coming with you then?" "Because you need to help a Bigfoot or stop a cryptozoologist. I haven't figured out which. The cryptid hunter has killed me at least once that I know of." "Oh shit. Is that how you reset?" She patted his shoulder, smiling sadly. You make the same face every time you ask. At Lily's diner, the dinner rush was in full swing. Supernaturals sat inside while humans waited in their cars for takeout. Red walked past a parked dark gray sedan. Inside it, the plain faced woman in a black suit seemed familiar. She wasn't a local. Had she been in the diner before in the real timeline? Maudette waved as she trotted a bag to the parking lot. Zach isn't here. I'm waiting for Olivia and Calloway. Could you keep an eye on the out of towners for us? I always do. Leaving the waitress to her work, Red ducked into the diner behind a couple of regulars and made a beeline for her usual booth. The dining area was more than half empty. A black-haired woman, the one who'd tried to hire her in the bathroom, was at the bar with a notebook, trying to write despite old Herman making small talk. Red didn't have time to shrug the supernatural off, so she hid behind a menu. Olivia strutted inside in designer jeans and a striped blouse with a uniformed Calloway behind her. The two gave each other a polite nod as they joined her table. Smiling lightly, Red glanced around for listeners and dropped her voice. I'm going to make this short here and explain more later. I need help sealing a dangerous enchanted object up in a sea cave with a makeshift prison box. Then we need to do the strongest cord-cutting ceremony that we can on me. I know the theory, but you can guide it, Olivia. We'll need rosemary, cold iron powder, and all the sage you can find. Tonight. I have it at my house, Olivia said. Good, Red said. We can go now. I shouldn't say too much out in the open. Sure, Calloway replied. It's been quiet enough that I can delegate to the deputies. Why is she here? Olivia asked, eyeing the cop. It sounds like a witch job. Because last time I went there, I was shot. The other women shared looks of matching surprise as they checked her out for an injury. You'll want her guarding our backs. We have 4 hours until sunset. You won't want to be there after dark. Red let them marinate in her ominous statement as she stalked to the exit. The two followed her out of the diner, waiting until they were out in the parking lot to start their interrogation. Calloway demanded, What's at the sea caves? What enchantment is on this thing? Olivia asked. Red shushed them, noticing the driver of a dark sedan watching through her open car window. A memory finally clipped onto the face in her mind. It was the woman who'd ordered breakfast at Lily's tomorrow morning. Where had she gone afterward? We're taking your broomstick, Olivia. Aisha, drive behind. I'm not far, Olivia said to the sheriff, and hustled Red toward her teal car. I moved into my great-aunt's old place by Sycamore Row. Her greenhouse has everything. That's what I'm hoping. Red got into the passenger side. Now this is where it gets weird. It's the God's honest truth, maybe not the God that you're thinking of. Olivia rolled her eyes, buckling her seatbelt. I've lived in charm all my life. You don't need to ease me in. Red chuckled. You ever heard of a time anomaly? What about a God trap? Hecate at the crossroads, Olivia wheezed. She drove onto the road, hunched over the wheel, with none of her usual snappy remarks. I'm getting the feeling that you've heard something. My great-aunt loved history. Obscure and gory details were her favorite, perfect for children in her mind. She told me about Nicholas Flamel, but not his immortal life. The woman liked the unusual takes on a topic. She said his last invention was a god trap. Did she know what it looked like? These were bedtime stories. She mentioned he was perfecting the druid's work, but not how. That was for background flavor. Sometimes the details changed, but the last act was the same. He died. My aunt always ended the story on a question mark. Did the gods bring him down for his hubris? The last invention, eh? Red had heard the story of how Perinel and Nicholas Flamel achieved the Philosopher's Stone, but eventually he decided to expire over a century ago. At least that was the official story. The god trap wasn't in the standard Academy lore. This could have been stolen from the alchemists, then? That's all I know. Just a story from when I was a kid. Couldn't tell you what book she found it in, Or if someone told her the story. Doubt she'd even remember. Her mind is going. Do you think it can be done? Olivia huffed. I was raised a pagan, not a heathen. I know to respect the gods and fear them. When they reconvened, Red explained the situation to Calloway as they walked to the backyard greenhouse. She finished anticlimactically with a shrug. Weird, huh? That's why I came to this town. Calloway rubbed her hands. I saw that Tom Cruise movie, so I get the idea. Good, because I want to sleep tonight and wake normally tomorrow. Red showed the other woman the roof map of the shoreline on her phone, describing how she had gotten to it before. This cave must have a back entrance. That must be how the statue got in there. I didn't see any openings at the base of that cliff section. Wherever it is, we need to seal it. I found one of those hatches as a kid. The door hinge was so rusty that I couldn't open it, Olivia said. It was in a different place, though. Not the same one. I could scry for the statue, but it won't be precise. Charm's own magic, and whatever this god trap is giving off will throw my senses off. That's why we have technology. Calloway walked over to a cluster of brooms and shovels in the corner. She lifted a metal detector. We'll scan the area for a manhole cover or something. I got the rundown on the sea caves when I became sheriff. Old smugglers added to nature's design all over this area. Most of the tunnels are short. The entrance should be close to the cliff top. How far could one guy haul a ton of rock, anyway? Olivia smiled. Good idea, Aisha. I can get a crane from the family business to remove it and have the terrace bricked up later. Now we're cooking, Red said. Makes me wish I'd brought you two in the first time. They might just finish this before she was supposed to meet Kristoff. Red hated every second of her return to the sea caves. Dread danced with anticipation in her stomach. It wasn't the company. Calloway and Olivia worked surprisingly well together once they got started. She could almost believe it might work. Would this finally be the day? Had she cracked the code? Heavy backpack tugging her backward, Red pointed out the trail zigzagging down the cliff face. It's that way. I can feel it from here, Olivia said, gritting her teeth and straightening her shoulders under her pack. We should have brought more sage. Scope out the trail first, Calloway said. Whoever shot you might have been casing this place for a while, trying to figure out how to get in themselves. I'll start with the metal detector. Red walked in front, but Olivia stopped her yards before they reached the hidden outcropping to the terrace. The power of the statue stuck to them like syrup. The other witch looked nauseous as she said, I'm starting to believe my great-aunt's story. Calloway called down to them, Hey, I found it. Red's heart squeezed with worry when she didn't see the sheriff immediately. A few yards into the trees, Calloway stood from a crouch behind a thorny blackberry patch. She waved them over. It's covered in brambles, but the trapdoor is there. You wouldn't see it from the clearing. It's unlocked. Walking around the blackberries, Red studied the ground, barely able to detect Calloway's tidy passage. Flattened grasses and broken twigs marked the other side of the bush in a trail leading to the forest. Was it from moving the statue? A fresh scrape on a nearby tree stood out on its dark trunk. There were no wheel marks. Disquiet settled on her. How had a single delivery dude moved a life-sized marble statue? The hatch looked like the entrance of a root cellar, so weather-beaten it blended in with the dirt. Red opened it, careful to remain out of range of anyone lurking inside. Energy wafted out in a plume that made her flinch along with Olivia. There is at least one body in there. I don't want any more. Handgun ready, Calloway stepped forward. I'll go first. Red pulled a flashlight from her backpack, aiming it in the sandstone shaft. It started with a sharply declining ramp, stairs cut into one side. I don't sense any auras waiting for us. Olivia hugged herself. How could you, over that statue's power? That's what we need you to take care of, Calloway said, descending below with her gun raised. Red followed next, with the other witch in the rear. The low ceiling rose as they reached the end of the ramp. Her flashlight caught the pockmarks in the stone corridor. It widened as they walked, allowing the witches to walk side by side. Johnny 1925 had been scrawled into the wall. Prohibition graffiti, maybe. How long had this tunnel been sealed up as if waiting for this particular July day? Olivia asked, "What was this place made for?" Red answered, "Must have run barrels of booze here back in the day." Her whisper echoed. The sound was strangely distorted, as if traveling through pudding. There was only one set of footprints on the floor ahead. Dried blood in eerily straight drips marked the dust. It led into the darkness in a grim vindication that this was the correct path. "Is that blood?" Olivia asked, pale under her makeup. She scrunched her nose. "Why am I asking in a town like this? Of course it is." Calloway shushed them. The statue's heavy presence weighed Red down with each step, her pace matching a funeral dirge. Inevitability snapped at her heels. Distant waves beckoned them closer. The tunnel was a straight shot into the cave. After circling the cavern, Calloway gestured them forward. She put her gun away to approach the face-down dead man at the base of the statue. Crouching at his side, she inspected the bullet wound on his delivery uniform. "He might be a Dagon at most." Red walked around the wall to peek out of the terrace, keeping herself hidden behind the grasses and ferns clinging to the cliff. The collapsed brick rail made her flash back to her first death on the pebbled beach below. She backed away slowly. "We can start here and work our way around the room. The sacred oil for the sigils should be dry by the time your deputies investigate the body." Calloway stood. "I spent enough time in the LAPD to read a shooting. He was shot in the lower shoulder. Must have died last night or early this morning, judging by the rigor mortis. The blood splatter on his back looks like he rested against the wound momentarily, then was propped upright. The area around him is pretty clean. He must have been shot elsewhere and moved here. There was only one set of footprints in the tunnel." "No wheel marks," Olivia said, unnerved by her own observation. "For the statue. Floating would be the least of its powers. Aisha, your deputies should look for an abandoned cargo truck," Red said. The notion didn't soothe her, unable to shake the idea that the statue had compelled him to his doom. She rummaged through her pack and pulled out a gallon-sized jar of salt, mixed with rosemary and cold iron powder. Hyperventilating loudly, Olivia clutched the threshold of the entrance into the cave, staring at the statue of Kronos. Calloway shared a worried glance with Red. "Hey, Benston, it's okay. Breathe. We're going to seal this up." Olivia nodded and inched inside. "We need to hurry, please." "Did you see someone coming?" "No." Olivia shook her head. "It's watching us. It wants to be here." Calloway groaned. "Don't say that looking like a grown version of Children of the Corn. I'm going to guard the cliff top while y'all do your witch thing." Once alone, Red urged Olivia, "Focus on the sigils. Put that fear into containing it." Closing her eyes as if prayer, Olivia nodded. She pulled off her backpack and pulled out their supplies with shaky hands. Back firmly to the statue, she painted sigils that glistened neon on the wall to the third eye. Red poured a sacred salt mixture around the cave, skin crawling the whole time. She felt as twitchy as the other witch looked. Rushing to the next task, she retrieved a paintbrush from her bag. It was crafted from the whiskers of a black cat, which Olivia promised packed a punch. Fingers crossed, it could make a dent. They scrawled the magical symbols to turn this cavern into a prison as quickly as they could. "We'll save the rest for the other door," Olivia said, putting away a nearly empty jar of sacred oils in her pack. "Have we done enough in here?" "You're asking me like I know. We can use every drop and it might not be," Olivia said, wringing her hands. "I can't focus here. We don't need to be looking at it to ignite the spell." "I'm not arguing." Red gathered up their supplies and left the cave with her. They were running by the end of the tunnel. Sunshine felt amazing after the oppressive gloom. After they scribbled sigils on every inch of the weathered hatch, Olivia grabbed her hand. "Chant quickly with me. I want to soak in cleansing salts as soon as possible." Red asked, "Aisha, will you grab the sage from my backpack? The lighter should be in the small pocket." The sheriff retrieved the items, holding the sage awkwardly as if it might explode. "Do I do something special?" Olivia replied, You ever have a hippie roommate in college? Mimic them. I went to college in Utah, Calloway answered dryly. My roommate was Mormon. Just wave the sage around. Olivia didn't wait for questions. She dove into a sing-song chant from her family grimoire, and Red repeated like a Greek chorus. The back and forth stretched on as sage smoldered, agitated by the wind. Sweating, they combined their magic and forced it into the earth to their sigils. It was like closing the hood on a smoking grill. Some energy seeped out around the edges. Good enough. The witches hunched over, panting and releasing hands. Olivia puffed out, "That will hold it for now." Red smiled, dialing up her boyfriend. "Sheriff, get your people while I start planning how to remove it." "Olivia, do you think you could find more witches to help us hold the ward?" "Oh, hey, Christoph, thank the goddess you answered. Gunshots cracked the air. Calloway and Olivia stumbled into the dirt, blood staining their chests. Red dropped the phone to run to them. A familiar, sizzling wet pain dug into her side. She tumbled over, her eardrums throbbing from the blasts. A hiking boot crushed her phone as Christoph yelled for her on the other side. Another bullet tore into her back. "The object has been located and contained for retrieval, waiting for extraction. Police down," an unseen, distorted female voice said as if reporting to a distant superior. She paused, listening. "Yes, I read the brief. No survivors. Chapter 14. July 2nd, sunset. Los Angeles, California. Time loop. 92. Red cursed the walls in her old room in the California Arms apartments. She'd been so close to containing the statue. Who was that unseen shooter at the caves? It wasn't the Bigfoot hunter as she'd speculated before. The gun blasts had damaged her hearing too much to identify the female voice. Her killer was a professional who hadn't paused between shots and must have been sent by the statue's last owners. She hadn't been surprised to find them. Was she one of the out-of-towners? She could have overheard at the diner. Was it the black-haired woman who'd wanted to hire a witch to find a lost object? She'd been at the diner counter. She'd seemed benign, almost meek, easily the most forgettable part of her original 4th of July. Red had figured then that the female supernatural was looking for an heirloom since the statue radiated too much energy to imagine anyone losing it. Now, nothing felt like a coincidence. Taking out the statue was the main objective. That seemed impossible enough without a dedicated henchwoman on the trail. Who had sent her? Red was less scared than frustrated. Trying the same thing over and over for a different result was supposed to be the definition of insanity. She felt crazy from doing everything different and getting the same result. What hadn't she tried? She darted into the conjoined kitchen and living room to where her phone charged on a stand. There was a friend in LA that might know, one who still thought she was dead. If she weren't desperate, she would have kept it that way. The Supreme of LA answered on the second ring. Her voice wavered. "Hello? Is this really you, Chica?" "Hey, Miss Cora," Red said, settling onto the couch, biting the inside of her cheek, knowing what the vampire must be thinking. "This isn't a call from beyond the grave. I'm very much alive. Beating hard and all," Cora replied in a blast of relieved Creole. She cleared her throat. I'm glad you trusted me enough to tell me." The airiness in her yoga teacher tone hardened. "Why now?" "I need to pick your brain. Do you remember that warehouse that Michel de Gramont was interested in? You had me and Quinn check it out before it burned down. Did you ever find out more?" "Couldn't forget it. Not with the story you two told. The trail ended at a defunct shell company in England. I've kept tabs, but haven't heard of any movements from them." Cora dropped her voice. "Red, if you are in trouble, you can tell me. Rumor had it you were assassinated by a renegade bard." "That's almost true." "If I hadn't heard that Christoph took care of her," Cora paused, sighing. "You were mourned is all I'm saying." "I'm sorry for that. If it helps, you're not the only one. I have to be off grid for a bit," Red said. The apology was underwhelming, but she'd always lived like a tumbleweed. She'd never sunk roots deep enough anywhere to really disappoint anyone when she left. It was an odd feeling. The killing telegram was sent by a Mr. Gabriel. The alias hasn't turned up anything. Does that jiggle a memory for you? Now that's interesting. The Supreme didn't say it like it was a good thing. I've seen that name. You're not going to believe where. When my people went through Michelle's lair, we found a list with a Mr. Gabriel on it. It was in a folder with surveillance photos of the warehouse. No title on it, just names. Another one was Archibald Fowler, wolf mage of some infamy. It's why I remember. What about Frank Lopes? He was pretty infamous. The line fell into silence before Cora said, Him too. Never did figure out why Michelle was interested in him. It's been a while, but I want to say most on the list were already dead. A hit list in progress or what? Lopez had killed Fowler, but a dead assassin couldn't reveal his client. Red's working theory had been that perhaps Mr. Gabriel had ordered it. This new development cast that in doubt. Manipulating from the shadows, Michel delighted in turning his foes against each other. He'd enjoy hiring one to kill another and seeing how it shook out. Cora seethed. The one-eyed bastard left it on his desk. It was older than the folder it was in, almost like he had stuffed it in there temporarily. Something to do after he stole my throne. This wasn't the first time that Red had wondered what Michel had known before he was executed. He'd been a spider with a web that stretched far outside L.A., gathering secrets instead of flies. His last words echoed in her ear. I would have shown you who you are. Cora prompted. What does this mean to you? It connects some dots, but I still don't understand the bigger picture. I think it's helpful, though. Thank you. If you could text me a picture of that list, I might figure out why he was so interested in them. You know who to tell the hot gossip to. Stay safe in the meantime. It makes me happy to know you're still raising hell out there. Guilt nibbled at Red. She hadn't left Cora in the dark because she was a bad person or, well, vampire. It was more that she didn't need another debt over her head on the cusp of her fresh start, or news to get back to the Blood Alliance. You told me to spill the tea when I had it. Gary O'Sullivan is going to move against the Alchemical Synod. This time, for keeps. He thinks he's going to surprise them, but, well, if you want to play Kingmaker again, you'll have a chance soon. You made my day all over again. Oklahoma City, Utah, and now Las Vegas. They're going to start calling this the Soul Belt instead of the Sun Belt. Cora laughed. I loved the sound of that. Red had made her goodbyes and disconnected when she noticed Vic had wandered into the living room and was staring slack-jawed at her. You're telling people you're alive now, and how do you know that about Vegas? I can't explain again and stay sane, but Mr. Gabriel is somehow connected to this. How the hell he got onto Michel de Gremont's radar, of all people, I don't know. That's not even where it ends. We're going through the looking glass on this. She leaped to her feet, pacing as she thought aloud to herself. Vic was the conspiracy theorist, but right now she was ready to dive down the rabbit hole. Tomorrow, Gary will unleash the skull of St. Benedict. Even if I hadn't found the business card, I should have guessed where he got it. It's not something you'd buy at Walmart, but why was Mr. Gabriel on that list? Damn it, I've been so focused on the Bethesda group, but that warehouse was only the storage place. It was full of goods from Uriel and Sons. They specialize in exotic imports. Red caught her reflection in the balcony glass door. She whirled around. What if I was one of them, an import? Don't you get it, Vic? No, I sure don't, buddy. But that must have been some nap you had. You're a real live wire right now. He flashed her a fixed smile, more unnerved than comforting, like he thought she went nuts. Could you toss out a little context for me so we both know what you're speaking incredibly fast about? Archibald Fowler had 2 amulets with my magic. How did he get them? If a strange wolf mage came to charm around the time that I went missing, Gina McGregor would have recorded it. She interviewed every shifter in town. What if Fowler got those amulets from Uriel and Sons? Michelle might have had a list of buyers, not a hit list. As she explained, she hailed a ride on a taxi app and gathered her purse and overnight backpack by the door. That's not all, but I need to check something out first. You'll have to do the Oregon Drive solo. Where are you going? New Jersey, Red said, as if she flew back east every day and exited into the open-air hallway. He trotted after her. What's in New Jersey? She grinned, even as she tried to stuff down the hope. My grandparents. Descending through the morning storm clouds over the Newark airport, Red gripped her armrests and braced herself for the worst. She couldn't shake the feeling that the airplane would fall out of the sky. At least she was the only passenger on board. She'd failed to acquire a ticket at LAX despite her clean bill of health. The strict airline rules were why she'd driven into California in the first place. She had called Sheila Jones, her agent at Smith and Reaper. The shady bank could help, for a steep fee that made her wince and hope this loop reset for her financial sake. It resulted in a flight out of San Bernardino on a dodgy economy airline that felt like a bus in the sky. Over the entire overnight flight, her nerves only allowed her to catch a cat nap. She'd never strayed so far from the original timeline before. A part of her had always wondered if the strange spell over the statue would let her. On her sleepless night, she'd researched her quest using the 2 leads that Kristoff found. She managed to reach him during a break between meetings. One of his minions, Gord, the former Mountie, later emailed her with the results of his investigation. The email contained biographies and internet links on each potential dad, one a dentist and the other a professor. The dentist had a well-documented social media history that included a young family and a bird-watching blog. Theorizing that her father must have died nearly 15 years ago, Red crossed him off the list somewhere over the Midwest after calculating the 2 recent death date. The next candidate didn't have a helpful Facebook profile. Even his last known mailing address was noted to be his parents' home. His little bio was shorter than the other, with only a link to an archived Maine University staff profile. No other internet history had been discovered. She clicked the link on her laptop after a sip of wine and a wish to the universe. The small picture of the anthropologist revealed curly brown hair and a laid-back smile. Maybe it was a foolish hope, but it was easier to imagine Red's archaeologist mother with him. A list of publications drew her gaze from Russell Goldberg's face. The word witch popped out at her. That couldn't be right. She rubbed her straining eyes and leaned closer. Holding her breath, she skimmed through titles like From Medieval France to Starbucks, Melusine in Popular Folk Culture, and Myth and Mysticism in the Argonne Forest. Resting her hands on her trembling chest, she leaned back in her chair. Had the folklore anthropologist found a real witch? It wasn't until she was dozing while reading his work that she let herself rest, uneasily trusting the universe to deliver her to New Jersey. The plane landed like an eagle, rolling smoothly down the runway, and she was the first off. Her backpack bounced against her shoulder as she trotted through the airport to the taxi stand. No Thunderbolt or out-of-control baggage trolley brought her down. There was no one in line for a car. It was like luck was finally on her side. She handed the cabbie an address scrawled on a napkin and slipped into the taxi. Jazz played softly on the radio as they zoomed away. A gray rain obscured the city outside the windows, leaving it a mystery. After nearly 100 resets of morbid monotony, the novelty stirred her like a new day. Red looked up the address, finding only real estate value and crime rates instead of her grandparents' names. Vic kept texting and distracting her, so she turned off her phone, deciding to conserve the battery instead. She fidgeted from sickly anticipation like waiting for the results of a biopsy. She'd tried to find her father once before and had broken her own heart when the seemingly solid lead fell apart. Would she be left empty-handed again? Hope broke through the cynicism. Morning rush hour slowed their progress, giving her time to practice what she would say if anyone turned out to be at home. What would she say? Hi, I'm your long-lost grandchild. It wasn't exactly news to toss out casually, especially if Russell had kept his wife's magic a secret. The taxi's GPS announced their arrival into a neighborhood of tidy homes with rusted fences guarding tiny lawns. It clung to the lower middle class as the nearby streets fell into decay. Her throat tightened at the sight of her destination, a one-story yellow house. Its Venetian blinds were closed to her curiosity. The rain glossed over the edges like an old photograph. Red fought against her vivid imagination, conjuring up halcyon childhood days of visiting Grandma. "Could you wait?" she asked the cab driver, handing him the fare. Her heart skipped in her chest. "Sure, miss." Pulling up her hood, she walked up to the front door. What answers were behind it? Eyes slipping closed, she lifted her fist to knock. "That's empty, honey," a gravelly voice called out from next door on a covered porch. Gray hair in curlers, an old woman in a bathrobe waved from her rocking chair. She held a cup of coffee, steam rising over her friendly lipsticked smile, eyeing Red as if memorizing her for later gossip with the girls. "No one lives there anymore. Thank you for letting me know. I was looking for—" Swallowing her disappointment, Red plodded over to the woman, stopping on her porch steps. She leaned her head under the metal awning. "Have you lived here a while, then?" "I might as well be the neighborhood historian. I'm Esther. And who are you?" "Great to meet you. Maybe you could help me," Red said, breezing over the name request by pointing to the empty house. "Did you know the family who lived there before? They were an older couple, had an adult son." "The Goldbergs were lovely," Esther wheezed out a sigh. "Shame how it ended. They died nearly a decade ago." She set down her coffee on a wicker stand, flapping her hand. "What am I thinking? Aiden, my grandson, was born a month later, and that little delinquent is in high school. It was at least 15 years ago. God rest their souls." Those soft words might as well have been a punch to the gut. Red covered her wet eyes, rubbing her brow to collect herself. "I was hoping to talk to them. What happened?" Esther crossed herself. "Murder. I wish it were the first on this street. Didn't used to be like this." "Did you know their son?" "Russ. He was a sweet, quiet man." She leaned in confidentially. "Even if he took forever to give his mama a grandbaby. That ginger kid's picture was all over the place next door. Only child of an only child," she said, as if it explained everything. "I saw the young family a few times around the holidays when the girl was a tot." "Really?" Christoph hadn't been able to verify if Russell had children. Her mother had fled with her to Charm under fake names. Was it for fear that they'd share the same fate as her in-laws? She folded her arms, pinching herself to stay on topic. "Was he there when the Goldbergs were killed?" Esther shook her head sagely, as if one of the detectives on the case. "He passed before his parents. It was a tragedy. Imagine, the whole family gone within a year. So sad." "Do you remember his wife?" "More like forever fiancée, considering Jean's gripes about her. Cold feet, I suppose. Name escapes me, but she was where the ginger jeans came from. Some uptown girl from Philly. Old money." Esther sipped her coffee. "What were you going to tell them? Seems important." "Thought maybe we were related. I didn't grow up with a dad, and my mom, never mind." Red turned away before she said too much. It was enough detail to intrigue the neighborhood rumor mill. If she weren't stuck on a time slog, she'd care more about leaving a trail. "I hope you find your people, honey." "Me too." Hands in her pockets, Red thanked the woman for her help and went back into the taxi. The gray drizzle suited her mood. She asked the cabbie, "Take me back to the airport, please." Looking through the rearview mirror, the driver said, "I'm sorry you didn't find what you're looking for." "I think I did, just not the way I hoped." She slumped against the seat, pulling out her phone to confirm the terrible fate of the Goldbergs. Esther had shared enough intel for Red's heart to have glommed onto the lead. It hurt to read the news articles on the murder of Jean and Morty Goldberg. By all accounts, they had been decent, loving people who kept active by volunteering with youth sports in their retirement. The detective couldn't figure out how an assailant could have entered a locked house to strangle two healthy people without a struggle. No suspects had ever emerged. It had been declared a cold case years ago. If the cops had known about the supernatural, they wouldn't have looked for a human. Ignoring the drizzle, Red waited on a bench outside the airline terminal. Harried parents ferried their children from taxis alongside seasoned business travelers. Each was caught up in their own loop, their own adventure as vivid and complex as her own. Red lost herself in the sounds of the airport. The rush of being off her well-beaten track had faded. Indecision kept her on the bench, even with the fresh ticket to Portland in her pocket. She should return to the West Coast, finish taking down the statue. Instead, she kept checking the routes to Philly. Timeless or not, she couldn't wait in the rain forever. She stood, slinging her bag on her shoulder, and braved the TSA line. The closed New York City airports funneled more people than she expected to Newark. Shuffling like cattle with the herd, she grabbed a coffee on the way to her gate. I should have realized that you wouldn't make this easy, a black-haired woman said as she stepped into sync beside Red. In 2 days, they'd meet in the bathroom at Lily's diner. Her complexion was preternaturally dewy compared to the sleep-deprived humans, but her expression was as surly. Glaring under her shaggy bangs, she wore the same white sweater and round silver glasses. This could be over by now, you know. Shimmering energy surged around her fingertips. Red tossed the coffee cup into the woman's face before she could finish her spell. Ignoring the startled cry behind her, she slipped through a messy line of boarding passengers and escaped down the concourse. How the hell had she been found? A more unsettling question soured her stomach. How long had the woman been looking? Running is futile, Red. We will speak. She popped up in the back of the crowd, slowly advancing, as if nervous about elbowing through. Pardon me, she repeated, dodging through the queue. Pardon. Shit, Red muttered to herself, beginning to think the other woman was right. She hit a traffic jam due to a beeping cart with baggage loaded in the back. It clogged the corridor as the driver helped an elderly man into a seat at a gate. She asked over her shoulder, What do you want? Her pursuer sped up, magic building up around her like fog. What was lost? You'll help me find it. Red scurried around the cart, passing some uniformed soldiers coming out of a men's room. How could she shake her tracker? An outright fight might lead to more deaths than just hers. It'd break the dark veil, too. How much did that rule mean to the other woman? Time to test the theory. She lifted her mother's ring, consciousness sinking into the elements around her. The soup hissed, Stop! What are you doing? She composed her frazzled tone. I'm not a human to be dazzled by parlor tricks. Red smirked. It's not for you. Flames billowed from the baggage in the parked cart. The driver yelled, It's a bomb! Red released the fire to burn on its own, then shifted from one element to another quicker than she'd ever tried before. A small shock wave rippled from her. The hardened air slammed her to the floor and everyone in a 20-foot radius. Her attacker tumbled into a row of chairs. Breath knocked out, Red staggered to her feet. A bulky man nearly trampled her as post-9/11 pandemonium erupted in the concourse. Screaming people fled in every direction, leaving their carry-ons and magazines. Others hunkered behind souvenir kiosks. The traveling soldiers took command of the situation, ordering people away from the fire. One helped the supernatural female, drawing her away from the blast zone. Evacuation warnings blared over the speakers. Red fled deeper into the terminal. Even after all her strength training, that magic made her sweat. Fatigue sapped her pace. Another arriving plane released more people for her to hide behind. She scooted into a hallway leading to the baggage claim and tried to blend in with some backpackers walking to the public transit hub. An advertisement for Amtrak with the cracked Liberty Bell made her stop. It promised exactly what she wanted. 1 hour to the heart of Philadelphia. Chapter 15. July 3rd, late morning, Newark, New Jersey, time loop 92. At the train platform, Red kept her hood up and her head down. A young mother with a stroller held the small queue to her assigned train car. The overhead speakers blared a nearly unintelligible warning about the nearing departure time. Each sound made Red glance toward the exits. She strode over to the next car, her witchy senses tensed as a supernatural neared. She didn't need to look over her shoulder to know the other woman was there. I know what you found. An arriving train drowned out the brunette's next words. Power shimmered around her. Red sprinted onto the train as the doors were closing. Heart racing, she peered through the smudged window as they pulled out of the station. The soup was gone. Adrenaline kept Red perched on the edge of her seat until she crossed the state line into Pennsylvania. Every mile got her closer to the secret of Russell Goldberg and his uptown girl. She turned on her phone to plot her next move. A barrage of notifications from Vic vibrated the device. Wincing from guilt, she called him. Damn it, Red. What the hell is going on? Are you okay? The news is saying there was a bomb at the Newark airport. Was that you? She winced. No one was hurt, merely startled and inconvenienced. Are you possessed again? I won enough at blackjack to head to the Vegas airport right now and exercise your ass. I think I found my dad and maybe why my mom ran away to Charm. She shivered as mystical energy thickened around her. Materializing in the next seat, the raven-haired woman crossed her arms over her coffee-stained sweater. Get off the phone. Who is that? Vic squawked in Red's ear. It's her. Red didn't get a chance to say another word before she disappeared. Unlike a portal door, she didn't feel her body change. She simply was on a train one moment and falling on her ass on a sidewalk the next, still in a sitting position. The Las Vegas Strip glittered around her in the hot afternoon sun. She gaped at her right hand where her phone should have been. Across the street, the fountains of the Bellagio gushed to the applause of passers-by. Her kidnapper stood over her. I'm Eliana, and we have unfinished business. Red brushed her hoodie off as she stood. Lifting her chin, she said, We sure do. Feinting, Red bolted into the road instead, swerving between the traffic, paused from a red light. The Circe Casino was a long block away. Once she was in the parking lot under their security wards, the gendarme would sense the arrival of a teleporting supernatural. She yearned for a bigger throng to hide in. If only she had her backpack. It was still on the train, along with all the hunting supplies that she could get past the TSA. A strong grip jerked her ponytail, exasperation fraying Eliana's voice. Gods damn you! Can you cease your struggle? That coffee hurt, you know. Red punched her in the nose. Fuck off! Eliana tackled her around the waist, slamming her against a light post. Oof! Red gasped on impact. The willowy soup hit like a brick house. She fought like a middle schooler in a cat fight, but she was strong, physically and mystically. What the hell was she? You're not making this easier. Good! Red kneed her in the stomach, then pushed her away, tripping Eliana on the way down. She ran between the sparse pedestrians, hopping over the curb into an intersection, ignoring the signs to use an elevated path instead. A taxi nearly hit her as she bolted across on a green light. Gaining on her, Eliana wasn't as fast as a fae or a vamp, but speedy enough to make even the tipsy vacationers gasp. Red cringed at the flash of a cell phone. How viral would that photo go online? Eliana pulled her into a headlock. Stop and listen to me for once. Stuck under a strong arm, Red materialized in a Hawaiian-themed food court. The clatter of slot machines rang in her ear like a machine gun. This was the Turquoise Mine Casino on Fremont Street. She kicked her captor hard in the shin, shoving herself away. You're working with Gary? Who? Power gleamed on the other woman as she tugged Red's sleeve. Don't do it. Sigils flashed on the walls like alarms. A massive cook with his blonde crew cut in a hairnet stepped from a fried chicken stand. Holding a knife, he sniffed the air and squinted at them. Eliana pressed her hands to her ears as if pained by a silent frequency. What is that sound? You triggered a landmine. Red tugged her hood up and pivoted to go. Eliana was the least of her worries now. You can't. This is your mistake. Red stalked out of the food court onto the casino floor. The air conditioning kept it cold as a morgue. If she kept to the center of the human crowds, she might make it to daylight. A pale blackjack dealer studied her, pausing as he doled out cards. 2 cocktail waitresses in blue mini dresses stared her down as they passed. At a slot machine, an elderly woman in a green visor flashed sharp fangs. Undead eyes followed Red to the automatic doors. She escaped into the Fremont Street experience. Billed as a rival to the Strip, it was a dingy neon row of old casinos covered with a splashy video screen ceiling that shielded the few milling tourists from the harsh desert sun, the vampires too. She weaved through street dancers and clapping spectators west toward the Main Street exit and direct sunlight. Eliana jogged after her. Too busy looking back, Red stumbled into a slight, reedy man in a Hawaiian shirt. Sorry, she muttered, dipping her head to hide her face. A blistered sunburn covered his hairy forearms. She noticed his fanged smile too late. He lunged to cover her mouth. Yanking her behind a rack of t-shirts into a souvenir shop, he shrugged off her stomps to his feet. Ward smothered her magic before her third eye saw the sigils on the walls. He called out, "Chip!" The call summoned a pale vampire in a camo shirt who popped out of a back door to grab her kicking legs. The two carried her like a rolled carpet into a dark room and an even darker basement. Neck jerked at a terrifying angle, she could barely breathe with the cold hand over her mouth. They descended quickly into a subterranean tunnel, but shadows covered her captors. Discordant echoes thundered in the distance. The sudden sound stole her breath. It must have been the alchemists fighting in the catacombs. They were off schedule. What else had she changed in this timeline? Holding her tight to his chest, the thin vampire crowed. I knew we needed to stay the extra day. O'Sullivan is paying good gold for academy bitches. We couldn't leave without bagging at least one. We're getting our cut, and then it's back Reno, Tim. The one at her feet grumbled. I didn't sign up for a battle. We'll hurry then, Tim replied and broke into a sprint, stretching Red painfully until Chip realized they were moving. The rapid, bumpy pace made her nauseous as she tried to count the turns and doors in their path. Her magic weakened more with each step. It wasn't only the wards. St. Benedict's relic was nearby. She gathered her energy, trying to hold on to enough to make a difference. If she hadn't faked a bomb, she might have had the strength to resist. Too soon, a dim light illuminated how fucked she was. The tunnel widened into a large circular chamber. Hundreds of human skulls stared down from the concrete walls. 6 darkened archways dominated the far side. Screams escaped the middle one to reverberate on stone and bone. The place was bare except for a caged booth in the center, like a reception counter to the catacombs. A solitary black vampiress in a velvet corset smoked a cigarette outside it. She hissed when she spotted them, stubbing out her cig. What the hell is she doing here? We got a bounty here, Tim called out. That's 5 large. Yeah? The vampiress planted her hands on her denim-clad hips. Dopey-ass hicks, we want 'em dead. Tim gulped, loosening his grip on Red. It was Chip's idea. Red elbowed him in the crotch, ducking under his arms. Channeling the air with her waning strength, she shoved Tim at the others and fled in the opposite direction into the middle archway. Echoed screams beckoned her. Go get her, Chip! Let her go. The vampiress laughed. There's only death that way, dumbass. Red already knew that. The only question was who would die. A vision of Basil, cowering and defenseless beside Ortega's corpse, drove her on. No auras lurked in the growing darkness. She expected waiting foot soldiers in the corridor, but she only found empty barricades graffitied with anti-alchemy symbols. The sigils cast a soft glow to her third eye. It was the only illumination. Empty blood bags and forgotten gear littered the ground. Crouching at a barrier, she strained to summon her magic. She ignited a tiny flame above her ring. Sputtering like a spent Zippo, it reflected on a dropped cold iron dagger. She tucked it into her belt. After the third abandoned row of blockages, she was certain the guards must have joined the front. Was it because the academy was winning and every dead man was needed, or because they wanted in on the slaughter? Protecting her ears from the crackle of gunfire, she crept along the wall. An ominous purple light sliced into the gloom. Spectral flashes outlined columns of shadowy figures ahead. Marching feet shook the ground. The vampires charged out. Gary O'Sullivan's manic laughter drifted above the cacophony. Red inched forward, dagger in hand, and huddled behind a forgotten barricade. She studied a sniper ahead of her. A dozen yards away, he leaned out of the mouth of the tunnel, popping off bullets. Was he the one who'd shot Ortega? Anger steeled her spine. His bright orange earplugs were like an invitation to sneak up on him. Footsteps lumbered behind her. She whirled around at a lunging vampire, stabbing him in the eye. A stake poked through his chest. He crumpled to bones, revealing Eliana with her glasses askew. "Come with me," she said, lifting her hand. She frowned at her fingers, shaking them. "Why can't I travel?" "The skull." Red nodded toward the battle. "I need to help my friends." Eliana tugged her down as machine gun spray cracked over their heads. Bullets riddled the sniper, and he fell into a heap. Red pressed herself against the barricade. "You saved me." "That's what I've been trying to do the whole time." "Huh?" Red blinked at her before waving an agitated hand. "We'll dig into that when we're not in the trenches." She stopped herself. "Shit." Hannah Proctor's floating head emerged from the shadows. The rest of the teen appeared slowly, tiptoeing down the corridor, clutching an ornate iron and glass reliquary half hidden under her jacket. Grim resolution graced her bruised face as she passed them. Eliana held Red back as she tried to rise. "This is her fight." Red tussled with the soup, pushing her away to run after her friend. A vampire dropped from the ceiling to block her way. Blood coated his chest, and he staggered face first in the dirt. She bent to retrieve the gun from his hand, the barrel hot in her hand. "This is madness," Eliana said, peeping from her cover. "Sure is." Red leaned against the mouth of the archway where the sniper had been. Shielding herself, she scanned the battlefield. Where was Basil? Vampires forced the gendarme to the far edge of the octagon chamber. Extinguished bulbs of captured sunshine hung uselessly overhead. The beleaguered alchemists fired from behind a barricade of golf carts, blocking the advance. Once charmed with perfect aim, the rifles now missed the crucial heart too often. How much ammo did they have left? She grimaced at what she found next. A pile of dead alchemists. Chess pieces taken off the board to molder near the entrance to their catacombs. Ortega graced the top, the burned skull of Saint Benedict on her chest, like the crown of a fallen king. Only Red seemed to gawp at the ghoulish sight. The guards of the spoils watched the center of the octagon. One yelled, "Give 'em hell, Gary." Another trotted around the bodies for a better look. "Drink that, monk." Hannah crept to the skull, head darting between it and the guards. If she could trap it in the prison box, then the magic would come back. She was so close. Red looked down at her gun, frustrated by the helplessness. If she shot now, at least one vampire would look back and see the teen. Hidden amid his taller followers, Gary O'Sullivan barked out, "Quit watching me and charge!" The throng shifted, revealing what had captivated the room. Ian stood over the fallen, dark-robed first alchemist, shooting anything that stepped toward the injured elderly man. Darius Jefferson cradled his left hip, leg cocked at an awkward angle. The undead guarded the fight, separating the alchemists from their leaders. Wall crawlers skittered over the ceiling to fall on the defenders. Two fell to the ground as bones from clear heart shots. The last ripped out a man's throat before he was staked. Minions tackled 5 agents rushing to aid Ian, snapping their necks. A volley of Academy-grade vamp-killing bullets rained down in vengeance. Pinned in the tunnel, Red could only watch Hannah helplessly as the skull's guardians backed up to the sides of the corpse pile for cover. The young witch pressed against the back of the disturbing stack, stock still, only feet away from guards. Groans rose from the besieged gendarme on the other side. One of the guards pointed to the center duel. "Look, he's out of ammo." Ian cursed, dropping his gun, and pulled a silver knife from his belt. Gary O'Sullivan stepped forward in a white tuxedo stained a deep crimson. He tipped his top hat at the man. "My kudos. Your reward is something better than Valhalla if you join me." "Hard pass," Ian grunted, slashing out. "Ooh, that's a good phrase." The Supreme bent to the side casually, dodging the blade. He grabbed Ian's wrist and snapped it back. "I'm using that." The tall gendarme bellowed and punched him in the face. "He earned that." Gary shrugged, then tossed Ian aside. I still call dibs on sire rights. Y'all drink the rest, he called out to his followers' primal cheers. Stepping to the first alchemist on the ground, he giggled like a child. Darius grimaced as he forced himself into a sitting position. He lifted his chin, meeting the vampire's eyes. Whatever he said was lost in the roar of the fight. The guards abandoned their posts to join the melee. Red took it as her cue to stalk out from the catacombs, edging the perimeter for a decent shot at Gary. A female vampire broke from the pack to rush her. Red put 3 bullets in her before the vamp dropped. Navigating the skirmish only took her farther away from the Mad Supreme huddled in a whispered yet animated discussion with his powerless rival. Furious tears on his face, Gary lifted the first alchemist to his feet. He tugged on Darius's gray dreadlocks to force his head back. You're just a mean old man, after all. Freed energy surged over the octagon. The hanging lighting rigs flickered with borrowed sunshine. As the gendarme fired their rifles, the bullets shimmered like purple fireflies. Red staggered as her magic snapped to life. Basil stepped from the line of golf carts with his hands glowing a brilliant white. Gary fell to his knees, screaming and crawling away from the first alchemist. His minions fled as the chamber brightened with searing light. As the glare overwhelmed her sight, Red cheered Hannah, who ran toward the alchemists with the captured skull. Chapter 16. July 3rd, afternoon. Las Vegas. Time loop. 92. Golf carts traded the injured for fresh reinforcements. Gendarme hobbled through the giant gate to the subterranean chamber under the academy. Bloody and bruised, they leaned on each other. Red studied each face, looking for her friends. Her eyes still sparkled from the vamp-killing lights. Once the first alchemist had been recovered, the front line had moved deeper into the catacombs. She was happy to leave it behind. A weary band of alchemists cheered Hannah and Basil by an arched portal door. The soulmancer puffed up his chest, even as he leaned on the blushing witch for support. He'd earned every brag. Red waited until the two were alone to approach. She waved, tugging down her hood. The teen shrieked and hugged her. Have you been here the whole time? Long enough to see you two kick major ass, Red said, releasing her before hugging Basil. You were amazing, he preened, naturally. Especially you, Hannah. You did hero-level work out there. How'd you find the reliquary? Hannah smiled modestly, dipping her head. You told me about that time Kristoff took you to Gary's office, so I started there. Did you take an invisibility potion? Red asked. She had seen an enchantment fade on the girl in the catacombs once within the radius of the skull. Is that how you infiltrated the lair? Hannah gasped. How'd you know? When they took Basil away, no one would tell me anything. Vic wouldn't answer his phone either, so I went to Fremont Street to eavesdrop. Then it escalated. Basil gestured them into the portal. That's an understatement, girl. Emerging in the academy, the three were swept up in the crowd on the wooden platform. A swath of Pyramid Hall had been transformed into a field hospital. Medics sorted the wounded. Ian sat on a cot, barking orders as a cast was put on his wrist. On the far side of the pyramid, the buffet was quickly doling out elixirs and hot meals to the troops. I'm starving, Red said, rubbing her stomach, leading them to the food. You have to be too, Hannah. Probably used more magic than I did today. The teen touched her bruised cheek. It wasn't exactly easy to find the prison box. I got hit with my own ricochet when I distracted the first round of guards in Gary's office, then was lost a bit. It's a real maze down there. I almost blew it, even invisible. You handled it, Red insisted. The potion only worked until someone touched you. How Hannah had navigated the turquoise mine and then the catacombs without a curious vamp grabbing her was a feat in itself, not including the feat of finding the skull. You didn't have any help either. I'm impressed. Not sure if I could have done it so cleanly. But Basil put his arm around Hannah. Take a compliment, my dear. You saved our lives. All that stowing away finally came in handy. I can rub Vic's face in that one. Red stopped herself in mid-laugh. Oh shit, someone needs to call him. I don't have my phone. He thinks I'm exploding things back east. Basil lifted an eyebrow. And why would that be? Who's that lady? Hannah nodded toward a shuttered kiosk in the empty bazaar section of the pyramid. She won't stop looking at Red. Eliana fiddled with her glasses, a contrite expression on her preternaturally pretty face. She held a backpack out like an olive branch of peace. Red recognized it as her own. Intrigued, she was ready to accept it. She weighed the need to bring her friends to a powwow. As much as she wanted their help, she could tell they were thrashed and clueless about her situation. They were better off that way. She smiled. You two go on. I have business with her. Might as well finish it now. Hannah crossed her arms like she was a bodyguard. You need backup? Basil whispered. She's not human. I know. Red walked to Eliana and reached for her bag. When the other woman gave it up, she judged the weight to still have her laptop despite being left on a public train. It was more of a surprise than their reunion. You went back and got it. Why? It's yours, and I made you leave it, Eliana said, looking down at her shoes. I didn't intend to scare you before. Then you failed. What's your angle? Red asked, putting on her backpack. She had a hair trigger after suffering over 90 grisly deaths in a row. Are you here to kill me or what? Oh dear. Eliana cringed and smoothed her dark bangs. She didn't seem to know what to do with her hands. Even with her teleportation powers, she looked more like a shy college kid than an assassin. That's worse than I imagined you thought. No, I came for the opposite. Then yelling running is futile at someone is a bad way to show it. Apologies. I was quite frustrated then. Only you can imagine what I've endured. Allow me to tell you. Sighing, Red gestured her into a side corridor off the pyramid. When they'd met in Newark, she'd been surprised while grieving the Goldbergs and had fled on instinct. She'd instantly connected Eliana to the mysterious female shooter in the loop before. Whoever the shooter was, she'd gotten a jump on 2 witches and a cop, yet Eliana's lack of combat training had been obvious in their fight. Whatever she wasn't a killer. A hair puller at worst. Red asked, So, what's your deal? Voice wooden, Eliana spoke to her shoes. I practiced my lines the first time we met, but then later I had to improvise, and I didn't do that right. All I know is that I need your help. Can I hire you already? Red checked to see that all the doors in the hall were closed. She leaned against the wall, settling in to hear the soup out. Keep your gold and tell me who you are, or at least what you are. Eliana blushed, shifting on her feet. Her round glasses slipped down her nose. She covered the coffee stain on her white sweater self-consciously. I'm one of Hecate's daughters. You may have heard of that goddess. You're kidding me. Red forced the very dopey mortal expression off her face. A demigod? She swallowed back her next sentence, which would have been, oh shit, I sucker punched you. It's more complicated, Eliana shied, hiding her eyes as if embarrassed. A gendarme approached them. Plain-faced, he was often at the portal door platform, checking the poker chip keys, but Red couldn't remember his name. He tipped his hat to them both. Madam, I'd like you to come with me. Red swore on the inside. Sure. No, her. He gestured for Eliana. You don't have a visitor's pass, and we're on lockdown. Join me for a few questions. Comply, and you'll be on your way quicker. Okay, Eliana nodded, wringing her hands. She left with him through a hall door. Sigils on the threshold sparkled in their wake. They could be anywhere now. Red cursed to herself, not liking any of this. In the frenzy of securing the school and striking against their weakened enemies, the gendarme might hold on to Eliana for hours. That was enough time for the loop to reset and separate her from the one person who might know what the hell was going on. It was a long shot, but Perinel had once mentioned a pregnant priestess of Hecate on staff. Red traveled to the quietest part of the academy, the Hall of 100 Shrines. Sacred stillness filled the spacious marble corridor of the shrine complex. Incense floated like fog in the air. It flickered with the lights of thousands of candles. How many prayers were for the Academy's defense? Painted life-sized statuary peered from recessed niches. The alchemists weren't a discriminating bunch. She crept past chapels dedicated to everyone from the Virgin Mary to Vishnu. Each was gloriously decorated, but her more sacrilegious side felt that the alchemists had designed it for convenience. A one-stop shop to the gods. Like a timeline to human religions, the pantheons grew more pagan as she walked. She stopped at a bronze statue of Zeus, glowering through a beard, guarding the entrance to an altar room. A worshipper inside placed a honeycomb at the feet of a sculpted Hecate. The goddess held a torch in each hand. Hopefully, she was in a charitable mood. The woman, with her hair in a messy bun and an infant wrapped around her chest in a sling, looked like a young mother on laundry day. Worry lines crinkled around her eyes. It couldn't have been an easy afternoon for the alchemists with children. She patted the baby's bottom as it began to fuss. Red guessed, "You're initiated into her rites, aren't you?" "I'm Thelma the priestess. Are you here to make an offering, second witch?" Red smiled, gripping her backpack straps. "I have a better way to make good with the goddess. Help her daughter. The gendarme have a demigod in custody." "That's impossible." "How many impossible things have happened today?" "Shit," the priestess sighed. "Come with me." She led Red through a portal door in the back of the shrine room. It led into a perfectly normal home. The TV played a romantic comedy on low volume. A pile of clothes waited in a chair for folding. "Ignore the mess. There's mac and cheese if you want some. I made it for the lockdown. Stay here while I hand my baby over to a neighbor and figure out what's going on." Too hungry to argue as the other woman left, Red investigated the cooling baking dish on the kitchen stovetop. She made herself a bowl and returned to the living room to wait for a demigoddess. As a sappy move played on the priestess's TV, Red was struck by how weird her life was. At least the homemade macaroni was great. Eliana materialized, sitting on the laundry pile, and bounded to her feet. "There you are!" "How did you get out?" Red set her empty bowl on a side table. The raven-haired woman smiled mysteriously. "I travel roads these alchemists can't detect, even in their laboratories." Red crossed her arms. "Then how'd you get turned around on Fremont Street?" "Miscalculation." Eliana tugged her ear sheepishly. "At first, I desired conversation, and then you threw coffee. It was very hot. I didn't like it. You kept running, and we started fighting." "I think I get it now." Red cocked her head. She patted the couch beside herself. "You're awkward around new people, aren't you, bud? I'm sorry about burning your face, by the way." Eliana dropped her head in her hands as she sat. "I've studied your cinema to understand your culture, but I've never been to this realm before, or captive in some temporal anomaly." "Same." Relief spread through Red. She wasn't alone. "I've been going nuts with everyone forgetting. What's it like for you?" "I begin at the same place I crossed into this realm, the crossroads by the diner. Dawn on July the 2nd. I last until 10:32 in the morning on the 4th. No matter my location or activity, it's maddening." Red blew out a heavy breath. "That's when I was shot. I was scrying for a statue I suspected of causing quantum disturbances. Then I was back where I started." "At first I thought it was my spell," Eliana reflected ruefully. "I didn't suspect you were connected for some time." "How did you guess?" "When I noticed your friends mourning you for different circumstances, whispers travel swiftly around that diner. It was the only change in the days. The loop when your head was mailed to your lover was particularly chaotic. I came here to discover the anomaly, to prove it to my sisters. I didn't expect to be caught in it." Red had wondered if those time loops had continued without her. She preferred to think of them as resets. How many realities were spun off because she did something impulsive or for kicks? Thank the gods, She hadn't done more than kiss Lucas. She'd repeated the 4th of July holiday so many times, and so much was cringe-worthy or awful. What happened in the one where Vic shot Arno? Nausea tossed the macaroni in her stomach. She pushed the existential panic aside to ask, "Sisters, Hecate has more daughters?" "She's my grandmother on my mom's side. My dad is one of Hermes's, thrice removed. It's why I'm so good at languages." She shrugged as if searching for the right words. "The phrase Hecate's daughter is like a job title. You can think of it as a family business, monitoring the crossroads and the places in between. When the gods separated the worlds eons ago, Hecate was assigned to maintain the walls to their new realm. I guess you'd call them dimensions or planes of existence." Eliana fidgeted, gaze everywhere but on Red. "Except I don't work with the daughters who go out in the field. I process records." "Are you telling me you do data entry for Mount Olympus?" "I analyze it," Eliana corrected, a proud pout on her lips. "And I was the only one who discovered this anomaly. It goes back to the 1890s, maybe even before, an unregistered link, stealing power from my world to yours. The movements appear like natural gaps in the warp and weft in the dimensional walls, sealing too quickly and randomly to seem like a concern. It wasn't until I matched the path with human reports that I realized it was possibly a forbidden relic. Only an oracle in training believed me because she saw the statue in a vision. No one else." "Is that why your sisters aren't here?" Red asked delicately. Ears pinkening, Eliana nodded. "I'm not the greatest of my line, but I'm trying my best." "How are you going to get us out of this time loop?" "That's why I needed a mortal witch. Whatever the enchantment is, it's deliberately blocking me. It's imbued with a primordial divine essence. I've never encountered such, even from the new Olympians." "Considering your hood, that's shudder-worthy intel." "There is only one god with this power." "I know. My working theory is that it's a god trap disguised as a statue. My buddies think his toenail is in there or something. I don't care if it's earwax. We need to free whatever part of Kronos is captive." Eliana looked horrified. "That is worse than I feared. I must make a doorway massive enough for a god?" She gulped at the last part. "I commandeered a portal to your realm. I didn't do it myself. Theoretically, it is possible." She sounded too dubious for Red's liking. "How is any of this happening? Why can't Kronos save himself?" "How can I explain malevolent machinations and divine motivations? I live in the gods' realm, but I am not one of them." Red slumped back against the couch. She'd wanted a deus ex machina. This sure wasn't it. "How can I get to the statue alive? Because while you fade like morning dew to reset, I get slaughtered out there, then wake up to do the nightmare again. What's killing me anyway?" "I don't understand the mechanics of this blasphemous god trap. I'm not exactly mortal, so it must be easier for my form to pass less drastically through the enchantment. Death and sleep are when humans are most receptive to the gods, so they would be natural entry points in a timeline. Whatever force is driving this along is attached to you. I'm merely caught in the undertow." Eliana studied Red's face for a long moment. "Do you know why I approached you at the diner? I could sense you had been gripped by this anomaly before. It was under the leftover traces of portal travel." "Why isn't Hecate here? What is she? Retired?" Eliana looked down at her hands. "Some things are better for mortals not to know. Our worlds were separated. Wisely, in my opinion." Red wrinkled her nose at the cryptic speak. "Fine. Keep your secrets. I'll sleep easier when I have fewer gods around. Why aren't your sisters here?" "I lost contact once this dreadful spell began. No one knows that I went off realm. I was supposed to visit my mother, so no one is looking for me." Eliana shrank in on herself. "We're both stranded here, then. Fabulous." Thelma popped her head inside the front door. Her eyes widened on Eliana. "Is that her?" Recovering from her shock, she bowed as she came in. "Welcome, my lady. This is a priestess to Hecate." Red started the introduction and did a double take midway. "Eliana, do you think she could boost a message to your headquarters? The shrine is beautiful. They've got the whole divine gang there if you want to ring up someone else. Thelma bowed again, confused yet eager to please. I have many honey cakes to offer. Maybe. Eliana trailed off, uncertain, but she stood. Do you have frankincense? The priestess nodded. There you go. Red rubbed her hands. Maybe now they might get somewhere. She wasn't the religious type, despite being knee-deep in the supernatural. Or maybe because of it, everything she'd heard today had given her an open mind. Send off a prayerogram, see if it sticks. Smiling, Thelma beckoned the demigoddess on. The shrine is this way. If you think of anything that your mother would want changed, please tell me, and it will be done. I'm sure it is perfectly suitable, Eliana mumbled as she opened the door. Red began to follow. She didn't know how these religious transactions went for true believers. Never had been really interested outside of magic rituals, but this might be a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Thelma motioned for her to stay. There is a friend who wants to talk to you and will arrive momentarily. She hurried after the demigoddess. Let me find the good offering dishes. The door closed behind her. Sure, Red said to the empty room. Was it Hannah or Basil? Ian was a possibility. He'd have questions for sure. After washing her bowl in the kitchen, she wiped her hands and returned to finish the movie. Perinel Flamel waited on the couch with an enigmatic smile. It's been an exciting day, hasn't it? Chapter 17. July 3rd, late afternoon, Las Vegas. Time loop 92. Why was the immortal alchemist here? Red absently smoothed her hair, realizing how she must look, her clothes wrinkled and dirty from fighting in the catacombs. She chuckled dryly. Exciting day? That's an understatement. Perinel, draped in a deep purple velvet dress that Stevie Nicks would covet, rose gracefully and air-kissed Red on both cheeks. I fear it will be a long one for me. The Blood Alliance will know what has happened here by sunset, if not already. My diplomats will hear about it from the global covens, too. Red's shock faded, and her skepticism flooded in. I'm happy to see you, but I have to be at the end of the list of people to see now. I don't even think the bowler hats are done in the tunnels. The Las Vegas Synod will need me more in the aftermath, Perinel predicted. I had a moment to spare for my curiosity. It's not every day that a demigoddess graces my academy. The gendarme reported that you fought against O'Sullivan, too. They wanted to question you to discover how you happened upon both, but I volunteered for the task. Thank you, Red said, grateful, yet she remembered the tequila-filled night when she'd overheard Ian and the first alchemist discussing how to use the time statue as a weapon. They'd revealed that Perinel had gone to Coyote Creek, too. The little fact had nagged her since the 25th loop. Eliana doesn't have anything to do with the academy. This is one stop on a different road for her. We welcome her and wish her no harm. My people have their hands full with the vampire's wrath. Why add a god to the brew? Perinel reclined on the couch. Reassuring tone, open body language, smiling face. The immortal was trying to put her at ease. Just a chat between girlfriends. Yeah, right. Sitting next to her, Red matched the relaxed posture despite her wariness. She needed to control the conversation. The alchemist might want a do-over on this mess in Las Vegas if she knew it was possible. She kept her casual pose as she asked bluntly, Did your late husband invent a god trap? Palling, Perinel straightened. Is that what this is about? Was Eliana sent by a higher power? No, she went rogue on the trail of an anomaly. The god trap was my guess. I'm right, aren't I? Nicholas was fearless. I was always the more sensible one in our partnership. His journals are in my deepest vault. Not even I have read them for a century. The god trap never materialized beyond his private notes. Her lilac eyes lifted heavenward as if addressing the gods too. How does it work? It shouldn't. The design was fluid, requiring a ridiculous amount of energy. His inspiration was parasites, siphoning power unnaught said by their hosts. I don't believe he moved beyond theoretical musings. Would it be possible that someone copied his notes before his death? Could there have been a prototype? Perinel asked quietly. Have you found one? I think so. Wherever it came from, it's been active for over a century. Who knows how often it changed hands? I need to destroy the trap before it can do more damage. My husband never finished his work. Red scrutinized the other woman. You don't seem certain. We were living apart before his death. As ever, I admired his relentless passion. Our work merely led us in different directions. I wanted collaboration while he withdrew. I commanded the academy in Prague, and he remained in Paris. I knew that his research had only grown more radical, but it wasn't until the end that I realized how much. Relentless passion? I thought. Red stopped herself from repeating the official lore about Nicholas Flamel, thoughtfully choosing to expire after centuries of life due to considering his life's work finished. I know what you thought. Perinel looked away, blotting her eyes with her sleeve. That is a comforting story for the students we considered our children. My husband was murdered in his laboratory. He hadn't taken an apprentice in years, so no one could be certain what might have been stolen. I'm so sorry. Despite her sympathy, Red had a feeling the cover-up was as much for the Academy's enemies as its students. You didn't find the killer? She asked, hardly believing it could be true. Today had proved that the alchemists hit back twice as hard when attacked. I've never stopped looking. I have a lead for you too, then. A company called Uriel and Sons imported the God Trap to Los Angeles before it popped up in Oregon. If a prototype was stolen, it ended up on the black market. Their business card was on O'Sullivan's desk, so it's likely they sold him the skull of Saint Benedict, too. I'm more familiar with that cursed relic. It has only increased in power. 120 years ago, witch hunters used it against my academy, butchering my students. I found out later it came from a sly warlock. I assumed he stole it back. She studied Red, her cunning gaze probing as she said, His name was Maxwell Baldacci. That's a name I can't forget. Shock cracked Perinel's mysterious visage. You remember him? His ghost left an impression. I vanquished him last December in the Dreamland. Not surprised to hear that he wasn't more pleasant when alive. She wrung her hands as an unsaid question buzzed in her mind. We're already off topic, so I hope you don't mind me asking something. Why did you go to Coyote Creek? However did you learn about that? Perinel didn't seem perturbed. Her question held a scientist's neutrality. Overheard it. Around, Red said cryptically. You were checking out the Battleforge portal and decided to go farther afield. Why? Even in June, the Synod was planning evacuation routes for the students due to vampiric aggression. That portal was necessary. We needed to know why it glitched in sending you to Oregon instead of to Las Vegas. I wondered myself. The creek bed had already experienced a portal event. When one opens, it changes the environment on the mystical and molecular level. That will ease the passage of another. Our immature portal seeding must have been drawn to the area, perhaps boosted by your thoughts as you passed through. Red asked, Could you tell when that first portal opened on Coyote Creek? 2 years ago, judging from the tree ring samples. From where, I do not know. The original energy traces have faded. There isn't a record of natural portal activity in that area, so there must have been a catalyst. Once I proved that our portal was operating correctly, I concluded my research at the creek. What do you think of my findings? Curious, no? Curious indeed, Red muttered. It was more evidence for Zach's idea that she'd escaped the blood realm. The thought made her stomach churn as an ever-expanding multiverse loomed as a reality, not a theory. She steered the conversation away. The story about your late husband confirms something even more important now. I'm dealing with his work in charm, or someone's spin on it. Whatever it is, Eliana will destroy it. I would offer the local gendarme, but the Synod needs them more than a demigoddess does. Can we borrow the skull? That will make the job easier. My Nicholas debated himself in his journal about this invention. I was bemused when I discovered that he'd even reflected on what I would have thought of it. He was correct, and it's why he didn't tell me. You have my full support in destroying this abomination. Eliana materialized in the living room. I will make sure that Hecate knows your feelings. You have my gratitude. Rising, Perinel bowed and strode to the door. I'll fetch the relic. Eliana confessed to Red when they were alone. I think you had more of an impact than I did. If it works, either way we're heading to Charm and finishing this. After being fully equipped with the skull and other alchemical goodies, they teleported. The academy disappeared. In a microsecond, they were across the street from Lily's diner. The Oregon sun kissed their cheeks as the breeze ruffled their hair. Red made sure to look both ways carefully before crossing the road. Her backpack straps dug into her shoulders from the weight of the reliquary with the skull. She didn't want to be taken out by a car, not when they were finally so prepared. If we get separated, you need to know where I wake and when. She rattled off the info to Eliana, soothing her inner paranoia. In the gravel parking lot, they navigated through the cars waiting for takeout orders. It was only a little after 5, but the dinner dash started early in a town like this. I can pick up right where we leave off. It's everyone else that we have to remind. Eliana smiled brightly. We have another ally in destroying the statue. All we must do is get to the sea caves. Kronos is trying to free himself, I believe. Maybe he is engineering the right sequence of events. They were pawns. Red didn't know what was so great about it. He'd better figure it out soon. People are dropping dead like it's Game of Thrones. This relic better zap that statue. It's super heavy. All we can do is send him out of your world and try not to mess too much with the timeline in the process. Red opened the diner door. We'll assemble everyone. A gun blast cracked across the parking lot. Red knocked forward like someone had lobbed a fastball at her backpack. The reliquary box absorbed the blow. The glass cracked, and it unleashed the skull's power. Pushing Eliana inside, she looked over her shoulder. A woman in a black suit leaned out of a sedan with a 9mm handgun, long silencer at the barrel. She didn't miss again. July 4th, morning. Charm, Oregon. Time loop 93. Red jumped out of her bed, heart racing. She dove into her laid-out exercise clothes and sprinted downstairs with a backpack of hunting supplies. The Bigfoot smell in the living room told her what day it was. Hi, boys, I'm borrowing a ride. Enjoy the cartoons, she said without looking at them. Grabbing Zach's keys from a hook by the front door, she trotted out before they could put down their cereal bowls. Bye, boys. On the road to the diner, she plotted how she'd get the jump on her murderer. She'd finally gotten a good look and placed her instantly. It was the other out-of-towner who'd been behind her in line at the breakfast counter in the original timeline. She'd been in a sweatsuit, a generic black one like the jogger on the beach. Hiding in plain sight, she'd been in that charmed dinner rush before, too. She must have overheard Red while waiting for takeout in the diner parking lot and decided to make a bold move to defend the statue. First with Calloway and Olivia, and again with Eliana, it always ended with murder. Whoever had sent her, they obviously didn't want the statue demolished. Red parked behind Lily's in the employee lot at 8:50 a.m. Olivia stood at the back door, puffing on a vape stick as she read a notepad. Her perfected, sculpted eyebrows creased together in concentration. Muttering, she rehearsed to herself, Stace, I've procured enough for the boxes to... She noticed she wasn't alone. Red waved and trotted over. Is everyone here yet? Joining the committee now? Olivia put the vape away in her beige blazer and opened the door. Got a new job for you. Red entered the back room of the diner with a nod to Calloway. Why am I not surprised? The cop chuckled at the table. Nice stickers, Red said, looking at her binder. Judging by the clip art and charts, Olivia wasn't the only one who'd prepped for the day's meeting. Calloway smoothed over an embellished page. I scrapbook when it's not football season. I picked it up in college. Is it Antonio? Stace asked, walking out of the kitchen with a coffee. Her sunny yellow top was a mismatch with her irritated expression. Because I already know about him. I wish, Red said. In 30 minutes, an assassin will walk in and order a bagel. I very much need to know who she is. Assassin? Calloway said at the same time as Olivia asked, A bagel? I'm certain about the bagel, less certain about the job title, Red admitted. She's definitely a pro. As far as I can gather, she's here to retrieve a relic from the sea caves no matter what gets in her way. She has light brown hair in a bob, is in a black jogging suit, and is built like a weightlifter. We need to pin her down somehow. Did Mr. Gabriel send her? Stace asked, alarm tightening her petite features. No, Red said. It's a long story. The short one is that this statue should be rubble, not on the black market. If she doesn't know that I found it, she will soon, and it won't be pretty. Stace folded her arms. You didn't tell me you'd found something so exciting on one of your hikes. Newish development, Red lied. She didn't have enough time for the truth. I'll tell you everything after. First, I've got to see a demigoddess in the bathroom. Calloway's puzzled question followed her. Is that a euphemism for something? Olivia answered, Better wash her hands after. Red exited into the dining area. Pushing open the door to the ladies' room, she sought the other temporal refugee where they'd first met. How much would have changed if she had listened before? Regrets were hard to shake when you kept reliving the past. Eliana peeped from a stall. Do you recall our dreary situation, or will you ignore me again? I'm ready for that gold of yours. Thank Hecate. I've been waiting for 2 days, teleporting everywhere for you. I told you this was a wacky ride. You never know where I might pop up. Red joked compulsively from her nerves and leaned against the door. I know who shot me the first and last time. Nadine Warner. At least she checked into a local motel under that name. I witnessed the aftermath as your loved ones scoured this town for her. Eliana explained at Red's confusion. I don't reset when you do. My pattern is very tidy. I reset in 90 minutes, always. Not that, Red said, goosebumps rippling up her legs as the implications weighed on her. She'd been so reckless with her imitation immortality. Would she have kicked Lucas in the balls if she had thought it mattered? Or faced Gary O'Sullivan so impulsively? In one timeline, Kristoff found her severed head in a box, and he'd live with that sight for eternity. Maybe she wanted to think each time the slate was wiped clean. Those timelines continue? Of course they do, Eliana said, incredulous, as if explaining that the sky was blue. It's precisely why this statue is so dangerous. Time is fraying like old yarn. The fates have assigned all mortals their destiny. This defiles their divine plan. We need to tread carefully and stay close to your original journey. I don't want today to end the same, Red said flatly. Thanks. Neither do I. We need to end this quickly and hope that Kronos can repair the damage. Come meet the girl power gang then. We only have so much time to catch Nadine. Red brought her out of the bathroom. Are your friends... Eliana started to ask shyly, tripping over her shoes. We're as friendly as the Babysitters Club, not like Heather's. Red frowned at the demigoddess's lack of recognition. I thought you said you watched our movies. Not every single one. I prefer period pieces. Put 'em on the Olympus Netflix queue, and you'll really learn something, Red said, feeling like Vic as she pushed open the backroom door. Who's your buddy? Stace asked, rising from her seat. Her smile was friendly, but she stared at Eliana like she knew she was different. Red checked her phone for the time. We've got 5 minutes, so I can't give Eliana a proper intro, but she's cool, not from around here. Our bagel eater will be ordering right now. Her alias is Nadine Warner. She doesn't matter as much as her unknown employer. She's ready to call them in to extract the statue. They won't leave survivors. We need her out of the game, away from the sea caves, so we can destroy the thing. You keep talking like we know what it is, Olivia complained, straightening her blazer lapel. A god trap, Red said. She continued as horror dawned on the other witch's face. It might as well be a bomb. The clock is ticking. Aisha, can you pull her over after she leaves the diner? She'll be in a dark sedan on the road to the caves. Calloway nodded, pulling car keys out of her uniform. Olivia, we need enough supplies to turn a cave into a prison box. Can you gather it and join us there? I'm working on the idea that I can neutralize it with another relic, but I don't want to bet it all on one shot. The blonde gulped. Sure, Red said. Sorry to take over the meeting, Stace. Nah, I'm cool with it. I could use a fight this morning. Good, because we'll follow behind Calloway in case of trouble. Our best case scenario is that Nadine cools off in a jail cell, cut off from her contacts. Then we'll have the space to deal with the God Trap without worrying about a hit squad. Red asked Eliana, can you teleport to Vegas and get that skull? Do the demigoddess routine? She vanished. Olivia gaped at the spot where Eliana had been. So that bathroom goddess remark wasn't a euphemism for your period. Red chuckled. I'll text more instructions on the road. With a small wave, Calloway left into the front dining area. Olivia tagged along, face drawn as if remembering grim bedtime stories. Would they have come if they knew they'd died in a past loop? Red forced away her bloody memories. It wouldn't come to that. They'd neutralize the threat and move on to the grand finale. I parked over here, she said to Stace as they walked into the back lot. Borrowed Zach's ride since we're going off-roading. He owes us for this morning, Stace griped, climbing into the SUV's dented passenger side. Hopefully it won't take too long to air out the Bigfoot funk. Red got behind the wheel, turning on the engine. Adrenaline simmered in her veins. The calm of a hunt came over her, as her thoughts slowed, focused only on her mission. She drove around the side of the diner, waiting for the cop car. The dark sedan exited the front parking lot first, making a right toward the cemetery road. Calloway waited until it was almost out of sight, then followed. Red gave it a beat, then joined the convoy, keeping her speed at a crawl. On a country mile, 3 cars counted as traffic. They couldn't crowd Nadine. Red gave Stace the condensed version of how the statue worked. Ideally, she'd confess it all over wine. There was so much she wanted to say, but it'd have to wait until she knew there was a tomorrow. I'm sorry about your trip, she blurted out at the end. I know you haven't told me yet, but it doesn't sound like it was much fun. Scowling, Stace tugged on one of her dark curls. I knew that meeting Jackson's people wouldn't be simple. I'm half Fae and wolves have their own ways. I just didn't imagine how awful it'd be. His grandmother hates me, no matter what he says. At least you had LaShawn there. Stace shrugged, glancing out the car window. Tension corded her slight shoulders under her puffy yellow sleeves. Not really. They all loved him, so I barely saw him after we reached the ranch. I didn't really have anyone to stand up for me. Oh, damn, that sucks, Red said, pinning down a sharp remark about Jackson. Where had he been during all of this? It put her own relationship drama into perspective. Things with Arno were strained, but at least Kristoff defended her. I was happy to come home early. Taking a sledgehammer to that statue will take the edge off. You can get first crack at it, Red said. Police sirens sounded up ahead. Stiffening in her seat, she pulled onto the shoulder as the traffic stop came into view. In the distance, Calloway stepped out of her cruiser and approached the dark sedan. She stopped at the driver's side. License and registration were produced out the open window. Red squinted for a better look. They didn't want to spook Nadine. It'd be easier if Calloway hauled her off. Considering how many bloodbaths she'd reset from, she wanted a peaceful resolution. I'm going to watch from the trees, Stace said, creeping out the car. She won't notice me. Be careful. I bet she knows exactly what's behind the dark veil, Red warned, as the half-fae slipped into the forest, silent as a deer. The next minutes were hell as she watched Calloway go back to her vehicle and sit down inside. Was she running the registration or preparing the station for her arrival? Red drummed her fingers on the steering wheel, muttering, Go back to her, Aisha. Get her out of the car. What are you doing? Calloway returned to the dark sedan, handing over the paperwork. She beckoned the woman out of the car. Nadine pointed a gun out the window, firing twice, then stomped on the gas pedal. Stace raced from the forest. She leaped for the bumper, grabbing it. The front wheels squealed on the road as she lifted the back, stopping the sedan. Red drove to the prone sheriff, jerking the SUV into park. Kneeling, she pressed her hand against Calloway's chest wound. She fumbled, pulling out her phone to dial for help, murmuring comforting nonsense to her friend. With the ambulance dispatch in her ear, she didn't hear the reversing car until too late. Chapter 18. July 3rd, late afternoon. Charm, Oregon. Time loop, 94. Red cursed loud enough for Vic to swerve near the highway exit to Charm. That fucking Nadine again. And they were trying to do it the easy way. She should have just let Stace take a sledgehammer to her. A vein pulsed in Red's forehead, announcing a stress headache. She ranted, more to hear herself think than to inform him, until they arrived in the hills. He cracked open a beer once they parked at his house. "Goddamn. So, what are we going to do?" "We need to wait until Eliana finds me." She kicked a rock, then another. Restless energy made her want a punching bag. She'd spent over 80 loops mapping out everyone's movements in Las Vegas to escape. How many times would she go against Nadine, learning her schedule the hard way? Hopefully, she grabbed that skull on the way. Is this a bad time to ask for help unloading the van? Red flopped her arms up. Why not? Nothing seems to kill me while I do this. It's like the universe wants me to unbox your dishes. I can't complain. He raised his beer can in a sardonic toast. Let's go check out the Sasquatch print. I could draw it from memory by now. She recounted the creature's attributes like a bored museum docent until she announced Zach's arrival. Vic voted to keep him in the dark until the van was empty and the fire started. She told the tale over campfire pies. When Antonio arrived, she jerked her thumb toward the trees. Meet your new best friend. The familiar chop of an ATV disrupted the boy's attempt to nurse the injured creature. Shackelford burst from the forest. He braked when Zach blocked him. His helmet bounced on his head, the pointed Kaiser tip glinting in the moonlight. He snarled, straining to spy the fleeing Bigfoot. Out of my way, boy. You're not hunting Antonio. Red stepped beside Zach. Easy, fellas. We're really after the same thing. What's happening in this town? Off-the-chart quantum energy signals, right? Did you see how they spiked 2 days ago? Shackelford asked eagerly as he climbed down from his four-wheeler. He pulled off his helmet, grinning. I'm Al Shackelford. Should have known more researchers would discover the Bigfoot migration. Sure did, Red said. She glanced at Vic by the house and motioned to put away his gun. If she had to live this night over again and again, she might as well learn this oddball's deal. She made friendly with Shackelford. Have you seen anything at the sea caves near the cemetery? My meters went nuts on that beach. He leaned in, glancing around at the tree line. I was followed on my way back. A woman in a black suit. Seen her before at my motel, too. Startled, Red lifted her hand to her shoulder. Light brown hair to here? Looks like ex-military? That's the one. Shackelford bobbed his head, frowning. Is she bothering you, too? I'd say so, she said, fists tightening even as she kept her face blank. Do you know anything about her? She kept a low profile, but I overheard her on the phone. She spoke of a lost artifact. Suspicion clouded his expression. He gazed into the forest, then back at them. He dropped his voice, one eye narrowing more than the other, giving him a manic glint. I think it attracts the Sasquatches. Really? Vic asked, almost sincere as he caught on to Red's gambit to humor the cryptozoologist, and stepped beside her with his beer. His holstered gun waited on his hip. Zach sneered. The Bigfoot has nothing to do with it. Then tell me why, Shackelford shouted. Red interrupted the fight between Beastmaster and the X-Files before it began. What else did she say? Cryptic talk. I'd say the men in black have added ladies to their ranks. The glass ceiling in government cover-ups has been broken. She's ready to play rough, too. Shackelford pursed his lips, clutching his helmet closer to his chest. And I quote, There were to be no witnesses. She asked, "Did this woman mention any employers? Maybe a Bethesda group or Uriel and Sons?" "Didn't hear that. I haven't detected her specific organization. Yet. The only name I heard was a Mr. Gabriel," Shackelford said. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice her nearly shit a brick. She said in her phone call, and I quote, "He didn't need to know it was missing." That woman is dangerous. It wasn't only her sharpshooting. If she revealed Red to Mr. Gabriel, how many other assassins would follow? Gulping, she warned, "Stay away from her. She will kill." "Already knew that without your say-so, sweetheart," he condescended. His tone might as well have patted her on the head. "I'm an experienced big game hunter, a Wing Chun black belt, and a trained engineer. I knew that woman was following me before she decided to even do it." Red snorted, remembering how long this dude had lasted in the real supernatural world. "Wing Chun has black belts?" Vic asked Foe innocently, then sipped his drink. Shackelford flushed. "Never mind that. Whatever you people are doing, I want in." Zack countered before she could say anything. "Leave that Bigfoot alone, then." "Fine, fine," Shackelford grumbled. "What are you, a stinking environmentalist?" "What about it?" Red broke their stare off, already tired of the macho posturing and being called sweetheart. She needed to know when the beach was clear of murderers. If Shackelford wanted to roll with the real hunters, she was ready to let him try. "That woman is staying at your motel under the name Nadine Warner. Keep an eye out for her movements. Don't make contact. Let us know when you see her come and go." "How will I inform you?" Shackelford asked, back straightening like a soldier on duty. Vic suggested, "Call the diner and leave a message. The waitress will pass it along." He stroked his chin as he bullshitted a reason. Red was impressed by how passable it was. "We can't be connected on the grid yet in case they're monitoring the cell towers." "Good thinking." Shackelford put on his helmet. "What will you do?" Red looked to Vic. The less this Yahoo knew, the safer he'd be. "We'll take more readings of the area with our sensors," Vic said smoothly. "EMFs." "Good. We'll need more data, and you'll be safer here in the rear. I'll take up my post on the front." Shackelford climbed back on his vehicle and revved the engine. Vic gave him a thumbs up. He muttered to Red as the cryptozoologist disappeared onto the road to town. "That fucking guy, am I right?" Zack commented, almost impressed. "You know how to speak to the tinfoil hat types, Constantine." "It's a gift." Red rubbed her face, sighing. "Did you catch that bit about Mr. Gabriel?" Vic bobbed his head, jaw tightening. "Is this Nadine another one of his assassins?" "I don't think she's after me. The only times she's attacked have been when I was close to the statue, or I tried to stop her from retrieving it. She could have gotten me on my bike after she picked up her bagel in the first timeline. If it's the same Mr. Gabriel, the relics trade explains how he had the money to hire the Lopes pack. Those dogs weren't cheap." Zack scowled. "He can't know you're alive." "I'll worry about that once I know I survive tomorrow. At least Antonio is safe for the night." Vic asked, "Where is that demigoddess friend of yours? I want to hit that cave soon." "I don't know. Give me a minute." Red pulled out her phone and stepped away. She called Kristoff, nibbling her lip as she waited for him to answer. They were meeting tonight, but considering how it had turned out last time, it was something she still hadn't processed. Even with Shackelford distracted by surveillance, their date night was doomed by fate. "Hello, darling," Kristoff said. "I was about to step into the shower. Just got back into town." It was so good to hear his voice. "Hey," her mind blanked. She hadn't practiced this conversation into the ground. After a beat, she found her weak-sauce train of thought. "I can't explain it, but I have a bad feeling. I think your brother needs you." "Is Arno in trouble? Did you hear something?" "More like I saw it in a nightmare. Call him." Red brushed a stray tear from her cheek, trying not to wail into the phone and tell him everything. Despite everything she'd seen, she still wanted him by her side, sheltering her from this storm. The stress of being strong in the face of her unrelenting immortality, picking up the pieces after every grisly death, smothered her. A god's weight pressed on her chest. Kristoff's voice was the signal that she could let down her burden. It was a sign of safety. Not now. He couldn't save her. She stifled a hiccup. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe. The line descended into silence only the dead could manage. He asked, Why do you sound so sad? Red smiled, tensing her muscles into the position, hoping it brightened up her tone. She deflected his concern back to Arno. Because I'm worried about you Novak boys. If he's okay, then call me back later to tell me I'm being silly. I think it's sweet that you're concerned about him. I'll see what trouble he's managed to get into since sunset. She said goodbye, then held the phone to her chest. Eliana materialized in front of her, holding the iron and glass reliquary. Red yelped, flailing her arms. Holy shit, you scared me! The demi-goddess wrinkled her nose. Excrement isn't holy. Whirling around from the campfire, the guys gawked at the newcomer. Vic grunted, lifting his beer can at her. Didn't I see you in a casino? You gave me your number. Red ignored him. It took a while to get that skull. Are you ready to go to the caves? Paling, Eliana handed over the prison box. I won't be able to teleport when it's unleashed. Even with it closed, the damnable sorcery around the statue repels my advances. I never expected it to be easy. Red flapped her hand. Get us as close as you can. All of you? Eliana winced. I'll try. Red gave the other woman a description of their target area as Zack collected his bow and Vic grabbed his hunting kit. Once ready, they huddled close to the demi-goddess. The little house in the forest clearing vanished and they were on the beach. Water lapped against her shoes, soaking them instantly. Zack stared at the plump moon rising over the Pacific. Wow. You're giving us a ride back, Vic grumbled, marching to dry land. How close do you think we need to be? Red asked, cradling the heavy reliquary box to her chest. The sea monolith's position told her that they were less than half a mile from the hidden cave. If they could do it without climbing the cliff, that'd be a relief. The land breathes magic in this hamlet. Eliana considered the scenery. To avoid weighting it with outside energy, I dare say we should put the skull at the foot of the statue. Then we're hiking. Red led the others down the beach. She told herself that she needed more arm days in the gym as her muscles strained halfway there. As their destination neared, Eliana began to limp. Perspiration dripped down her cheeks. I can't. The wards. I'll take them down. You need to stay out of the box's radius for your powers to work. Red opened the prison box, cringing as her own magic disappeared. It felt like numbing a limb. Eliana sagged in relief. It's working. That ward is fading. With Hecate's blessing, it should quell the rest of the enchantment on its own. We won't need any more witchery. Close it, Zack said, looking up at the cliff top. I felt something until my abilities died. He drew an arrow and nocked it. Someone. Bullets rained down from above. There was no cover on the beach, only pebbles and driftwood. Zack and Vic returned fire. Hand grazed by a hot bullet, Red dropped the reliquary with a swear. Pain throbbed up her arm. The skull rolled out, wet sand crusting the tarnished gold sockets. She dove to put it back in the box and snapped it shut as another gun blast rang out. Her magic flooded back like the tide. Twisting around, she raised her mother's ring to create an air bubble to shield her friends. She was too late. Vic dropped, knees collapsing under him, into a tide pool. Red screamed his name, running to him. His green hat floated in the bloody tidewater. Hyperventilating, spots rose in her vision. Her brain refused to compute the sight of him as she pulled his lifeless body onto dry land. Black anguish froze her veins as hot tears rolled down her cheeks. Eliana materialized with Nadine in a headlock. She threw the weaponless woman to the ground. We carry on. This is the last loop. No, it isn't. Red pulled the snub-nosed revolver from her belt holster. Both were gifts from Vic. She didn't hesitate to put a bullet between Nadine's eyes. We're doing this over. She didn't wait for the arguments. Chapter 19. July 2nd, sunset, Los Angeles, California. Time loop nar 95. Red raced out of her bedroom at the California Arms Apartments and pulled Vic into a surprise bear hug. Thank God. Yours, at least. Shooting her a smile like she was a lovable freak show, he patted her shoulder and shrugged her off. Happy to see you, too. But geez, I nearly swung at you. You know I have cat-like reflexes. The tightness in her chest loosened. I'll ring a bell next time. He quirked his brow. What's up with you? I'll tell you all about it over lo mein from old Shanghai. Her hands shook as she ordered. Um, in the shadow of courtyard palm trees, Red placed a cardboard box into the back of the Millennium Falcon. She was handling the last load as Vic fixed a broken light switch plate. It was more to distract him than any true desire to preserve their apartment's security deposit. Her witchy sense sounded the alarm that she wasn't alone. You're late. Eliana pulled her glasses off to clean the lens on her white sweater. Shoulder hunched, she couldn't make eye contact. I assumed you needed quiet contemplation. After my first murder-suicide, I need industrial-grade therapy. Red sat in the open van door, her feet propped on the bumper as she rested her head on her knees. Eliana tentatively asked, Who is he to you? Vic has done more than save my life. I owe him a better fate than that, Red said gruffly, eyes burning from tears. The memory of his floating corpse haunted her. When we finish this, we finish it right. I won't argue that. There is a delicate balance at play. If we maintain the original timeline to a point, we can limit the damage. Yet, once that predetermined path runs out, I know. I'll have to make decisions and live with them. I want everyone else to survive them too. Red glared at the smog, bile rising in her throat. You said that all those timelines are real somewhere. I can't stop thinking about what happens after I died. I set off some butterfly effects that must turn into hurricanes. That was different with him. It was the first time I saw Vic die, but what about the others? I can't stand the idea that there is a reality without him, and I caused it. Kronos won't stand for it either. I only know of one other sanctioned alternative timeline. I doubt our past misadventures will make regulation. Curiosity made Red perk up. There is another timeline? It's not my specialty. We can both surmise that after this fiasco, Eliana said, a glum pout on her perfect lips as her glasses drooped. I heard about it from another daughter once. It's very much like this one. They are nearly mirror reflections. What's different? It's a world without shrimp or something? It has no magic, not a bit, yet common people believe in ghosts even more there. They still remember the shadows that the gods saved them from. A world without monsters, Red said, unable to picture it. What else is different? My friend said it was the little differences that amazed her. Pop culture, technology, and the sort. She was born on the mortal earth, so she could appreciate it. I didn't really understand the reference, but she kept referring to a children's book series as an example of this Mandela effect. It was called The Berenstain Bears. You mean the Berenstain Bears? Eliana chuckled. No. Apparently they delight children in both dimensions. Huh. What? Was it interdimensional copyright like How in England? Where's Waldo is called Wally instead? Red barely heard her quip as she ruminated on the Berenstain Bears. It was a simple detail, but it spoke to the wider influence of the supernatural. How had humanity fared without the supernatural manipulating from the shadows? Had they had a 9/11 terrorist attack in New York? Did Neve Morgan win a Golden Globe? Inane questions about movies crowded the serious ones about geopolitical events, but it all boiled down to the same thing. Red asked, Is it better over there? Don't assume that their timeline is perfect without the supernatural interference. Humanity struggles both here and there. This pandemic will last longer there. Don't tell me you know the future, too. Not me. The seers do. But I remain optimistic that we make our futures. You have one waiting here. Don't you want to see what July 5th will bring? We can make it a beautiful day." Eliana smiled. Red checked the time. "This is the last loop, then? We'd better not be late." Chapter 20. July 2nd after sunset. Los Angeles, California. Time loop. 95. Shadows hung over Vic's face as they parked outside Quinn Investigations. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" "It's only the first stop," Red told herself more than him as her body went on autopilot and she stepped out of the van. She was in the office before she could process the distance. Lucas waited for her with a shy smile and an uncooked bag of popcorn. Vic filled up the room with his boisterous greeting. It was a shade more excited than necessary, but only she noticed his nerves as he overcompensated on the friendliness. He disliked not telling Lucas, even if it wouldn't reveal anything new. The vampire delayed in turning on the microwave, but the fuses blew on cue as if fate demanded mood lighting. In the gloom, the popcorn smell intensified as Red's sight dimmed. Surprisingly, Vic disappeared to fix the fuses instead of babysitting her. Lucas drew closer, stormy gray eyes scanning her face. "You found your past. What about your future?" "It's in Oregon for now. I don't know how it will work out. Am I really a small-town witch? I guess I'll find out." Her gaze roamed the office, flashing back to the old gang's best times, before settling on the empty desk. "I grew here. I learned so much. This place was like a home." He touched her face, bringing her attention to him. That spark between them felt like a ghost. Red put her hand on his, gave it a squeeze, and stepped away. "I'm glad I got a chance to say a real farewell. You're always welcome at the agency even after. You're just welcome." Lucas rocked on his heels, hands in his pockets. His black hair flopped into his soulful eyes. "We've gotten there, have we?" "The road awaits," she said, meaningless filler as she processed his sad resignation. Had he always expected to be a stop on her highway? It wouldn't have been the first time he knew her move before she made it. "I am going to start living my life, my real life. See how it feels." "You were living a real life here," he said. "We were happy." "We were." She kissed him on the cheek as the electricity returned. "Thank you for helping me on the journey." "See you later, Red." "Goodbye, Lucas." It was the last spin of the roulette wheel. The streak of green lights on their way through the strip to the Circe Casino convinced Red that the gods were on their side. She'd predicted every traffic warning before they came across it. There were no more secrets to ferret out. She had to live like tomorrow was inevitable. Las Vegas dazzled below the hotel tower. Perched on floor pillows, Red enjoyed a scrumptious meal, peppering Basil with questions and compliments. She played the time loop situation close to the chest, but freely revealed her dating life. Basil had the same response, but she hugged him anyway. "I'll be careful," she winked at him. "I'm not the one whose heart you should be worried about. And on that note, I'm checking on Hannah." She walked out onto the balcony. Hannah cried as she brandished her phone. "Jeremy broke up with me." Red hugged her, smoothing her hair. "I'm sorry. I have a playlist for this exact situation. I thought we had something, or at least I thought I was fitting in around here finally." Hannah drew away, wiping her face with her cardigan sleeve. "I feel so stupid for putting myself out there for everyone to see." "You're not stupid. That wasn't all wasted time if you grew. You followed your heart. It doesn't always work out right, but when it does." Red smiled ruefully. Hannah sniffed. "What is it?" "I'm supposed to be giving you advice. Not myself." Red chuckled at herself. "You're gonna bruise that heart a lot. You'll land on your ass with everyone watching. You'll hear I told you so." The teen rolled her eyes. "So, it gets worse, is what you're saying?" "No. Life is a mixed bag, but you need to live yours. There is always something on the other side of heartbreak. Sometimes it's better than you'd ever imagine." Red put an arm around Hannah's shoulders. She swept a hand toward the glowing orange grid of the city. "I have no doubt that your destiny will change the world. You're a hero. How can you be sure? Because I've seen what you can do. Red gave her a friendly squeeze. How about you come back inside and finish your food? Yeah, Basil spent all day making that stuff. Don't disappoint him by not praising every bite. Breakfast was a lively affair. Red had everyone sample multiple buffet dishes, getting a vote on the best ones. Basil wore a bright yellow ascot and a smile with his gray suit. Hannah piped up happily after every sentence. It almost felt like a new day. When Ian arrived with Ortega, Red couldn't stop looking at the female gendarme. She had only hours to live, at least in some timelines. Would this be the one where she survived? Red hugged Basil and whispered in his ear, "Don't let Ortega park so close to the action. You'll be fine either way." Is that something I'll understand later? Basil touched her arm. Your soul feels different, more experienced. What's really been going on in Charm? You know me, she grinned. If I have a normal day, it'll be real news. He wagged his finger. You'd better text me later about this mood you're in. I know you're up to something. We need to go, Ortega said to Basil, leading him by the elbow. Red noticed Vic's nervous expression and whispered, Hey, don't psych him out yet. He huffed. You work in mysterious ways. Ian waved them on. Enough goodbyes. We have an agenda here, people. Back to the dormitories, Hannah. Red winked over his shoulder at the teen. Yeah, be good. Hannah hid her mischievous smile as she departed with her buffet tray. Ian guided the hunters on a route that Red could do in her sleep. The walk under the banyan canopy to the platform felt dizzyingly short before they were through an archway and underground in the portal garage. The Millennium Falcon waited for them like always. Take care, Ian, I mean it, Red said, hopping into the van. He brandished the remote to a rolling door. I'll get by. Vic patted the wheel. It's going to be a long drive. We'll get there. She put on her sunglasses and turned on the stereo. Time in a Bottle drifted out of the speakers in a haunting melody. They'd open the bottle this time. The portal gave way to the high desert of Nevada. In some ways, it was the easiest trip. She knew every speed trap and the best bathrooms along the route. Yet the conversation was harder as Vic probed for more details about her loops. I don't get it. Why didn't you seal the deal in the last one? You keep dancing around it, trying to distract me with bears and bedtime stories. Red's throat tightened from dark memories. Isn't it enough that I know exactly how to finish this job now? It would be if I didn't think you might choke again. Her cheeks heated, and she swallowed her sorrow. Hey, I didn't. I kept as cool as I could, considering all the ammo littering the beach. Vic rolled his eyes, nose wrinkling like he smelled manure. He might have thought it was bullshit, but he didn't remember. It would have slapped the smart look off his face if he did. I don't care if you deflect now, but you'd better promise not to flinch if whatever it was happens again. Nope, I can't promise that. He ground his teeth. Why? Give me one good reason to be stuck in a 4th of July purgatory. Because it was you, Vic. You died. She jabbed his arm. You. That isn't being written in stone. I'll do this nightmare go round 100 more times before I lose a friend and let him stay that way. Shit! His voice rumbled in his chest. Then how'd you reset? You killed Nadine. Looking everywhere but him, she muttered. I told you I was shot. His face crumpled in grim realization. He squeezed his eyes shut, knuckles whitening on the wheel. Damn it, Red. Don't start on mortal sins, church dude. You know you'd do the same for me. LaShawn for sure. You'd definitely avenge us. That's not it. Of course, if someone puts a cap in my ass, take 'em out. How you reset creeps me out. That was the only time you, His voice dropped to a whisper. Did it like that, right? Cold despite the summer heat, she nodded briskly. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the full truth. Yep. Good, good. Firming her resolve, she crossed her arms. We're going to follow the original timeline for this last one. You're going to spend the 4th eating cereal with a Bigfoot. The hell I am. This isn't something we're arguing. Vic barked out a harsh laugh. We've got 2 hours to go. That's plenty of time to bicker. I'll even use my fancy college vocabulary for you. Lamentably, your rapacity for obstinate self-sacrifice knows no satiety. I want you to live. The bastard didn't let up. Their fight didn't end until they arrived at his house. Relenting, Red barreled out of the van. He knew too much. He'd show up anyway. She'd find a way to ditch him. Fine, you can come. Stay away from Nadine. We'll raid the cave in the morning. Seething, she texted Basil and Hannah that they were in charm. She asked after Ortega, sending off a prayer to whoever was listening that the gendarmes survived the catacombs battle. It only took a few minutes of watching Vic move boxes until she helped, grumbling the whole way. They were both in a mood when Zach joined them. She didn't begrudge the empath for smoothing over their feelings with his powers. She'd been throwing silverware into kitchen drawers with a fierce clatter. By the time they started the campfire and she'd gotten good news from Las Vegas, Red relaxed enough to appreciate the stars. She lit a citronella candle with her magic once the mosquitoes started buzzing around her. Smiling at her mother's ring, she reflected on one blessing to this whole fiasco. She'd made a breakthrough with her magic. All those hours in the van had really helped her move through her to-be-read pile of supernatural texts, too. Antonio appeared and stole the boys' hearts with his wounded ankle. He fled quicker than he'd approached when Shackleford arrived. Red invited the cryptozoologist to their fire and won him to their side. After getting him to promise to call the diner when he noticed Nadine return to the motel, she left with Zach. Her date awaited. How could it be salvaged? She might have been able to reconnect with Basil and comfort Hannah, but she didn't have a Hail Mary for Kristoff. The whole ride back to the house, Red fretted over what to say. There was too much for a walk through the cemetery. The internal monologue continued as she curled her hair, trying to get it to spiral like it had the first time. She slipped on the same white dress, but accidentally dusted blush on the strap. Running late, she wiped the pink off her cheeks after another look. She had done this night before. Why was she so nervous? Kristoff was waiting when she rushed outside. He leaned on the back gate in a black undershirt and jeans. The moonlight gave his skin a faint glow. Outside of his usual suit, he was like a knight out of armor. His smile was too sweet to be a demon's. When she had first seen him, he'd been shrouded in Armani, lording over a nightclub with a model on his arm. She would never have expected who he'd become to her. He'd always known, even as he had given her the space to find her way. She slowed, trying to retrace the steps of their original night. With the stars and the crickets and Kristoff's secret smile, it had been nearly perfect. Until the end. I love seeing these tattoos. Red touched his bicep, fumbling with her words. She couldn't recapture that magic. Even if he was the same, she wasn't. She wrapped her arms around his neck, luxuriating in the now, not the past or future. She said what was in her heart, simple as it was. I missed you. Kristoff stroked her cheek, that familiar sensual fire igniting under his fingertips. He'd conjured it better than she did the real elements. What happened? You seem like you had a longer week than I did. Tell me all about it. I said goodbye to LA, hello to Vegas, and everything in between was too strange to explain. The Bigfoot sighting was the most normal part of it. She drew away, entwining their fingers, leading him toward the cemetery. Now you have my attention. Good. How about you get me to that love shack of yours? Red grinned as he lifted her and broke into a dead sprint. She stopped him outside his house, drawing him in for a kiss. They had only minutes before Arno realized they were here. She overestimated. You left your phone off! Arno yelled from the front door, tugging at his tie. I've been calling for 2 hours. The helicopter is parked in a nearby soccer field. It's important we're both seen in Portland now. What's happening? Kristoff asked, holding her hand. Fuck if I know. The masters are assembling in Portland, Arno grumbled. Donald is being a serious prick about the audit. Our bookkeeping is suddenly not up to his standards after a century. You do something because my charm isn't working. Red squeezed Kristoff's hand, about to tell him everything. If she did, he'd stay. It would deepen the crack between the two brothers. The words transformed in her mouth. Sounds serious. Arno nodded. His tone softened. It's none of your business, but yes, it is. Kristoff glared at him. Be nice. He is, she said, chuckling. She understood where Arno's peevishness came from. It made empathy easier. She handed over a peace offering that an ambitious vampire might appreciate as much as gold, information. I don't know if this helps, but I heard a rumor in Vegas about O'Sullivan. He bet the house on beating the Academy and lost it all. How long before they need a new Supreme down there? Now, that's intriguing. Arno stroked his chin, a grin stretching to his ears. I told you she was unexpectedly useful. Kristoff smirked at his brother, then led her aside. Conflict narrowed his blue eyes as he caressed his mark on her neck. I'm sorry for another aborted date. My brother was supposed to handle my one night off. Red took his hand and nuzzled his palm. We'll make it up another weekend. Maybe the three of us can all do dinner or something. You mean it? His dimples deepened as he smiled, revealing the elusive one in his cheek. She gave him a quick peck on the lips. Yes. Tonight your brother needs you. Tomorrow we can try this date over. He swept her up into her arms. I'll escort you back then. Arno sprinted after them, taking the lead once Kristoff slowed to kiss Red again and again. Lips tingling, she waved after the Novaks at her back gate. The light in the kitchen stole her post-date afterglow. Someone was home. In over 90 loops, this had never happened before. Chapter 21. July 3rd, late night. Charm, Oregon. Time loop. 95. Red opened the exterior kitchen door, reaching for the weapons rack under the coat hook. She stopped once she got a look at her late-night visitor. The katana would be useless against the waiting demigoddess. Eliana drank tea at the table. Did you have a good day? As good as I could make it. Red flopped into a chair, debating if she should chug another energy drink. The day wasn't over. How about on your end? I have the reliquary. We're ready then. The guys think we're doing this in the morning. Wouldn't it be better if we did? Eliana thumped her cup down and cracked the saucer. She flushed, setting the dish aside. That assassin could be prowling the caves to shoot you. Red tapped her head. I could have a stroke in my sleep too. You told me this was the last loop, that we couldn't be precious about it. I know, I merely... Eliana sighed. Do you really think I can do it? Huh? Red rubbed her ear, not sure if she had heard that right. Sure, the chick was squirrely from social anxiety, but she had gods in the family tree. What do you mean? Open the doorway for Kronos, Eliana confessed. I strained to carry the four of us a few miles. I bumbled around this town for so many days and never even noticed this frightful Nadine woman. I tried to be like the great Detective Columbo, but instead I failed. You studied my culture, and that's what stuck. A 1970s TV show? What decade did you stop your media binge? Eliana gazed into her teacup as if imagining Columbo looking back at her with words of wisdom. I came here to prove... It doesn't matter because I've proved nothing. Can you actually believe in me? You're a Wonder Woman who teleported me across the country and has been to worlds that I can't even imagine. Sure, I can believe that and more. That's because you're mortal. Eliana dropped her face in her hands. I shouldn't even be here. It would have been wiser to keep sending missives to my superiors. Not from my point of view. I couldn't have done this without you, even if you didn't do anything but bring the skull. Red jerked her thumb over her shoulder. Kronos can hitchhike home. We know the relic will knock out the god trap. He can get off his divine butt to do the rest. Eliana giggled at the blasphemy, then sadness washed over her again. It's not that simple. I vow to use all my strength, but I wish Hecate had answered my prayers. Red touched her new friend's long, tapered fingers. They felt different from her own, smoother and finer. It was hard to imagine insecurity from a being who could throw her across the room, then jet off to Tahiti. What did you ask for? The best daughter for the job. Maybe that's you. Eliana took a fortifying sip of her tea. It has to be. Dressed in black, the two women stuck to the shadows on their march to the cliff caves. A full moon sparkled overhead, casting dappled light through the trees and over the hilly coast. Sea salt scented the breeze. The statue threw off Eliana's internal navigation, sending them closer to the cemetery than they'd hoped. But Red knew these woods. All they needed to do was spot the ocean, and she'd orient them north or south. Eliana sweated, pushing through discomfort with every step. Her bangs stuck to her forehead. It wasn't the walk. They were past the steep incline, even if it could have winded a demigod. Strain sharpened her features. A capillary had burst in her left eye, blood staining the white around her sea blue iris. She stayed silent, but Red couldn't take it anymore. Should I open the box? No, we mustn't be defenseless. If I can't make it. You can! Take it one step at a time. If you're right, I might not ever see you again. I'd feel terrible if I didn't apologize for mangling this operation. Eliana grimaced. And the hair pulling. Red laughed. Hey, I punched you in the face. We're even. Time loops make you crazy. I'm the one with a goddess for a grandmother. I should be in control. This is why I was banished to the archives. I was deemed unfit for the field. I thought it was merely that my teleportation skills were weak, but now I see the wisdom in the ruling. The realization wasn't bitter, merely factual. You didn't die, did you? That's something. I'm immortal. We're getting out of this. Red fixed a resolute stare on the other woman. You got us this far. You navigated my world. You dealt with me. Maybe you didn't pass those tests, but you're passing in the actual field. Eliana groaned, clutching her stomach. I couldn't even get us to the cliff. I wouldn't say that. Red touched an oak tree. The trunk had a fresh scrape like a sharp marble corner had edged it. They were close. I can't go any farther, Eliana panted. I'll take it from here. Start building the doorway. Eliana thrust out her arms, fingers spread as if pushing a wall. A pure glow haloed her body. She grunted, slamming her body forward. Her shoes slipped in the dirt, and she collapsed to her knees. Please, Hecate, let me do this deed, she begged. What's wrong? The spell, the star alignment, my pathetic powers. I don't know. How can I forge a gateway? The demi-goddess wilted. I'm the least of my kind, and now you finally see. Red didn't want any of that talk and helped her up. Magic wasn't like turning on an engine. Belief powered it. This could end tonight, but they both needed faith. It was ironic to ask that from a godling. She reassured Eliana, concealing her worry. Hey, you came pretty far and we're both tired. Breathe and try again to loosen the doorknob. It'll take me a few to get to the statue. Eliana hid her face as if she'd entered the data and found it lacking. We need the doorway open when you release Chronos. What if we misjudge the radius of the Saint Relic? If I can't do it now, can I ever? We've got all the time in the world, theoretically. We'll try, and try again. I've seen your television programs. I know this is a pep talk. Then take the pep! Red wrinkled her nose, protectively closing her mouth on her next words against the sudden stench in the air. It was Sasquatch on max intensity. Eliana propped herself on a tree. We're not alone. Dark, lanky forms disturbed the forest shadows. Dozens. Green auras outlined the beings. They loped to the west. It's a migration, Eliana said, eyes closed as if homing in on the herd. They seek more peaceful lands. Shackelford was right. He'll gloat if I tell him. Antonio trotted out of the gloom to stand before Red. He must have dodged Vic and Zach's attempts to corral him. A taller pair of his kind followed, stopping behind him with nagging chirps. It sounded like parental recriminations. Insistent as a teenager, he bellowed back, pointing at the women. Eliana translated in a whisper, He wants to help us. How? Red asked as the Sasquatches debated. They travel in their own fashion. The box has no effect on them. Their grandfathers were old when the first spell was cast. He wants his clan to join with me. Eliana shrugged at Red's confusion. Zack told him the plan. Of course. Come forward. Red winced at Antonio's silent order, but obeyed. He nudged her toward his elders, a male and female, who watched her dubiously with their black eyes. She held out her hand for a shake, brain fumbling and falling into instinct. The 9-foot-tall female hovered her fingers over Red's. She darted immediately away, clinging to an oak. Her auburn fur fluttered from her shaken breath. Head craned back, she howled to the rest of the clan, then disappeared with the big male. Red asked Eliana, "Is that a yes, they'll help us, or do we have to fight them off now?" The demigoddess sagged in relief, hope shining in her smile. "I can leverage their strength for our doorway. It won't last long, but fate guides these gentle beings. We're fortunate we didn't meet their less pleasant cousins." Antonio nodded. His head drooped as he worried the dirt with his toe. A mournful sigh escaped his mighty frame. "He wants you to give his farewell to the empath. May their paths cross again. He will treasure their friendship." Eliana wiped her eyes. "It is quite beautiful, really. I can't capture the linguistic intricacies. He's only a few centuries old, a juvenile and quite sentimental." "A few centuries?" Red held the question and nodded. "I'll make sure Zack knows." Eliana took Antonio's furry arm as if they were at a cotillion. "Depart to the cave and dispel that curse. I'm far superior with a team, I assure you." "You're a demi-goddess. I'm not worried," Red only half lied. Antonio chirped sadly at her. "It was a pleasure, big guy." Red waved at the creature. She didn't understand the divine mechanisms behind their meeting, but she was happy that they'd both make it. Departing, she followed the statue's scars on the landscape to a smashed blueberry bush. Energy radiated from the weather-beaten door to the secret tunnel. She opened the hatch, closing her eyes at the plume of unseen magic, and retrieved the reliquary out of her backpack. Red walked down into the tunnel, disappearing into the pitch darkness to confront a god. Chapter 22. July 3rd after sunset. Charm, Oregon. Time loop, the 95. Kronos waited for Red in the sea caves. Who else? She crept through the tunnel, using memory as her guide instead of a flashlight. A heavy presence weighed her every step. The air felt like sludge, with the full moon amplifying the statue's magic. Once she opened the box, she'd lose her own. She couldn't take the risk yet. Her steps echoed even as she tiptoed. A metallic click, the release of a gun's safety mechanism, bounced off the walls. Clutching the reliquary, Red summoned an air dome. She visualized it as seamless and impenetrable. Her will materialized in less than a second. A bullet pinged off the barrier. She pushed the hardened air forward in a shockwave, controlling the blast to keep on her own feet. The thump in the darkness told her she had hit something. Footsteps rushed deeper into the tunnel. She didn't need Shackelford to tell her that the woman in black hadn't returned to the hotel. This was their last match. Red followed, maintaining a shield. It burned through her magic supply, but she wasn't going down now. Diffuse moonlight outlined a stocky figure at the end of the tunnel. Nadine whirled around, hands in the air. "You're here to destroy it, aren't you?" Propping the prison box on her hip, Red waved her ring hand and tossed the woman against the cave wall. It took most of her remaining energy, but it looked cool. She marched to the statue, fighting instinctive panic in its presence, avoiding the dead man at its base. "Be grateful I'm not here for you." "You have no idea how valuable that thing is." Nadine rubbed the back of her head. Her thickly lashed eyes fluttered. She said weakly, "You know what it does? It can change time." "That's why I'm destroying it." Red crouched, setting the box at the marble feet. The rock vibrated like a low hum. A charge like a live wire made the hair stand up on her arms. Nadine shuffled to the side. Red held out her ring. She visualized a rope around the woman's neck and yanked her down. Air molecules scurried to her will. If she hadn't wanted to question Nadine, she would have already knocked her unconscious, or maybe off the cliff. See how she liked it. A dreadful thought froze Red. She'd killed the woman before, left her forehead a crater. Her first murder was lost in a splintered timeline. The memories stayed in this one, lingering like stubborn marks on a chalkboard. Gagging, Nadine rubbed her throat. You've never had something you wanted to change? Something in your past that would have worked out if you had just made the right decision? This can do it. If you just know how to use it. There has to be someone you could have saved. Her mother? If Brooke Peters had been warned out of the house before the fire, she'd still be alive. How would her life have changed if they had decided to go to the movies that night? Red steeled herself at Nadine's self-satisfied smile. I doubt you do. You're just the cleanup crew for when one of its keepers went rogue. My boss does. Let me call my people for the extraction, and he'll give you a wish. I promise. You'll bring him here? Make it happen? Red asked. If Mr. Gabriel were in charm, she would have a crew strong enough to take him out. She wouldn't have to pretend to be dead. The biggest threat to her new life would be gone. She'd know why he had targeted her. Would that lead to the truth of who she'd been and why she'd lost 8 years of her life? She marveled at Kronos' stone face and what he could reveal to her. All she wanted to know was where she came from. That was her real prayer to the gods. Vertigo spun her. The cave transformed into pure light. It was too bright. Red blinked, wiggling against a soft blanket. Her limbs felt fat and sluggish. A snuggly hat warmed her head. Where was her hair? The ceiling, painted with puffy clouds, came into focus as her squinting eyes adjusted. She reached up to touch the white woven plastic walls that contained her. The hand in her vision was too tiny to be her own. She brought it close to her face. When was she? Startled, an unseen masculine voice said, Abigail, I didn't notice you there. Was that her father? Red tried to sit up, but her mushy little body wouldn't obey. She was swaddled too tight, even if she'd had the core strength as an infant. You wouldn't, Russell, a woman, Abigail smoothly said. Her regal voice oozed East Coast money. I have something for you, but first I wish to see my granddaughter. A dignified matron in a classic Chanel suit leaned over the bassinet. Coral lipstick frosted her mouth. Stern green eyes glittered. Her features were too big to take in at first glance. She could have been a giantess. Was this really her grandmother? The icy demeanor melted as she cooed, stroking Red's cheek. A tickle of magic passed through her touch. Warmth spread through the chubby baby. You made a beautiful girl, I will say that. Thank you, Russell said, resigned. I'll consider that the highest praise that I'll get from you. Abigail removed a large purse from her shoulder. Pulling out a manila folder, she thrust it at him. You still need to sign these documents. Adela did before she fell asleep. Adela? Red knew that Brooke Peters had been an alias, but could that be her mother's real first name? Russell demurred. The midwife barely left. Can't that wait until morning? All I need is your signature, the older woman said. I'm here to keep this house in order until my daughter is back on her feet. We only need help with the baby, he said wearily. This is help. A big hand came into Red's view as her father took the folder and opened it. A beat of silence followed. This isn't her name. It certainly is. You both agreed that the first name was to be... No, the last. It's not Goldberg. It's yours. He demanded, Why doesn't she have my last name? This is our tradition. Adela never cared about tradition. Frustration and fear threaded his restrained voice. Red wished she could see him. How much did he know about this stern matriarch? It was enough to tread lightly around her. How did you get her to sign this? Because she wants her daughter to receive her full inheritance, a rare act of prudence. Abigail's words sharpened. I've supplemented your university salaries enough to know how far they stretch. You'd really deny your grandchild? It's tradition. Her father looked down on Red. Fatigue slackened his face. He was older than his university staff photo, but the curly brown hair and intelligent, sensitive eyes were the same. Adoration for his child melted his ire. He adjusted the knitted cap on her head. Fine, I'll do it. Splendid, her grandmother said without emotion. He ducked away to sign the paper quickly. I'd like a moment alone with her. This is for the best. Abigail collected the documents and closed the door behind her. Oh, my little June bug, Russell said as he picked Red up, revealing the rest of the home nursery. Your mother is a witch, and your grandmother is a real... I won't teach you that rhyme yet. He cradled her to his chest and returned to the rocking chair. She fell asleep to her father's heartbeat. The paternal security faded in a second as the cave reappeared. Red gaped up at Kronos. Was that her granted prayer? Nadine ran toward her with a rock. Red ripped open the reliquary box. Her magic disappeared. She dodged Nadine as reality slowed, stretching like taffy. When time sped up again, she was on the cliff top. A heavy breeze whistled through the trees. The ocean roared below them. Tripping, she rolled away from her attacker. Nadine shook as she dropped her rock. What is... You woke the divine. Red wiped her dirty face quickly to be presentable, trying to mimic what Vic called church manners. Didn't your bosses tell you? Eliana approached like a silent herald, glowing in the moonlight, with her arms raised to the heavens. Fog rolled in from the sea, obscuring the demigoddess to only a shining silhouette. Antonio and his clan bellowed, unseen from the forest. The Sasquatch cacophony crested to an earth-shaking volume. Both mortal women dropped to their knees, protecting their ears. Red peeked up at the sudden silence. Not even the waves broke on the beach below, as if time halted. An orb, brighter than the moon, drifted over them. A wispy Ouroboros danced on its surface like shadowy veins in marble. Two more heads grew on the serpent as it slithered. A lion's mane crowned one, while the other had bull horns. The orb transformed into the figure of a man, solidifying into perfect dark flesh in the prime of youth. Back bending, he morphed into wizened age. The metamorphosis cycled again as he approached. His face was too brilliant to look upon. It was a fraction of his being. He crouched by Red, holding out a hand. Like staring into an eclipse, her eyes burned when she met his. She accepted his help, standing on trembling legs. Somehow she knew he'd been with her the whole time. Thank you. Kronos smiled as reality dilated, and he spoke without moving his lips. Vic yelled in her ear, shaking her shoulder. Red. She awoke on a bed of thick moss. Where did that come from? She patted the soft, spongy ground as she sat up. A small, rounded edge poked her hip. She fished a small coin out of her pocket, bronze with a square cut in the center. Ancient symbols marked the edges. This wasn't spare change. She palmed it, looking up at the stars. Thank you, she thought, knowing that Kronos would feel her gratitude. Vic asked, What the hell? Intern? I think... She looked around. Where are Eliana or Antonio? His whole family was here on their way home. I only found you two sleeping. He waved his thumb at Nadine. Bound in duct tape, she glared at the hunters. I doubt this one would have spooned you when she woke up. It must have worked. Red flopped back, giggling as her muscles sagged into the moss. Lightheaded, she pinched herself. Was it all a dream? Everything after she opened the reliquary and appeared on the cliff top felt like one. The memories were already dulling, as if her mortal mind didn't have the storage capacity. She asked, Is it really over? Vic pouted under his trucker hat. Why didn't you bring me along? Sorry. She rolled onto her elbow, propping herself up as her manic joy faded to manageable levels. I had to decide. The time was right. You're lucky I figured as much and left Zach to his Bigfoot hunt. Prepare for some manly brooding when he realizes his new pet is gone. He sighed. I'll miss Antonio. He was a cool dude despite not being a dude. The feeling was mutual, if somewhat lost in translation. What do we do with her? Red stood over Nadine and ripped the duct tape off her lips. You work for Mr. Gabriel, and now you know who he pissed off. Nadine licked her dry lips, staring at the spot where Kronos had appeared. Her tough shell cracked. I'm a fixer. It's just a paycheck. What do you need to know to let me go? Who is he? Trades creepy shit like this. Nadine shivered. I thought this thing was half hokum. I didn't know. I'm happy to get out. My ears are still ringing from the warning. Have you told him about us? Nadine shook her head. Look, I don't even know who you people are. I was supposed to find it. I'll report that the thing exploded or something. Whatever you want. I want Mr. Gabriel. Red gritted her teeth to control herself until she could ask calmly, What does he look like? You don't want him. Hiding a flinch, Nadine shook her head. You guys don't scare me as much as he does. Red crouched to eye level. We are the least scary ones here. This guy is now on a god's hit list. Do you really want to cover for him now? Or do you want to earn some grace with above? Desperation brought out every line in Nadine's face. Fine. He's Caucasian, older, in a European time zone. His people give me untraceable burner phones with encrypted pre-programmed phone numbers to check in. I've never met him in person. He uses aliases. I accidentally found out his real one. It's... Her jaw locked and bloody foam bubbled on her lips. The fixer collapsed on her side, jerking in a seizure. Red rushed to lift her, heart pounding as she watched her best lead to Mr. Gabriel go still in her arms. She felt for a pulse. Fuck, she's dead. That was a secrecy curse. I've read about them. Vic asked, So, she couldn't say his name? That's specific. Is it part of the contract? She closed Nadine's eyes, setting her on the ground. Her ears might have been stuffed with cotton balls for how much she heard him phone for Calloway. This was it. The last shot. There were no more resets to pry this dead woman's secrets from beyond the grave. She wiped her hands as she rose and stared at the stars. A life with consequences began again. Chapter 23. July 4th, morning. Charm, Oregon, the farmhouse. Red stretched after the best sleep of her life. Sunshine beamed through her open curtains. Her exercise clothes weren't laid out on her bedroom chair. The days weren't marked on her calendar. It was the 4th of July, but it wasn't the same one. She laughed. It descended into happy sobs. She dressed in jeans and a gray blouse, relishing the novelty of a permanent decision, and trotted downstairs. The Bigfoot smell from the living room made her question herself until she saw that the cartoon on TV was different, even if the paperboy was still late. Antonio was gone, leaving only his unique fragrance to remember him by. Zach munched on cereal beside Vic. It's a new day. What are you going to do with it, Red? Vic checked her out, confused by her state of dress. I figured you'd sleep in? The empath grinned. He has a point. Take a break, grab some Cheerios. Red thumbed at the suitcase by the front door. I want to check in on my girl. I assume that Stace walked in and walked out. I was ranting about how Antonio left in the middle of the night to find you, and she didn't listen after the first sentence about adopting a Bigfoot. Shackelford is telling anyone who listens about his encounter too, Zach said, sulking over his cereal. I just wanted to thaw out some venison for the little guy before he went back to his folks. I know, she said. The rugged archer had teared up when she told him about Antonio's heartfelt goodbye. I'll triage the situation at the diner. Red biked into the sleepy small-town morning. She took a different route, moseying along like she had all the time in the world. Habit made her check the ladies' bathroom when she reached Lily's diner. It was empty. Wish we had a proper goodbye, Eliana, she murmured to their usual stall. Hopefully the demi-goddess's divine superiors weren't punishing her for a job well done. After buying a coffee and chatting with Maudette at the restaurant counter, Red entered the back room. The mood had shifted from the original timeline, more thoughtful, perhaps due to her revealed adventures, but tension still coiled under the surface. Stace, Olivia, and Calloway hunched over the break table. The blonde dominated the discussion. Where are the bok choy, Brussels sprouts, seasonal anything, and then the pantry boxes themselves? She swiped through the detailed and decorated pages of Calloway's binder. I want to fight for a balanced diet. I agree, but boxed milk. Calloway folded her arms over her sheriff's uniform, patience fraying in her dark eyes. Red interrupted the brewing debate that she hoped wasn't inevitable. Hey, guys. We'll take 5. Stace stood eagerly, strutting to the doorway. How are you, Red? Peachy keen, Jellybean. I'm free. She wrapped an arm around the half-phased shoulders and drew her away into the dining area. What about you? You didn't have a good trip either, without any do-overs. Then this morning... I'm still in the thick of my morning. They're going over everything with the finest of toothed combs. It's making me want to pull my hair out. That isn't counting everything that Jackson's grandma said replaying in my head. I need more coffee to get into that drama. I bet. Red rubbed her chin, lost in the data of nearly 100 impossible days. I have the benefit of a lot of hindsight. Can't do anything about the Gonzalez pack, but I've interrupted this meeting a few times. You know what I noticed? That Calloway is into scrapbooking? Wouldn't have expected a sheriff to have a sticker collection either. No, Red said, biting back her shared amusement. She's trying to impress you, and so is Olivia. That's why they're trying so hard at this committee. Stace furrowed her delicate brow, lips tugging down. Nah, that can't be it. Did you see how big that Benston Foundation grant is? And Calloway's binder? She did a SWOT analysis of similar local charities. Now she's taking by-the-minute notes. Red gestured toward the back room. I don't think they want to be frenemies, just friends. Huh. You really think so? Stace's skepticism dissolved into puzzled acceptance. Fine, but you're staying with me while I get friendly. At least vote with me. This seems more like a locals thing. Red stuck her hands in her pockets. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but what did she have to offer? And that's you. You belong here as much as anyone. Stace linked their arms and led her back to the committee. She announced, Red is going to sit in today. Calloway and Olivia chimed in their agreement. Stace shot Red a look that said, I told you so. Ladies, I thought over what you said, and I think you're both right. We can box the non-perishables and alternate with green grocery giveaways. These are great ideas. I mean it. Olivia smiled primly, adjusting her blazer, while Calloway grinned. Thank you, they said at the same time. Jinx, Stace kidded. Now you owe each other a Coke. Or maybe we should have gotten mimosas. Before Red knew it, the women chattered and laughed through the rest of the meeting. The earlier tension faded as the sun climbed in the sky. She rode back to the old farmhouse with Stace. The half-fae disappeared to her room for a nap with a careless wave at the hunters. Zach grinned, sagging into the cushions as if he'd been bracing for a scolding since he'd heard them pull into the driveway. You worked some kind of magic at that diner. No, Red said, thinking of the committee. They would have found their groove in a week or so. I mean with her. I can feel it. Thank you. I'd still light another scented candle in here, she suggested, wrinkling her nose. I'm going to head off to check out those used cars at Dale's. Vic's head popped up. I'm coming with you. Make sure you don't pick a car because of the color. She rolled her eyes. You can kick the tires for me. The Millennium Falcon waited for them in the driveway. She almost felt like she was cheating as they drove to the mechanic shop where a few used cars hunkered down in the back. It was a decision that she had dreaded for weeks, yet accomplished in less than an hour. It's a good choice, Vic proclaimed when the papers were signed and they were alone in the small lot. Not too flashy for recon, high up to go off-road, and you can help me move again. Ha ha, she said. Her sarcastic reply disappeared when he set a battered green alien keychain in her hand. She'd gotten it in Roswell for the Falcon. Why are you giving it to me? So, you always have something from your internship, wherever you go, he said gruffly. Besides, it's always getting in my way. Thanks, boss. She saw through his grumpy man act and gave him a big hug. When she drove off in a compact pickup truck, the day was bright with possibility. Sunset found her on a pier, in what must have been the smelliest part of the charm port. Red watched a crane operator lift a cargo crate onto a stout tugboat. It bobbed with its new burden. She felt Kristoff approach before she saw him. Shifting on her feet, she tried to push away flashbacks of timelines that would never be. A cocky Novak grin brightened his pale face. He knew he'd come through tonight. His expression softened, and his blue eyes twinkled at the sight of her. It was enough to make her breath catch. He didn't need fancy suits for that. Old jeans and a flannel shirt would do. She had dug deep into the back of her closet for clothes that she didn't mind sacrificing to Poseidon. When he'd agreed to reschedule their date, he couldn't have imagined that this was what she had in mind. She hadn't really explained why she needed a boat, but he'd summoned one anyway. Kristoff lifted her hand to his lips, kissing the knuckles in that old-fashioned way that always made her knees weak. He sounded excited, like a little boy about to play pirates. Ready for our mystery voyage? The cargo is. She snuggled against him, letting his broad shoulders block the wind. His distracting touch anchored her to the present, quieting her thoughts. How was Portland? The heat is off for now. You know, when I imagined taking you on a boat ride, I pictured a yacht. In Miami, specifically. He teased. You're wearing a green bikini. She smirked at him. Am I? Sorry to disappoint with the reality. I like how you always surprise me. Hand on her lower back, he led her onto the vessel. There were 2 vampires on board. She only recognized Gord with his long black braids and hockey jersey. The minions wordlessly took their posts at the raised helm. Soon, the engine churned the dark water, and white bubbles foamed in their wake. Red asked, What do they know about the job tonight? Less than I do. Kristoff frowned, thumb wiping the sea spray from her cheek. I don't know half as much as I want to. Whatever is in that box made you fight for your life. If I had known how dire it was, you would have been by my side. I also know how much Arno has missed you. Aren't you full of mysteries tonight? He quirked his eyebrow. How could you know about my brother? She patted the big craty. I'll give you the short version while we finish this job. He pried it open. The revealed marble sparkled in the moonlight. It was powerless now, and they'd made sure it could never be reassembled. It might have been a group effort with machinery borrowed from Olivia's family business to extract the statue from the cave, but she had promised Stace the first whack at it. The petite hero had vented her feelings with a sledgehammer. A stone arm, a foot, and other pieces still possessed the careful craftsmanship of the original statue. Kristoff picked up what remained of the head. It doesn't look like much. It never did. The power came from another world. For me, it started with a rainstorm in LA. She tilted her face to the heavens as she told the long story. A few miles out, they tossed the limbs overboard like murderers. She still couldn't call it their weirdest night. The job was done before her story was. And that was everything with Lucas, she said, finishing that chapter. Kristoff closed his eyes, smirking. Describe his face when you kicked him in the balls. I beg you. She shoved his arm playfully. That's mean. I totally surprised him. He didn't even make sense, asking me what I remembered. His gaze sharpened. What do you mean? Red wasn't feeding his sense of schadenfreude toward his sire. That wasn't part of their honesty policy. It doesn't matter. I said goodbye politely in the timeline that stuck. Then I was able to see you again. She sighed, taking his hand to sit with him on a rough bench by the ship's stern. The splashing engine would dull their echo on the water. They were getting to the part of the story that she hadn't even told Vic. He asked, "How many times did you play our scenario over?" "Enough to know that I don't want to come between you and Arno." "Ah, that explains why you didn't tell me." "I did. Before." She shrugged. "Once I had it in the bag, I wanted you to be the big brother that he needed you to be. I figured that Donald couldn't withstand the full Novak effect, so you'd be back soon." Kristoff laughed mirthlessly. "Sure, call it a charm offensive. My business isn't nearly as interesting as yours." "It's more linear, though," she quipped. It was to cover her fidgets as she prepped herself for the next question. "Did I smooth over things with your brother? I tried to give us the best date night I could. It wasn't as good as the first time. I was really suave in that one." "You were perfect." Kristoff tipped her chin up, his lips teasing her own open as he caressed down her arm. He kissed down her neck. His touch cleared her mind of everything but the passion he conjured. Red caught her breath, lost in him until he sucked at his mark on her throat. A dark memory made her freeze. "What is it?" He stroked her cheek. I didn't tell you everything." She drew away from him, whispering what had happened when she'd defended the Bigfoot in the cemetery. "Face cold," he interrupted her, clarifying the details. "Al Shackelford bought that poison in a Portland shop?" She said quickly, "He hasn't done anything to me in this timeline." "I'm not plotting that." "Okay, good." "He will need to be mesmerized by the DVA, however. I'll make sure he survives with a thrilling Men in Black encounter for his chat rooms." Kristoff became thoughtful, and they fell into silence, staring at the dark waves. He prompted, "You were at the part where I carried you into the van." "None of the usual tricks worked," she said, discreetly, even though the two minions were in the closed wheelhouse. "You asked Arno to—" She couldn't finish the sentence. He was the master of masks, and his expression grew more remote. "What did he say?" "It wasn't exactly a refusal, but you took it for one." Red studied the new break in his façade. Shocked, she saw there was more than a little painted betrayal on his face. She continued, "You reconciled at the hospital when I seemed on the mend." She couldn't look at him anymore. Arno didn't refuse again. Kristoff inhaled unnecessarily, his composure returning to smooth neutrality. Only his glittering blue eyes showed his interest. "How did that make you feel?" "I don't want to kill to live," she said sharply and stood. Her stomach twisted, and it wasn't from the sea. That wasn't what she'd meant to say at first. Restless, she ruffled her wind-blown hair, half out of its ponytail anyway. "I'm not mad at you." "I didn't think so. It was a perfect storm like a bunch of other loops. I can't hold people to actions they didn't do in this timeline. I know you were desperate and misunderstood me. It's a scenario I've done over and over in my head. It shook out differently than I thought. Arno, for instance. It wouldn't be the first time he's been my keeper, or vice versa." Kristoff took her hand, dipping his head to capture her gaze. His voice grew solemn. "I hear you. I got a taste of murder, and She bit her lip. Confused shame heated her cheeks. In that past loop, it hadn't been that Nadine hadn't deserved a bullet after what she'd done to Vic. Red still hadn't processed what she'd done. None of the blood on her hands had been human before. Kronos had given her a do-over, yet some lines couldn't be uncrossed. She said, "I'm getting ahead of myself." He wrapped her in his arms, leaning his chin on her head. "Take your time. I have all night." She whispered her secrets against his unbeating chest, burrowing deeper into his embrace. As the ship drew closer to land, the weight on her shoulders lifted. Red squirmed at her laptop, tapping her fingers on the bedroom desk. Her own face on the screen, illuminated by the open window, avoided eye contact. Basil had first demanded she see his therapist after Christmas. He'd kept at it until the habit stuck. She'd asked for the therapy appointment in the rush of adulting after buying her new truck, expecting the request to be shot down. It was a Sunday on a holiday weekend, after all. Down appeared on the video conference in her cozy home office. The older woman had a face as comforting as a cup of chamomile. An empath, she radiated compassion even across the continent. She greeted Red with a soft Nova Scotian accent. "It's good to see you. What's on your mind today?" "Mostly surprised that you're working this weekend." Dawn smiled. "I set off my fireworks on the 1st of July. I admit I was curious. It's been a while since our last chat. You had only just returned to Charm then." "It hasn't been that long for me," Red confessed. "I must warn you that this story is a bit of a spiral. We actually talked twice that you don't remember. Those were hard days. Then they kept happening." After she was finished, Dawn boggled at her, leaning back in her chair and clutching a teacup. "I was expecting to ask you about your dreams. See when you last had a panic attack. Perhaps learn more about your mother." "Well, I covered those topics. It certainly livened up my week." Red chuckled. "Livened up? That's an interesting word choice." Dawn scrutinized her. "Was it comforting to have something to fight on your road trip? It sounds like you were dreading it before you left." Red squirmed in her seat. "Hardly. I died like 94 times." The therapist probed. "Yes, but at first you admitted it felt like a distraction. Was it space to breathe?" "I brushed up on my mythology," Red quipped, crossing and uncrossing her legs nervously. "Got to play my own version of a choose-your-own-adventure novel. Vic knows most of it. Christoph, too. We finished our boat ride before his prince called him back to Portland. He's going to investigate all the family names I uncovered, though. Who knows what I might learn by our next session? It's a real Russian doll of a mystery, isn't it?" Dawn asked, leaning closer to her web camera. "Were you scared at the end?" "I'm glad I didn't have to go to the bathroom when the god appeared." Dawn cracked a smile. "That isn't quite what I mean. It's easy to get caught in your stories, the jokes well-timed to deflect. And, poof, our time is up. We spent this whole call over the trivia, yet you confronted more than statues." "Yeah, O'Sullivan. Neither Hannah nor Basil know what's going on with that guy. I'm glad Ortega survived. I mailed the skull off to the academy, so at least it's in good hands." The therapist shook her head. "For as long as you can remember, you've been a rolling stone, rootless, seeking a connection. Then you had one with Lucas. Earlier, you nudged us along with that quick wit. But that insight about forgiving yourself was a powerful one. It's not a mistake to have your heart broken. I wouldn't even call it a bad call. Merely a human one. Don't be afraid to open yourself up again, and I'm not talking about Christoph." "Life is so fragile, Dawn. I saw so many possibilities, so many friends hurt or killed." Red brushed the tear from her cheek and whispered, "Having a home means having something to lose." "It means so much more. You fought hard for this new life of yours. These connections to Charm, to your friends, you can feel them your bones. Don't shy away from that. Put that heart out so you don't miss out. That's a bravery beyond hunting demons." Those words stuck with Red long after the session was over, and she fell asleep that night, telling herself to be brave. She jerked from a deep REM state. An eerie moonlit glow glimmered over her room, making it brighter than it should have been. Her chakras sparked every color of the rainbow. This was the dreamland. "Hey," Eliana waved and sat shyly at the foot of the bed. Draped in a fine linen tunic, she played with her anachronistic round glasses. Were they a souvenir from her trip? "You look well." Red adjusted her tangled pajamas as she laughed. "Not as good as you. How was your homecoming?" "I was scolded most fiercely." Eliana smiled impishly. "Until they learned what I did, what we did. I'm not going to be allowed off-realm for a while, but I met you halfway for that proper goodbye." "Eavesdropper, thanks for being my patron goddess for a bit." Red hugged her. Eliana blushed. "You earned the favor of another, too. Do you remember what Kronos said to you?" Red had written for hours in her journal, trying to capture the details of her time travels, but the ending was a golden blur. "It's faded so much." "He gave you a gift. Use it wisely, my friend. You'll only be able to call upon him once." Red wrapped an arm around herself. The idea of another tango with him gave her the heebie-jeebies. "I think I'm good on that. I wish to give you a boon as well. It's not gold as I promised, but you will prize it more. It's not pleasant tidings, I fear." Eliana frowned, pushing up her glasses. "When we met, I knew you had been touched by time before. I sensed more than that. My gifts are minor, but Hecate's blood flows through my veins. I can detect deep spell work. There is an enchantment on you that the skull couldn't touch. Yet your magic is fighting it with each piece you regain." "How do you know about that?" More than half of Red's magic had been stolen along with her memories. The mystery had stumped the immortal alchemist herself. "When I scryed for you, I discovered traces of your power over the globe. I still don't understand how." "I think I'm beginning to," Red said grimly. Eliana faded into thin air as she spoke. "I may never see you again, but I have no doubt that I will hear your tale, even in my realm." Red started to ask more as she woke up in the dark, empty room. Where had the demigoddess detected her lost magic? A cold sweat dripped down her neck, her scalp prickled, and she twisted to her desk. Moonlight streamed from the window onto Kronos' gift. Switching on her lamp, she lumbered to the coin and rubbed her thumb over the engraved metal. It was warm. Unsettled, she hid it in an old jewelry box. Knocking on the door, Stace popped her head inside, bringing the fragrance of coconuts. A silk sleeping bonnet covered her curls. "I saw the light was on. I can't sleep either, and I'm making cocoa. You in?" "Do we have those little marshmallows?" Red smiled, leaving the possibilities of the past to follow her friend into the future. Epilogue. Later. Somewhere in Oregon. He woke up coughing. His lungs spasmed so hard that he wheezed with every tortured inhale. He felt worse than dead. What the hell had he drunk last night? Head swimming, he groaned on the hard bed, brushing his long, dark hair off his sweaty face. At least he'd taken off his shoes. Light escaped the dusty vertical blinds to land on the threadbare carpet in the nearly empty bedroom. Trembling, he tottered into the small galley kitchen of a Spartan trailer home. He rummaged through the cupboards, vision bleary. He poured some lukewarm tap water, sucking it down like he was coming off a 3-day bender. His headache made introspection impossible. Whatever he had taken to earn this hangover, he swore to God that he was done with the stuff. His skin was so sensitive to the touch that he couldn't stand the feel of the stiff jeans on his legs. Leaning against the counter, he squinted at the tiny living area connected to the kitchen. It had a sofa along with a flat-screen TV that looked newer than anything else in the place. He fumbled with the remote, then the one for the antenna. Maybe a show would distract him from how awful he felt. A Portland news broadcast brightened the TV. The talking head on the screen yammered on. "We have more to be thankful for than these long sunny days. An aggressive vaccine rollout has been announced." Turning away from the TV, he walked to the fridge, hoping that food would take the edge off his shakes. A clip magnet on the freezer held up a black envelope. It was the only thing on the refrigerator or any of the walls. Had he just moved in? His head was so foggy. When he felt better, he'd fix the old place up. He opened the envelope. Understanding jolted him like a live wire. He sank down to the floor, pulling his knees to his chest. His name was Ezra Fox, and he should have been dead. The story continues in Black Market Witch. Did you know I have a hidden library on my website for newsletter subscribers? This includes short stories and alternative scenes. Curious about what Christoph was thinking when he first saw Red in Los Angeles, or about Vic's past demon hunts. Read about it in my library. Find the full series list, including short stories and novellas, and sign up for the newsletter at sammyvalentine.com. About the author. Sammy Valentine is an urban fantasy writer who grew up in the desert and now wanders in search of Wi-Fi and coffee. Formerly a mild-mannered librarian, she had a quarter-life crisis and shook everything up. She started working in an LGBT homeless center, shaved some of her head, and rediscovered some of her old passions. After realizing that her goal in life was to get out of her small town, and she had only made it 30 minutes up the highway, she filled a bag and left. That was a few years and a dozen countries ago. Find out more at samavalentine.com.